Am I on there yet? I am. Okay. Welcome, guys. I'll kick it off with a welcome. Hands up, you're feeling a little bit nervous? Yeah, I would have thought most hands have gone up in the room. Don't panic. We're here to try and help, and we're certainly here to keep you informed and making sure that we keep you up to date with what's taking place. Obviously, it's a tough time for all of us. This has happened fairly quickly, so we find that we've got a number of people here in the room, and we've also got a number of people at home that are actually live streaming. Okay, so for those people that are live streaming, understand please that this is our very first time that we've live streamed any of this particular training course. So we're not 100% sure how it will all work. So we just ask people to be a little bit, give us a little bit of a break on some of our things and just work with us and be a little bit patient where possible, if you can be. What we will do, Jim will be here at 8:30, so he'll kick off the sessions. Obviously he'll talk to you and you can feel free to ask him any questions that you need to as well. And perhaps he'll also address the people at home and online. What we will do after our first break is talk a bit about how we need to operate whilst we're in this room and how we operate whilst we're on site. So we'll have some coronavirus information upstairs where we're able to, up on the screen, that we'll talk through about how we're going to do. As it is in this room, we've only got 17 people allowed, so we've spaced out, we've got every second row, so we're trying to do absolutely everything we possibly can. But as further advice and information comes in, we'll certainly share that with you as well. Okay, so the gentleman to my left, because that's what I usually say, has just walked into the door. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Jim Penman. Might need to stand here, Jim.
Good morning. To our business as well, with the disease and the economic consequences of that. The good news is that we are, at Jim's Group, are in an astonishingly good situation to meet this meltdown because of the hard work that we've done over the past few years. And during the course of this talk, I'm going to describe that to you as to what we've done and why we've done it and what the effect has been. We are having a fairly good crisis, which I know that sounds a bit strange, but we have a business called Jim's Plus, which takes on some of our surplus work and gives it to independent contractors. And the word from them is that they are screaming for lack of work. The amount of work they're getting has dived dramatically. Now, we've been checking the figures on our leads, and the astonishing thing is our leads have barely dropped from the same time last year. They're off about 10%. We're still getting unserviced leads, huge numbers of unserviced leads that we can't even cope with. So in a situation where other people are very, very quiet for work, we are actually, most of our franchisees have been to this stage flat out. And this is not an uncommon situation with us. In fact, this is our normal situation. One of the most interesting statistics I could give you is that about something like 28% of our leads are normally unserviced. We have far more work than we can cope with. So why is this? What is the reason for our situation being so strong, both historically and even now in the middle of a crisis, that so many people are wanting to use our service? Well, it comes down to two things. The first of all, obviously, is that we are very well known because of our signage. We are very strong on signage. We have got more than 4,000 trailers and vehicles driving around the streets. That gives us a tremendous public awareness. Virtually everybody knows about us. And they might not know about Jim's pest control or Jim's fencing, but they certainly know about Jim's mowing, and the goodwill spreads. But the other reason, on the main topic of my conversation this morning, is that we have a very hard-won reputation for customer service. We look after our customers on the whole very, very well. So what I'm going to do this morning is to describe to you what customer service is, what we expect of you, and I'm going to talk about how we achieve that. Let's start with what customer service is. What is the first thing that has to happen when a customer phones us and wants service done? What is the first thing that we've got to do? First thing. Good morning. Answer the phone. Exactly right. We've got to answer the phone. And people sometimes neglect that. But the fact of the matter is, if you ring a tradie and you get a message on hold, and you leave a message. Sorry, if you ring a tradie to get a service done, and you get a message on hold, and you leave a message, what do you actually do? Do you wait for however long it takes for the tradie to get back to you? You don't, do you? You ring somebody else. Now, we have a call centre which is just over there. It's virtually a virtual call centre now because everybody's distributed, but it's still working 100%. We have a call centre which is, by normal commercial standards, grossly overmanned. Most of the time, if you were to go in there in normal times, you won't be doing it this week, you would find people sitting there not answering calls, which is very unusual for a call centre because what they do is they try and arrange that there's always the staff always get ready, but we don't have that. We actually have a standard. The average wait time between a person calling us and the end of the compulsory recorded message us picking up the phone is 8 seconds. And we answer something like 98% calls within a minute. So it's very, very fast response. What is the second unusual thing about our call centre that you can think of? I've got a cough, excuse me, it's asthma. It's definitely not that. It's Australian owned with Australian people. Australian owned. Could be a lot cheaper to do it overseas. We find it's better to do it here. The amount of training that goes, it takes weeks for someone to learn how to answer the calls properly in there. And people who answer them have Australian accents and they understand Australian and New Zealand place names. So local knowledge, local experience. So it's not the cheapest way to run it, but from the first time a customer contacts us, we go to a lot of effort and expense to make sure that their call is taken in the best way. Now, at the end of that phone call, we're going to promise something. Do anybody know what that is? We're going to promise that somebody's going to get back to you within when? Who knows? 2 hours. 2 hours. Here's a man who knows what is going on. All right. We're going to promise that somebody gets back to you within 2 hours. Now, we're going to give you 2 hours, but it's not because we want you to wait 2 hours. When is the time that you should be getting back to people? As soon as you possibly can. 2 minutes. 1 minute. If you do that, you're way ahead of the game. And it's an interesting point, but one of the most important factors to determine whether you get the job is how quickly you make that return phone call. Now, we've done surveys of this, actually. We know we've done surveys looking at which customers actually booked the job. And we've also asked them how quickly the franchisee got back to them. And what we found is this. If the franchisee waits more than 2 hours, if it's after the first 2 hours, the chance of picking up the job is less than half, which you might think is fairly reasonable. I mean, after all, in a competitive environment, we're not the cheapest by at any means, so less than half, 40%, whatever, that's not too bad. But if it's reported by the client, they're being back within 2 hours, but after the first 10 minutes, our conversion rate jumps to 78%. It's based on a survey we did some time back. But if, as reported by the client, we get back within the first 10 minutes, the conversion rate jumps to 85%. The great majority of clients will book the job if we simply get back to them quickly enough. It's more important than almost anything else. It's more important than exactly how cheap you are. I mean, if you're completely outrageous, you won't get the job, but within a very wide range, it matters more than that. It also matters more than when you get the job done. Whether you get the job done today or tomorrow, for the most part, doesn't affect conversion rate. But the time that it takes you to get back affects it dramatically. Why do you think that is? Why is that? Why do you think this one factor of the speed of response of phone calls matters so much? What would probably be the reason? Yes. Very typically, they come to us first, because we're the best known. And if we get back fast, well, Jim's is safe, Jim's is known, Jim's has a reputation, Jim's will follow up if anything goes wrong. These are big, big factors. And people will very often just simply go with us because it's easy if they get a phone back fast. What's another reason why you specifically getting back fast is going to like you to get the job? It impresses people. It shows you're professional. It shows them that you do what you say you will. Somebody's promised 2 hours, you're back in 2 minutes. That's a very, very good impression. And you'll very typically get the response from the client, wow, that was fast. So you're already impressing them. And they're on board. And they think you're professional, they think you're reliable and conscientious, which obviously you are, because you're getting back so fast. So it makes a very, very big difference to their attitude. Now, this is very important. And I really want to emphasize this. If you can't get back to the client, in other words, if you can't reach them, which is surprisingly often the case, one thing you must do is send a text. You text the client, and the message goes like this. Hi, this is Norman from Jim's Mowing. Tried to call you just now. Please call me back on phone number. Do you get that message? Hi, this is another Norm. They're full of Norms here. This is Norm from Jim's Mowing again, as it happens. Tried to call you just now. Bring me back on so and so. Now, it's very important. You say who you are, your name. You say where you're from, because obviously they don't know otherwise. You're from Jim's, whatever it is. Mention that you tried to call them, because otherwise they think you just getting to call a different number. If you just say, this is Norm, give me a ring back on so-and-so and so-and-so, they think, well, I'm going to ring somebody else, I just rung you. But if you say you tried to call them, makes it clear you've made the effort. The thing is, people do not listen to their voice messages. Well, sometimes they may, occasionally, but in my experience, more often than not, they don't. They won't recognize a strange number because they don't know who you are, and so they don't recognize that you called. If you call back promptly, if you leave a message, if you can't get through, not only are you far less likely to lose the job, but, this is very important, if you get any sort of knocks like a survey or a complaint, and I'll talk more about those later, you just show me the evidence of the text and I will wipe it out. Sometimes it happens, people will ignore even a text message, but not very often. But if they do, it's all gone, and you are clean as the whistle, because the customer said you didn't get back. Well, here you are, Jim, here's the evidence, you sent it to me, bang, it's all gone. So very important. And that applies to any situation where you can't reach a client directly. Always send a text, preserve the evidence, reduces the chance of missing out, and covers you completely against any blame or any fault. Okay, what are we doing with our appointment? What are we doing with our message? What are we trying to do? Set up a time. This is the man who knows everything. This is why you're here. Usually we have more people, so we get more answers. We set up a time. We set up an appointment to go and see the client. We do not like to quote on the phone, with very rare exceptions. Some businesses like car cleaning will do it, or skip bins and so forth, but on the whole, we don't quote on the phone. Why not? Why do you think so? Yeah, you don't know what you're going to charge, really, do you? You can give a bit of an estimate. The other thing is that clients tend to want a real cheap price, and that's not our forte. So we're not after giving a price, we want to see that client. So what we do is we set up an appointment. Very important, don't set a specific time. Don't say I'll be there at 10 o'clock. Why not? You might be late. It's very, very hard to turn up on time. You've been to a doctor, hopefully not lately, but if you've been to a doctor, do you get it on just on the time it says? No. And this is somebody sitting in a room with a very organized sort of schedule. We are wandering around doing jobs that vary widely. No way we can be on time. So what we do is set a time scale of at least 2 hours. So don't say 10, we say between 9 and 11. Make absolutely sure we come within that time. If we can't make it within that time, of course, what we do is we ring the client and let them know. And if we can't get through to the client on the phone, what do we do? Send a text. Yeah, I'm going to repeat that. You wouldn't believe how many times I have this conversation with franchisees all the time when they ring back and say, I did ring the client, here's my evidence, okay, send me the text. What text? Send me the text. That's the one you're going to send me in future next time. Next time somebody said you didn't get through, just send me the text and you'll be fine. So if we can't get through, we send the text. And we turn up. Okay, we've now arrived in front of the client's property. Could be property, could be a house, could be a shop, could be a business, no matter what it is. We are walking towards the front door. What is impressing clients now? uniform, signage, looking the part, looking like we are part of the company, impressing people. Now, I won't ask today, but one of the questions I often ask women in these courses is if you're approached by two different people, contractors, to do a quote on a job, once with a uniform and once without a uniform, but the person with the uniform is 10% more expensive, who would you pick? And about 19 times out of 20, they will pick the person in the uniform, especially women. Sense of security, sense of knowing who's in your property or in your house. So uniform, very, very important. By simply wearing a different coloured shirt, you can charge 15% more, which is for most franchisees equivalent of maybe 10, 15, whatever $1,000 per annum, simply by putting on a different coloured shirt. So always wear a uniform. They are incredibly cheap by comparison with the value. And then we arrive and we actually meet the client. Now, important thing to recognise is this: none of what I've said is difficult. My 10-year-old son, Aaron, he's a beautiful little boy, really great boy. We have a great relationship. He actually likes reading New Scientist and we discuss it and stuff. But all the same, he's not an outright genius. But all the same, anything I said to you so far, he could understand. And he can do this. He understands about phone calls. He's actually had a phone at times, not at the moment. He knows about returning phone calls. He knows about keeping on time. He's actually better than his older sisters at that, getting ready for school. He puts on a uniform without being asked. These are sort of things that a 10-year-old can do. And the utter tragedy, the real horror that we find is that we have franchisees who actually fail in business because they don't do what a 10-year-old can do. Simple things like turning up on time, returning phone calls, wearing proper uniform. Usually the first two, I must say. But now we arrive at the front door, and this is getting beyond the 10-year-old point. This is the time we've got to actually speak to the client. We've got to find out what the client wants, and we've got to work out a way to show them that we can do it. This is beyond the 10-year-old level. It requires a certain amount of social skills and ability. Most of you are going to be able to handle this quite well. Typically, I think most of our franchisees are reasonably good communicators. Most of you come from backgrounds where you're used to dealing with the public in some form. Many of you will have been in responsible positions. You've been in supervisory, administration type sales positions. I'm just talking in very general sense. But most of you have got some reasonable life experience. You know how to communicate okay. We're going to give you some useful clues over the next few days on how to approach clients. There's little things you can say to clients that will help you a lot. And within your own division, there's ways of approaching people that's good. But you've pretty well got that one. You're not going to find too many difficulties in this area. And at the end of the time, you're going to give a quote. Now, one thing you won't do on the whole, if you can possibly avoid it, is give an hourly rate. Does anybody know why we don't like hourly rates? What's wrong with an hourly rate?
There's no limit for the hours.
Yes, there's no limit. The client doesn't actually know what they're going to pay, do they? And that typically causes a lot of problems because, you'll say you'll do 2 hours and they'll say, well, I expected this to be done. I expected my whole house to be cleaned and the carpets and everything else, but you've only done so and so and so and so. I'm not happy with the amount of work that you've done. And what's another reason why we don't like hourly rates? This is a bit more subtle, but see if you can work it out. What's that? We do run into problems with people not being happy with the job far more often. But what's the other reason with us giving hourly rates? When a person's asking for an hourly rate, they're wanting something reasonably cheap. And a very key part of our whole approach to the market is that we are not cheap. We suggest that you aim for a price, for an hourly rate charge of at least $60 per hour, per worker. So if you're employing somebody, it's $120 for the two of you. At least $60 an hour. I've got a Jim's mowing guy who comes with an offsider to do my place, which is just next door. And he does work on an hourly rate because it's very difficult to define what's to be done. He charges $70 an hour per worker. And it's a good deal, I can tell you that. He really does a great job of keeping everything under control. But on the whole, it's not a good idea. I mean, I don't mind because I know Eric and I've seen his ratings and everything else, and I've known him from way back. But generally speaking, if people want an hourly rate, they want something cheaper. We don't compete on the rate on price. The fact of the matter is, on the whole, you're going to do a lot more per hour than most of your competitors. So it's really beholden to you to give an hourly rate. And with an hourly rate, you should be able to make $60 an hour. We would not accept any new division in gyms where they can't show that a moderately competent officer can make, operator can make at least $60 an hour. We wouldn't even accept it as a division if you couldn't show that. And most of our franchise are capable of a lot more than that. We've got franchisees who are making hundreds of dollars per hour. You'd be amazed at the top level. But hourly rates on the whole, first of all, they don't satisfy clients very well. And secondly, they don't meet our strength, which is the fact that we can get an awful lot done very well in a limited time. Competing against somebody who's charging $40 an hour and is absolutely hopeless. I had a guy from my church actually that I gave a little bit of work to, just pruning some trees and stuff, and I think he was charging me about $30 an hour. It was terrible. He did so little. I mean, he's a nice guy, and I wanted to give him the hand, but honestly speaking, I'd much rather pay $70 an hour to someone like Eric, quite apart from Eric's gyms, of course. But hourly rates aren't a good thing for us to get into. When you give a quote, very important, write it down properly. Some years ago, my brother-in-law, actually ex-brother-in-law now, a guy called Michael, wanted some trees taken down from his yard. Some of them were fairly near the house, so he didn't want somebody who was a backyarder. So he decided to choose two reputable companies, two companies that he'd actually seen driving around the streets. And they both gave a quote, and the interesting thing is that both quotes were over $1,000, but they were only $10 apart. Essentially, he had two identical quotes. So you have two people coming from name companies, reputable companies, both wearing a uniform, both giving a quote over $1,000, virtually the same quote. How does he pick that? He actually showed me it was on the kitchen table. The one quote was from a company called Complete Garden Care. I know the guy who founded it, a guy called Gary. I've known him for before franchise. We used to know each other. In fact, he used to take tree jobs off me when I was doing mowing pre-franchise. So one was from Complete Garden Care, and it was an A4 sheet, nothing special, with letterhead, so much with, so much without. And the other guy, he asked how much, and the guy said, it'll be so-and-so, verbal quote. And Michael said, could you write it down? So he wrote it on the back of a business card. That business card quote cost him a $1,000 job for no other reason than it wasn't written out properly and professionally. What makes it very sad is that was the Jim's Trees business card from a franchisee who's no longer with us. So even the way you present the quote can make a surprising difference. So what we've done with all this process to date is we've done everything possible to make this client want to use us, haven't we? Isn't that right? We've done everything possible to delight them. We have answered the phone quickly, fast, very important, with a local accent, understanding them understanding us. We have promised an appointment, a call back, 2 hours. You've got back to them really quickly, impressing the client. That really impresses the client. You'll often get a wow from that. Oh, that's quick. We have turned up when we say we will. We look the part, we present the part, we communicate well. We give a professional looking quote. Everything that we've done to this date has been designed to increase our chance of getting the job. And now we're going to do something which could actually and should actually reduce our chance of getting the job. What is that? What is the one thing that we do which can and should reduce our chance of getting that job? We're going to charge a good price for it. We are not cheap. Does that make sense? If you are getting all your quotes, let me tell you, you are too cheap. We actually have a measure of the conversion rate, a very rough one based on surveys, again, which I'll talk about later. And one of the response to a survey is it was too expensive. That is a recognized response. Never considered as a complaint, never a low star rating. It's always considered the price. And we actually measure our franchisees based on where they fit into the proportion of jobs rejected based on the surveys. And you can have $1, which means you're in the least likely to be rejected third. You can have $2 signs, which is in the middle third, and you can have $3 signs, which is the third of our franchisees who get the most rejections. Now let me tell you, there is no stigma to being anywhere. But if you've got a very new franchisee who is struggling for work and can't quite get enough, and they've got $3 signs in, what do we suggest? Maybe take your prices down a little bit, because people are saying you're charging 3 times the level of anybody else. You're fairly new. Just be a bit more moderate. Yes, we'd love you to make $100 an hour, but for the time being, let's be a bit less ambitious. That is a possible response, but an equally possible response if you've got somebody who is a very good operator, and this is far more common. They've got a great star rating. They're really busy for work, and I look at their dollar signs, and it's only $1 sign. What am I going to say to them? You are too cheap. You should be getting more knockbacks. Clients should reject you. If they don't, I had it many years ago. Anybody in Anthony Silverman's area? Probably not, actually, because I don't think most Melbourne guys here. One of my franchisors now, Anthony Silverman, was one of my early franchisees. And I always used to quote, I used to go around, when I went to meetings in those days, because I used to go to a lot of meetings, because when it was quite much smaller, it was only mowing in those days. One of the things I would often say is, don't let your acceptance rate be too high. Aim for 75%. If a quarter of your clients knock you back because of price, that's okay. If it's more than that, you're too cheap. And he used to hear me saying this, and he actually was getting a conversion rate at that time, which was in the 90s, 90+% conversion rate. And he thought to himself, he told me later anyway, that if Jim ever gets to hear that I'm getting more than 90% of my jobs converted, then he's going to have a word with me. So he immediately put all his prices up, quite substantially. And then he started quoting again. And you know what? His conversion rate dropped, and it was in the high 80s. Still too high. So just a few months later, he put his prices up again. Never actually made it down to 75%, he said, but he made a lot of money. And later on bought the regional franchise rights, and he's done very well for himself. So it's not good to be too cheap. The whole basis of what we do with gyms, the whole philosophy, how to approach to business, is that we give fantastic service. We wow the client with service, but we are not the cheapest in the marketplace. And this applies very much relationship to our competitors. Many years ago, there was on the franchisee forum, which is on the internet. You can drop on and you can just check in there. It's not that busy these days, but sometimes it's got some useful stuff. There was a franchisee who actually moved into a new town. This was a mowing guy. There's no other gyms franchisees around. He has a feeling that the pricing is going to be different from the city. He doesn't know what to charge. So he went on the forum to say, how do I know what to charge? And there was at least two guys who actually got on and said to him, this is what you do. You find out what your competitors are doing, and you increase that by 10%. You add 10%. That's the gym's bonus that you can get simply by wearing our uniform. And this is a very interesting thing, because in fact, you can actually, your fees on average will be around about 8% of turnover. So the mere fact of being able to increase your prices is enough to more than justify your fees. You can charge more. Again, another of my early franchisees, a guy called Glenn Camilleri. He was actually an independent, and he'd been struggling for 6 months to build a business, and he decided to come to gyms. The most he ever made was $600 per week, this is back in the early 90s, of course, so not quite the same now. His first week at gyms, he made $1,500, like 2.5 times the amount. And he went there for strength. And after a while, things were pretty good, he was doing all right. And he said, okay, I'd like to go independent, which is not that difficult in our system. So he went, and he used to get jobs from a company called the Grey Army at that time. And a couple of months later, he rang me back and said, Jim, this was a terrible mistake. I want to come back. And the reason was because as soon as he took that uniform off and started getting jobs from non-gym sources, the prices he could charge went way, way down. So that is the nature of what we are. We're a really great quality service, but we are the premium service. We are not cheap as chips. Does that make sense? That is our position in the marketplace. And despite the fact that we do that, despite the fact that we deliberately, strongly, repeatedly tell our franchisees not to be cheap, over the past year, we've knocked back more than 170,000 leads, which is not too far from a third of the total leads coming in. It'll be a bit less right now with the situation as it is, but we have an astonishingly high level of customer demand, despite the fact that we deliberately and repeatedly advise our franchisees to charge a good price for what they do. Okay. Notice I've been talking for more than half an hour, haven't actually mentioned the job. Does that surprise you? People think that customer service is just about how you do the job. Most problems with customer service are not to do with quality of work. They're to do with timing and those sorts of issues. But of course, we need to do the job. What are we aiming for? When we're actually wanting to do the job, what is our aim? Getting paid is one thing, okay? I'm assuming that one. Apart from getting paid, what do we want to achieve? What must we achieve on that job? Good job. As measured by how? Happy customer. Good man. That's exactly right. We want a happy customer, a satisfied customer. There is no other measure that matters. You can do the best job in the world. If the customer is not happy, it's not a good job, is it? Real-time example. A trees franchisee goes to quote on a tree job. The client describes where the tree is exactly. So he actually has a look at it. The customer's not there. He rings up. He gives a quote for the job. The customer says, go ahead. That quote's fine. So he goes there. Now, I don't know if you ever see these tree guys at work, but they are very professional. This guy's no exception. He's a very, very good operator. He goes, they get to the tree, and what they do with the trees, they actually have the client go up the tree. They attach ropes to the branches, and they cut it at the near the trunk, and they lower it to the ground. So it's a two-man team. It's a very, and they do one part of the bang, 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 all the way down to the ground. This is all carefully done. The branches aren't dropped; they're lowered down with a rope. So you don't even brush the leaves or the bushes underneath it, or damage the flower bed. And you take that away, and you look after it. You get it down to the ground, and then he gets to the stump, and he digs it out right down to the stump, takes it all out, and he puts the bark back there. Nothing's damaged. There's no buildings. There's no plants damaged. The place is utterly immaculate. Now that is a really, really professional job, is it not? Would you agree? Okay. Only one issue. It was the wrong tree. So it doesn't matter how good we are. What matters is the customer happy. Now that obviously means we do the job professionally. When we mow, we do the edges. When we clean every scrap of dirt and dust off everything. When we do the carpet, it's an immaculate job. Well, no matter what job, it's immaculate. But it also means doing exactly what the client wants. And a lot of the time the problem is the client thinks something different is going to be done. So it's not so much the job is poor, it doesn't include things that the client thinks is going to happen. So, for example, a client says, okay, how much to weed that, waving their hand over a garden bed? Franchisee gives a quote, client accepts, he does it, comes back for the money, and the client says, but what about the rest of the backyard? See, what does that mean? It's just a wave. He thought it was the garden bed, she thought it was the yard. What do you think the franchisee would do in that situation? What's your thoughts?
I'd do the rest of nothing.
Yeah, exactly right. Actually, you're not a bad bunch. For them, so few of you have got some good answers coming out too. It's a bit of a challenge. Usually there's about 60, 70 in this room. That's right. That's exactly what would happen. He would either do the rest for nothing, which is what he did in this particular case, or he doesn't get paid for what he did. It's as simple as that. So there's a very simple rule here. And this is going to be hard. And this is one of the examples of the way that Jim's is hard and I am a hard man. I better warn you about this right from the beginning. If you don't give a clear written quote and there's a disagreement between you and the client as to what is to be done, then you need to do whatever the client says or accept not being paid. Is that fair enough? It's not very fair at all, actually, because one you've got to bear in mind is people remember things in a different way, but there's every chance that you are exactly right, that what you actually said what was to be done, and the client misheard, misremembered, misinterpreted what you said. If there was a voice recording mechanism there to record what you said, you could be very well in the right, and you very likely are in the right, but if you make the mistake of not writing it down, so the client thinks differently, the client is going to be upset. So it's not because you're wrong in what you said, it's the fact that you made a mistake in not writing it down. So very clear, write a clear written quote exactly what you're going to do. So if you're mowing the lawn, as an example, and you're going to let the grass lie, you write that on the quote if you're not picking it up. You write it down. Then the client complains, you say, look, this was the quote. Here it is. If you are clean windows, if it's they only want the outside of the windows done, what you write down is windows exterior only. You write that down. And the client says, oh, the inside's going to be done too. No, Mrs. Jones, this is the quote that I gave you. It was for the outside only. You define precisely what... If you're doing this is a common one, a vacate clean for a house. And it's very important that you define exactly what's to be done. So you say, okay, I'm going to do the floors, I'm going to do the bathrooms, I'm going to do all the kitchen surfaces, I'm going to clean the windows, inside and out. That's the quote. Now, if the client then comes back, or the agent, and says, this is a disgusting mess, you didn't clean the walls, you simply show them the quote. But if you didn't write it down, you're on a very big risk of not being paid, or having to compensate them if the agent refuses the bond. And I mentioned that last one because it's a very common story. People often come back and they want more done from a vacate clean that was quoted for. As long as you're given a written quote, then you're fixed for it. Now, I say these things with some feeling because I actually look at almost all complaints and bad surveys every day. I actually personally look at them, so I know the kind of things that are being said and what goes wrong and why these things happen. And then I use that situation to try and coach franchisees to do better and not make such mistakes. So basically, we've got to satisfy the client. The important thing about clients is they have very varied ideas about what is a good job. Some people are here, some people are here, some people are here. Where do we need to aim to satisfy the client? We've got to be there. Many years ago, I had a franchisee tell me something very interesting and very revealing. He said, you know, Jim, I really hate Jewish customers. And I said, why do you hate Jewish customers? He said, because they're so fussy, they're so picky, they're so hard to please. I said, that's interesting to you say that, because I used to work in the North Balwyn area, which is eastern suburbs of Melbourne, and we got a lot, and I had a lot of Jewish customers, and I love my Jewish customers. He said, why? I said, because they're so fussy, they're so picky, they're so hard to please, that if you satisfy them, they are the best customers in the world, and they really are. My customers were great. They didn't mind paying me well. They were reliable. I used to get the most amazing Christmas presents, like coats and stuff. A lot of them had businesses, which was really nice. I love my Jewish customers because my standards were so high, I could meet what they wanted. So what he was saying was very revealing, not so much about the customers, but about the way he did his job, that people were fussy about it and they weren't liking what he was doing. So his standards aren't high enough. So basically, we've got to satisfy our customers, don't we? But that's not actually where we like to be. What do we really, really want? What do we really want at the end of that job? We want referrals, we want extra work, we want repeat work, but what do we really want that's going to achieve that? What would get all these things?
A happy customer.
Happy customer, yes.
Then referring on to
Referring us, but what was going to do that? What we want is, wow! All right? We want to surprise the customer. We want to amaze them. We want to say, wow! I can remember, I have done so many stupid things in my business career. You would not believe it. Including quite recently, if you don't believe me, ask my wife. I've made so many dumb mistakes. When I started business, I knew nothing about business. I was basically a student who used to mow lawns part-time to try and get some extra money. There's 100 reasons why I should never have succeeded in business, but there's one thing. Actually, if you read this book, and I hope you will all grab a copy of it, you'll read about my very convoluted life story. But one of the things that I've always been very good at is delighting my customers. I was extremely good at that. You know, I was one of the first contractors in Australia. This was when I was a student, to have a brush cutter. And I can remember the time the day that I got my first brush cutter. And it was because at that stage, pre-brush cutter, the only way to do edges was with a wheel, with a spoked wheel. I don't think hardly anybody who would remember that. There's only one or two of us might know back to those days. But you'd get the spoked wheel and you go along the edge with the concrete. And then what I used to do was I'd use the left-hand wheel of the mower on the concrete, because then it sucked the grass from there, because the rotary mower cuts clockwise, so it sucks from the left. That led a pretty neat edge on that particular area. But the thing that used to really frustrate me was the other kinds of edges around the trees, the retaining walls, the clotheslines. And I would leave the job and there'd be little furry grass. And I had this kind of attitude. I hated anything less than perfect. But there was nothing you could do. There was nowhere in the world you had the time or it was cost effective to go round. Now, I've got to say, no client ever mentioned this, ever asked me to do it, because it just wasn't done there. Only people ever cut their edges completely in those days was if you were a pensioner, you didn't mind spending a half day going with a pair of shears. But nobody else ever did that. But it used to bug me. I was in my mower shop one day, and I used to live in those days around Eltham, a suburb called Eltham, and there was a little mower shop in this row of shops just in the local shopping centre there. And this old guy called Tom used to run it. He'd been in this business for decades. He knew everything about mowers. And I used to go in there a lot, because as he said to me once, he said, Jim, you look after your customers better and your mowers worse than any contractor I know. Just as an example, I went into the shop one day, and this guy had been literally decades in the business, and I managed to show him a problem with a mower that he had never seen, ever. This is quite an achievement when you've been decades in the industry. One wheel of the mower was stoved in. And he just looked at this thing and he said to me, Jim, how could you possibly do that to a lawnmower? And I said, well, Tom, it wasn't actually mowing the lawn that happened. I was driving along the road and I had neglected to put the tailgate of the trailer up properly, and the mower fell out on the road. And I actually went in a second time with the same problem. He looked at me very seriously and he said, Jim, remind me never to drive behind you on the road. So I used to spend a lot of time there because I didn't look after my equipment very well. That was a big failing of mine. Mowing guys, we recommend you don't do the same thing. But I always spent a lot of time. So I went in one day and because I'm such a good customer, he immediately looks at my mower. He puts it up on his bench, looks at it. And I was just wandering around the room with nothing to do when I saw this really weird looking gadget in the corner. Long pole, handle in the middle, engine on one end, and at the end of this funny looking plastic thing with a bit of white cord sticking out. And I said to Tom, what is that thing? And he said, Jim, it's a brush cutter. And I said, what? He said, it's a brush cutter. It's a new idea just out from Japan. It's one of the first in the country. I said, what does it do? What does it do? And he picked up and showed me. He said, look, you hold it like this there, you start this engine, and that bit of white nylon cord goes around, and it cuts the grass without ring-barking the tree, so you can do those kind of edges. I looked at it and I say, oh, I've got to have this thing. How much is it? Got to have it. I was just about drooling, if you can imagine. And he said, it's so much. And I said, oh, that's a lot of money. That's more than a mower. And he said, don't blame me. Nobody else makes them. It's just the only few in the country. But I bought it on the spot. And it took me a while to figure out how to get the best job. You don't be particularly great at it the first time you do it. But after a while, I could do all the edges properly. And not just those kind of edges, but when I'd be finishing, I'd brush cut the nature strip, the front and the back. And as I'm coming down the driveway, I just leave it running on low power and zip the grass from the cracks in the driveway and blow the driveway off. And the job was absolutely immaculate. absolutely immaculate. And people would look at what I'd done. I remember clients saying things to me, I never knew my lawn could look this good. And that is in essence how somebody who starts off with no money and no experience and so many reasons why I should have failed. I was absolutely fanatical about customers, and I would go to a once-off job and I'd pick it up as a regular. And this applies to any business at all. We had a lady cleaning our house once, a Jim's cleaning lady. She was amazing, Maria. She was fantastic. I mean, I'm a man. Seriously, I didn't even notice her. I'm like most men. But she did our place so well. There was something she used to smell about it, the look of it, and it was just immaculate. And every time she got a client, she'd pick up about 5 more clients. She was so successful. Only one problem with Maria, she never charged enough. Every time she came, I would ask her, I said, Maria, have you put your prices up yet? You've got to stop being so cheap. You get so much work. And she's a Filipina. She just didn't do it. And in the end, she didn't succeed because of that alone. But the fact is, her job was so good that everybody wanted to use it. And she could have charged double what she did. Amazing the clients with your service is the way to do it. Okay? What if something goes wrong? What if the client is not happy? What are you going to do? Rectify. Fix it. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to fix that job and make it work. And we're going to make that client happy no matter what it takes. We get a complaint through. I'll talk about the complaints later. If you go back to the client, make them happy, fix it, doesn't matter what you do. Make the client happy, get evidence of that. That complaint will be wiped. That poor survey will be wiped. We do that all the time. We go to extreme. Sometimes people won't have us back, and that's unfortunate. But usually if we really make an effort, just go back, fix it, whatever it is, make that client happy. And I don't mean to say a client even says, I'm not going to pay you because I'm not happy, just that they've already paid and they're not happy. You still go back and fix it. We fix the problem. Sometimes there can be a difference of opinion as to whether the job is good or not. Now, obviously, this is only the case if it's something very major, but in that case, we'd ask the franchisor to go and have a look and check it out. If the franchisor says the job isn't good, then you fix it again. If you don't fix it, then we will get it fixed and we'll bill you for it. It's a tough system. It really is. But our whole aim is to delight the client, amaze the client, let them know that we give great service. Every time we get somebody happy, delighted, it's a boost for us. Every client who's not happy is a much bigger negative. We try and avoid that at all costs. So we will go back and fix the job. In very, very rare situations where a lot of money is concerned, if the client is adamant that the job is not what they wanted, and we say it is right, this is extremely rare, we will get an independent outside expert to have a look at it. I'll give you one particular example of what happened. There was a job which was a carpet cleaning job, and the client claimed that our carpet cleaning guy had damaged the carpet, and they wanted us to get a new carpet, to give them a new carpet. Now that was an outrageous claim, but what we did is we got an independent expert to come and have a look at it, and that expert said there is no possible way that the machinery that was used could have caused that damage. This was a pre-existing problem with the carpet. The client, in our view, was simply trying to get a new carpet out of Jim's because we perceived as having deep pockets. Now, we actually were adamant. We supported the franchisee. The client actually went to court. The client actually went to court and made a claim, and the magistrate, in my view, was idiotic enough to actually grant them, not what they asked for, but $2,000. In that particular case, we not only went with the franchisee to back them, but we actually paid the amount of money out of what we call a warranty fund, which is used to fix up jobs where franchisees have left the company, because the franchisee was right, as proved by an independent expert. So in situations where you've done the right thing, we will back you, and we will get an independent report. But apart from that, and that's 99+% of the time, if the client is unhappy, we'll do whatever we need to get it right. Okay? Does that make sense? It's a very tough standard. And I want to warn you that you will press on you at times. It will feel like a lot of pressure to do the right thing. And sometimes you won't feel it's very fair, but we just go above and beyond because everything we do depends on customer service. Customer service is the core about our approach to the marketplace. We don't actually do as much advertising as you might think. We take on average about $140 per franchisee per month. And in recent years, we've actually had to give back several $100,000 to franchisees in some regions because it's all done by local regional of one division. We've actually had to give back the money because we can't spend it because the guys are busy all year round. It does happen. So we don't advertise hugely. We don't need to. It's reputation that drives us. How do we achieve this? This is the real question. It's all very well to have standards of customer service. When I was doing my job myself, my standards of service was very, very, very good. I would turn up on time. I would actually ring people back was different. I used to have a public phone book, but I would ring people back. I'd turn up. My job was immaculate. I just never had any issues. As soon as I started going beyond me, originally, which was using subcontractors, I had started to have a lot of problems with poor service. And just to give you some example of how bad the service we gave was, I can remember looking at the listing the number of new leads that were coming through and listing the number of clients, complaints that came through, and they were roughly about equal. So for 100 new leads, I get 100 complaints. I still managed to survive. I was building up and selling lawnmower runs in those days. I still managed to survive. But one of the attractions for launching the franchise was that by doing with people who owned their own business, I thought I could bring that down quite a lot, which I did. And over the years, what we've done is we've looked at the complaint rate. And at the initially pre-franchise days is what we would regard now as 100%. After several years, we started measuring it again, and it dropped to about 5%. That's a 95% reduction. And then we started putting new things in place, measuring complaints, follow-up letters, all those things I'm going to describe to you. And as we did that, and then later surveys, and then myself getting involved, and our level of complaint dropped and dropped and dropped. And the latest figures is about 0.75%. And I reckon with new software in the next year, we can probably at least halve that. That's how much the improvement has been, more than a 99% improvement in terms of customer service. And as we've done that, then the level of leads has risen, particularly the level on service work, which is a measure of how well we're doing. Used to be lower, now it's close to 1/3, or it was before this particular situation arose just recently. More and more demand for our services. In fact, it's become almost our number one customer service issue that we simply can't look after so many clients. But that's been the effect of it. It has a very big effect on your success too. We do something I'll describe later, which is we'll survey franchisees once a year. We're going to ask you once a year how you're doing. And that's to do with things like how good support from your franchisor, which mainly it's about. We also ask you a question about your income. We ask whether your income is good, whether your income is satisfactory, income is poor. Now, on average, around about 10% of franchisees report poor income. And I must say that's purely subjective. It's not based on any particular level of income. It's just what the franchisee says in that survey. So around about 10% say it's poor. But the interesting thing is when you marry up measures of customer service given by the franchisee with reports on income, how satisfied they are with income, there's a very big difference. The franchisees who have the bottom quarter in terms of customer service, actually 25% of those reported poor income in the last time we did this survey. Of the franchisees in the top quarter, in terms of the fewest complaints and best surveys, the actual poor income was rated at 3%. In other words, our best franchisees were only 1/8 as likely to report poor income as those who are poor. We've also found too, we look at another statistic we're very interested in is attrition rate, the likelihood you have to leave. Now, on average, just put this in perspective, attrition rate is a way of measuring success in business. Now, if you look at the statistics in general, if you've got something like a cleaning or a gardening business or something similar to that, best statistics are that between 90 and 95% of businesses fail in their first year. And you can look this up actually, go online and check it out. There's a site called the Cleaning Janitorial Service Association of America or something like that. You can actually find it. And their estimate is that 95% of cleaning businesses fail in their first year. You would like to guess what our actual first year attrition rate is? A wild stab at that? It's around about 11%. Okay? But that's not evenly spread. Again, franchisees who leave tend to have a much lower star rating on average than those who last the first year. Mind you, I might say that not everybody who leaves because of lack of work. Sometimes it's because they get offered a great job somewhere else, or because they might have a health issue, for example, or they might go independent and run their own business, which is something that people do at times. But all the same, the chance of you actually persisting long term is much, much greater if you have a high standard of customer service as measured by our own systems. So it's very important that we give great customer service. It's also a matter of how we achieve this when it's more than just one person doing a job. Then we like to guess the single most important thing that we do to drive customer service. The one most important thing that we do. If anybody gets this, you're going to be a real star, because this is a small group. If anybody come up with this answer, do you know what it is? We try very hard to choose good people. Does that surprise you? We have a system. In actual fact, when I give franchise or training, the first hour and a half of the first talk they get is myself talking about franchisee selection, choosing good people. And it's not a matter of getting rid of most people, but if you can pick out that 10% of franchisees who are likely to give poor service and say no to them, you'll dramatically improve customer service overall. Because the most important thing in customer service is not what we do, but the kind of person you are. So one of the things we try very hard to do is, when we're talking to prospective franchisees, is find out whether you've got good standards of customer service. Ideally, what you will have done is you've done some interviews, and ideally also a trialing day of some kind. And I used to have my trainers actually measure, give a report, an ABCD report on the franchisee, the prospect being taken out. So A is fantastic, B is good, C is some issues, D is a fail. If I even got one C, we'd look at that person very carefully. So right from the beginning, even when my competitors had no choice, no system of choice at all, we were always selective. So that's actually number one. It's the most important thing. What else is important? Training. It's not a coincidence that the first training session of our course is the founder of the business and the current CEO, which is myself, talking to you what you probably already think is an inordinately long time about customer service. We talk a lot about customer service. We train customer service. You're going to get more about customer service through this course, including the last two I'm going to give at the end of it, usually on the Wednesday afternoon. We're going to talk about customer service more. And it's going to come through your meetings, and it's going to come through newsletters, and it's going to come through discussions with your franchisor. We're never going to stop talking about it. We're never going to stop coaching you in how to achieve great customer service. The toilet's just up the back there on that way. No problems. You'll be missed. You give good answers. Bracing, lovely bracing, cool weather. Don't you? You'll be sorry to go back to the sticky, muggy heat of Queenstown, won't you? Oh, seriously. It's so nice here. All right. Okay. That's all right. Nothing wrong with Queenstown. It wouldn't be solved moving at 1,000 k's closer to the South Pole. But I digress. What else do we do? We have a system which actually allows you to pick what work you want to get. One of the main reasons why independents are notoriously unreliable is that they can't control their workflow. It's not their fault if you think about it, because they're getting work from all sorts of sources, could be Yellow Pages, online these days, whatever. And they're flooding in. There's no control when they come in. So the independent might have no work at all this week, And next week they're flooded. Well, if an extra call comes in and the message on the machine and stuff, they just don't bother to return it. Why would they? Because if they ring back and say, we can't help you, they've lost them anyway. So why go to the trouble? Why not go out there and service all these customers? If they want to book a job in, they might have time for 4 jobs. They book 6 in. What the heck? 1 and 2 of them might cancel and the rest might come to it. So it's actually part of the, it's not their fault. It's just out of the way that independents run their business. Now, it's very different with you because you're going to tell us in advance exactly what work you want. You can book this a week in advance, but you can change it any time, and you'll say, I want these jobs in these suburbs at these times of day. Now, we might have 15 people working in a certain area, and there might only be one person who wants that job, and we will direct that right to that particular person. That's why the customer is going to get better service, because when we actually tell them, yes, somebody will call you back within 2 hours, we're doing it because somebody has said, yes, I am available, take this job now, I'm available to call that client back. I'm going to take it. So our service by that nature, but the reason that we allocate work is going to be better from the word go. Now, to give this system a bit of bite, what we did many, many years ago was a change to the way we charged fees. Now, it might seem strange that charging fees can actually cause better customer service, but listen to this system. Does anybody know how fast food retail franchises charge fees? How is it normally done? Does anybody know that? Percentage of turnover, exactly right. So who said that? Yeah, percentage of turnover. When you go into McDonald's and you order a Big Mac and large fries, they'll punch these little colour buttons on the cash register. That information goes electronically through to the head office and they measure it from there. Now, there are franchises in service franchises that work the same way. Jarney King is one, and I think James's is too. I think they're almost dead now. But it's very unusual, but it does occasionally happen. They take a percentage of turnover. Most service franchises in Australia work on a fixed fee basis. So they charge a certain amount. Now, the reason for that is because it's administratively very complicated to know what a franchisee is making, because we don't really know what you're making. There's a lot of cash and stuff like that too, and a lot of effort. So it's generally simpler to charge a flat rate fee, which is the same every month. It's a predictable income for the franchisor, predictable cost for the franchisee. Now, at Jim's, we do charge a flat rate fee. It's a bit lower than most of our competitors, because on top of that fee, we put a small fee for every lead provided. It's called a lead fee. Can anybody work out why we would do that? Why don't we charge? Sometimes franchisees object to lead fees, and they say, oh, you only do it because you want more money. Well, if we wanted more money, why don't we just raise the base fee a bit higher? Why charge less for the lead base fee and more for the lead fee? Can anybody figure out how charging a lead fee could drive customer service? What would be the reason? How could it work? It's an incentive to follow up, and it's the incentive not to take a job you don't want. Does that make sense? So, for example, if you've paid, and it's not usually a lot, it could be, say, $10. In some divisions, like antennas, $30 plus. But you know that if you take that lead, you're paying that much money. So if you don't want the work, why would you pay the money? And what it means is that the franchisees who want the work, who take the work, are the ones who really want it. Now, when we were trying this thing in the beginning, in the very early days of Jim's, what we did was we actually had some franchisees with lead fees and some were on flat fees. And we actually followed up the customers. We actually rang the customers to ask them what had happened. And what we found was this, that when there was a flat fee but no lead fee, 25% of the customers, 1 in 4, said they had no call. When there was a lead fee involved, only 3% of the customers said they had no call. 1/8 as many. Because in the first group, they could just take the lead, get round to it and so forth if they had time. But the second group would say, I'm not going to take this because I don't want to pay that lead fee because I don't think I can get to it, so I'll take myself off work. And the second statistic was what is the actual conversion rate? What proportion of the job leads actually turn into jobs? Where there was no lead fee, just a flat fee, a bit under half. But where there was a lead fee, we were converting around 75%. So if you look at it another way, not only would we have 1/8 as many customers let down, but for the same number of leads, we were able to get 50% more paid jobs, 50% more income to our franchisees. Can you see how powerful that is? It really, really worked dramatically well. So as a result of that trial, we decided to make it universal. See, what would actually happen was that a franchisee who was on lead fees will be down for work and you think, I've got a pretty busy day, I couldn't really take any more, I will ring up the call centre. It's all online these days if you want to go. They ring up the call centre and say, sorry, don't take me off the work. Because it's only a phone call, it's like 30 seconds and then they're off work, they don't get the lead. The job would then come in, instead of going to the guy who was busy, it'd go to the next guy in line. He'd say, oh, fantastic, wow, that's great. He's got a job. And he goes and quotes it and he goes and does it. He gets an extra income. That's why lead fees are powerful and effective and they do work. Tell me, why do so many franchises get upset about them? Anybody like to think why? Why would you not want to pay a lead fee? Why would you object to paying a lead fee? Because you don't get the job. Sometimes people are just tire kickers. Sometimes people are impossible to reach. Nobody objects to paying. If I give you a lead fee and you paid $10 for it and you pick up a $10,000 ongoing job, you think that was fantastic, wouldn't you? But if I give you a lead fee and you paid $10 and it doesn't come back because you can't even reach the client, which does happen at times, quite different, okay? So there's a natural emphasis to say, well, I don't mind paying a lead fee when I get the job, but I don't want to pay a lead fee when I can't get the job, when I can't reach them. Why don't we accept that? It's because the whole point of the lead fee system, it's the incentive. So what we do instead is we say we're going to knock off usually 15% of all leads. We're going to assume that you can't get them all. In fact, we don't even want you to get them all. But apart from that, a lead is a lead is a lead. Unless it's something like the wrong city or something like that, we do not take off lead fees. Does that make sense? Again, as in most things, it's a tough system. And some of you down the track a bit, you will see this. You will get a lead, you pay for that lead, and you really can't convert it for one reason or another. It's a real dud lead, and sometimes they are. You still pay for it, but the reason is because that's what drives the incentive. And in the end, it gives better service, and in the end, it provides more income for all of our franchisees because of the incentive to follow up. Because if you don't get the job once, you'll try it again, won't you? You'll try it now, you'll send a text, you'll ring again in a couple of hours, you'll ring again, you'll send another text, you'll keep on trying because you've paid that lead fee and you don't want to blow that money. And eventually, usually you can get onto the client if you try hard enough. So that's what lead fees are about. But they can cause issues, they can cause problems. I just want you to be aware of this. What we also do, and this is particularly, wasn't there at the beginning, but we brought this in after a few years, when we got a handle on how many complaints we were still getting, is we actually started to measure complaints. And the way we measure them is that most franchisees get very few complaints. That's a simple matter. But we have a system that says if you get 4 complaints that are at least 4% of total leads within 6 months, then we send you a warning letter. And if everything goes right from that, complaints stop, which they often do actually. Franchises get these letters, they're pretty scary. It explains what's going to happen if the complaints continue. But if in the next 6 months, or within the next few months, you get another 4%, then there's a breach notice. And then there's retraining, and there's no work until you go for retraining. And then you're on, basically every complaint is sent to me to have a look at. And that's really, really, really tough. And that happens, it's only a very small fraction of franchises get these, but it's quite a severe sanction on those who, like in our bottom 1 or 2% of franchisees who are in this kind of situation. There's not a lot, but we focus on those because these people actually cost everybody because most complaints come from a fairly small minority of franchisees. Now bear in mind too, a complaint can be gotten off, no matter what you do wrong. If you can go back and satisfy the client, I'll remove the complaint. If you're late, if you fail to give a quote, if you do poor work, anything you do, as long as you go back and fix that client, we'll wipe the complaint. So these are complaints that are not being remedied, not being rectified. And they're repeated complaint after complaint after complaint after complaint. Now, complaints can arise because of clients ringing up and saying, I'm not happy. complaints can also arise out of surveys, because we actually surveyed clients after about 10 days after the lead set up. We sent a survey out. If the client comes back with a comment and a star rating indicates they're not happy in some way, that is measured as a complaint too. So we get complaints from that as well. You also get a star rating. Now, most franchisees in gyms these days have pretty good star ratings, mostly 4.6 and above, which is great. There's a few that go below that, and that's also a sign of danger, and that can cause certain kinds of problems, like a very low star rating will give you slightly lower priority in terms of work. So if there's two franchisees with equal priority for a job, and one's got a 4.6 and one's got a 4.2, the 4.6, there's very powerful incentive. Now, this again can cause some angst, and I don't want to gild the lily on this. You will find the system hurts at times. Not all complaints are fair. Not all ratings are fair. Now, if we can show, and I will personally get involved in this, every day I delete multiple complaints and surveys when the evidence is shown. Client says you didn't get back. Okay, here's the phone call. Here's the star rating. All right, you did a poor job. The client wasn't happy, but here's the client now saying I'm happy. Take it off. So I'm very happy to remove as many complaints and poor surveys as I can once the evidence is presented. But if you get these complaints and these poor surveys and you can't fix the client, then there are consequences. I hope nobody in this room will ever get such a letter. The great majority of you, of course, never will, because most franchisees get very, very, very few complaints, and most get very good surveys. But the system's there, and it hurts a bit, and sometimes it upsets you. Funny thing is, people who get most upset about complaints are often the very best. You know, you get somebody who's got a 4.9 star rating, and they get a complaint. It's a really, really, really big thing. Even if they haven't had anyone in the last year, only one complaint, it means nothing, but it's a very big thing. So you'll find that surveys and complaints and stuff matter a great deal to our people. They can hurt, they can sting. I get a lot of pressure at times to ease up on this, but it has worked phenomenally well. And as we've done this, and look, the real value of this system can so clearly be seen in this recent times. We have independents desperately short of work, ringing up to say we want more work, we want more work, we want more work through our Gyms Plus system. On the whole, most of our franchisees up until last week have been completely flat out. If we all go into lockdown, it's different. But we are, in a sense, this crisis is something we've been preparing for years. By constantly lifting our levels of customer service, we have such a powerful name with the public, despite the fact that we're expensive, that the work keeps coming in. And in fact, in a very strange way, obviously being locked down wouldn't be good, but a recession would be very good for Gyms Group, because our biggest problem in recent years has not been work, it's been the fact that we just aren't able to attract enough franchisees to grow as fast as we like to, as fast as we need to, given the work that we've got. So in bad times, we're likely to do very, very well. And people will see that. We actually did very well back in the 90s. We had a recession then too. And it was a great time for gyms because people were losing their jobs, and we're very secure. We've got a secure livelihood because our reputation is such. The work keeps on coming in no matter what. Even if 10% of the population is out of work, they're still going to need things done, and we're going to be where they come to. Now, from what I've said so far, you're probably starting to get an impression that customer service is important to gyms. Is that getting through at all? I could talk for another hour and a half if you'd like to, but you are convinced that this is something that we take seriously. Is that correct? All right, I'm glad to see that. Everybody's nodding their heads. Would it surprise you then if I said that customer service is not our number one priority? There is something that we at gyms, and myself in particular, consider substantially more important and more central than customer service. There's one thing and one thing only that we spend more effort and time and energy thinking about and working out than customer service. What is that thing? You are. Exactly right. Franchisees, your welfare is our number one priority. And in terms of sheer time and effort and discussions and everything that goes on as franchisors, let me assure you, this takes far, far, far more time than that. In fact, if you think about it, the whole purpose of customer service is not to serve some abstract idea. It's to serve one thing, which is keeping you busy. No matter how difficult the times are, no matter what goes on, if we give great customer service, we're going to get you busy quickly with good paying jobs. In a sense, you might say there's only one goal, central goal to gyms, and that is keeping franchisees happy. And customer service is part of that goal. They are not opposite. Some people say they're opposite. You either look after clients or you look after franchisees. No, we look after clients so that we can look after you as franchisees. So let's look at all the things that we do to make you successful and happy. Can anybody like to think about the most important thing? Probably choosing good people. It's the same as customer service. If we choose people, some people have no talent for business. Some people should not be in business. We had a situation last year where this young man was going to buy a franchise, and I got in touch, and the mother got in touch with, his mother got in touch with me with some difficulties, and I found out that this young guy was buying a franchise, but he wasn't, his mother was putting up the money, and I asked her why, and she said, because he can't get a job. Nobody will employ him, so therefore I'm going to buy a franchise for him. And I said to her, you cannot buy a franchise. And I actually got back to the franchisor and I roasted him and I said, how on earth could you let this happen? This is somebody who's a young guy in his 20s, can't find a job, his mother is buying the business for him. This is 100% guaranteed failure. It was completely wrong and unconscionable. He said he didn't know. I said, well, you should have asked. It was so obvious. Now, the mother was very upset. She actually said to me, I wish I'd never contacted you. And I said, look, it's really good that you did, but still, I don't want to be too hard. There's quite a few guys in your area who are completely flat out for work, completely flat out. What if I arrange for him, your son, to actually, get a job with one of those? So that's what happened. Actually, I spoke to the franchisor and he arranged for this young man to go out on the road with a couple of our franchisees as an assistant. Anybody like to guess what happened? He was hopeless. He was absolutely hopeless. And they eventually, they couldn't keep him on. He was hopeless. And he would have failed in no uncertain terms very, very quickly. We're being completely unconscionable. So what we do one of the main things that we do to help ensure that our franchise is successful is we knock back people that we've got doubts about. Some people should not be in business for themselves. And that is for the sake of the clients, but it's even more for the sake of the franchisees. In fact, when I started having gyms, the thing, I was selective. My competitor at that time, my main competitor, the VIP, was not. And I was determined that I was going to be. And one of the reasons I did it is because when I was selling lawn mowing grounds, I actually was having a discussion with one of my trainers. And he asked me how a couple of people had gone. He mentioned two by name that he'd taken out. Because what I used to do was send them out on the road just to be shown how the job worked. There was no training as such, but it was just on the road. And I said, well, actually, they both failed within 6 months. And he said, I thought so. I said, why? He said, because when I took them out, they didn't have good attitudes towards customer service. They just weren't suited to being in business. Now, I didn't ask at that stage. I didn't have any screening process, but I was determined when I started the franchise that I was going to screen every potential franchisee to try as far as possible make sure that they had the aptitude for it. So when we're talking about franchises being successful, strangely enough, one of the things we do is actually say no to people that we think may be unsuccessful. We're not always right, I must say. It's the best impression that we can get. But the mantra we have is when in doubt, say no. So that's there. Obviously, training, very, very important. Now, this particular course you're doing here, you would think of it just something you need to do to get into gyms. It's something that we put in your place. And I've had people actually say, well, I've mowed lawns before, I've washed windows before, I don't need to do the course, do I? And I say, yes, you do. Very simple reason for that is doing this course, it actually significantly increases your chance of being successful. And again, we're always measuring statistics at gyms, but one of the things we measure is attrition rate. Our attrition rate for many years was around 17%, about 1 in 6. And that was uniform across different states, across different years. It was about 1 in 6. When we put the first version of this course in place, many, many years ago, we very anxiously looked at the attrition rate, and it immediately dropped. The first year it dropped to 10.5%. It's been around that 10, 11% ever since. So just actually doing this course alone reduces by approximately 1/3 your chance of not being here in a year's time. That's how important this particular course is. And every session in this course has one fundamental lesson, is how to keep you prosperous and safe. Particularly how you can not do the things. That's why I'm emphasizing so much things like calling back on time and turning up and checking the client is happy. These are the kinds of practices that will make you successful. And every session about goal setting has the same function. How can we help you see? So training is very important. Training does not stop at induction training. Training goes on. It goes through meetings. It goes through discussions with your franchisor. It goes through newsletters. It keeps on going. There's all kinds of resources available to you to help you to train you to be good at what you do. Training in divisional things, in technical things is important, but the thing that makes the most difference usually is in terms of business skills, customer service, bookkeeping, those kinds of areas, having your business run well. So training is very, very important. What else matters? Finding your work. Well, we've discussed that in the past, but obviously that's a major issue. And if I asked each of you why you're here, rather than going out as independent, you would probably quite sensibly say, well, because when I come to gyms, I'm much more likely to get plenty of work. And that is absolutely the case. We are, on the whole, in all due modesty, we are very good at finding new work. That's why more than 170,000 customers last year we had to say no to, because we've got so much work. The result is that most of you, many of you will be busy. I can't speak for the immediate situation now, but in normal terms, most of you will be pretty busy even from the first week onwards, and pretty well all of you within a few months. That's just normal statistics, okay? If you don't have enough work in the early days, we have a thing called pay for work guarantee, which means you have the right to go out and offer free services, or in some cases free promotional, to anybody you like. It can be friends, neighbours, family, local shopkeepers, people at your local church or football club, or anybody you know. Anybody at all you know, you can offer a free service to, and your franchisor will pay you. And the reason we do that is because it gives you income, but more than that, it actually builds your business, and that gets a floor under your business. So it's a powerful system. I have to say, I don't know any case in the last decade where a franchisee's paid more than $2,000 in pay for work guarantee, because franchisees who do it get busy very, very quickly. And I'll talk more about this on my Wednesday afternoon talk about income and so forth. But you've got plentiful work coming through for most of the time. I can't speak right for the moment. We are in a peculiar situation which is unprecedented, but it's really quite striking. Even over the past few weeks, when the general amount of work and economy has been going through crisis, most of our franchises are still very, very busy. What else do we do? We not only give you work, but we let you choose the kind of work you want to do. Now, I talked before about this about terms of customer service, but it's to make sure the customer's looked after, but it also helps you to get the best quality of work. So, for example, what you have an area, you have a territory, then you have areas that go out from that. As you get busier, what you can do is shrink your area and take work closer and closer to home. And the busier you get, the more fussy you can be. You should always at least take your territory if you possibly can. A lot of franchisees don't, but they should. Not only that, but you can pick the kinds of jobs that you wish to do. So, for example, you'll find cleaners who only take commercial cleaning jobs. Nothing else. Only commercial cleaning, nothing else. You'll find mowing franchisees, so-called, who take, like they might take mowing jobs in this area. There's the guy in Canberra I know. He takes a mowing job just in his immediate area. But you take gutters all over Canberra. Why? Because gutters are so lucrative. You can make $250 for an hour's work cleaning double-story gutters. He's got the gear. He loves doing them. They're really, really good money. Others do landscaping and other kinds of work. So you can pick the services that you want to do. And it's entirely up to you. It's not what the clients want. If the client wants a service, you don't want to offer it, sorry. We don't. We try not to blow a raspberry at them, but we have to tell them, sorry, we can't help you. Because in the end, it's your welfare. And if you want to wait and not do the once-off job, to wait for the really lucrative job that you really want to do, that's your prerogative. Because the system is designed to serve you and your interests. So on the whole, lots of work. The kinds of work you want it, when you want it, where you want it, to maximise your income. Not only that, we act as a buying group. People often come to us, want to flog stuff to our franchisees, which are not unreasonable. We've got nearly 4,000 franchisees. You're fairly big buyers. How do you get into Jim's group? Do you pay for an advert in the newsletter? No, won't work. There's only one thing you've got to do, is you've got to give us the best possible deal. And we'll pass that straight through. And it's a matter of very firm policy. We do not take money from suppliers. We actually had a situation with, anybody here from painting or handyman? Yes, okay. We had a situation where Taubmans wanted to give a really good offer. And they have given us a fantastic offer. It's 35% off paint. That is a brilliant offer. In fact, because some of our painting guys do a lot of work, it actually more than covers their franchise fees, so it's a great offer. So there's 35% off the paint, and 10% comes to us. That was what they gave us. I said, you can't do that. We can't take it. It's against our principles to take any money from a supplier. And they said, we have to give it to you. Our system won't allow us to do anything else. So you know what we've got to do? We've got to take the money, and then we've got to distribute it back to the franchisees. We will not take. We had people approach us about petrol deals. We had one company came to us, they wanted to give a certain amount of discount. I said, not enough. Then BP came along and they gave us a better deal, which is, I think it's 4% off, only $2 a month. Very good. I use it myself. It's great. It's a saving of money, and it's also very good for account keeping purposes. You don't lose your receipts or anything. So we just better do Bunnings. We've got a deal. You can get your tradies discount. You can get some special gyms discount. Again, go straight to the franchisees. We don't want any part of it. You know, one of the problems with some of these companies like Retail Food Group is that they actually get money back from suppliers. We may suggest you use certain suppliers to get good quality stuff, like in antennas, for example. But it's not because we make money out of it. We specifically don't want that. If we're going to charge you money, it comes out of your fees. Everything we give you is a recommendation to be best for you. We actually had one franchisor in the past who was, we were pretty certain taking money from a supplier. This was in the Diggers division. We found out about it, and they're no longer in the division. I can tell you that. They're gone. It's a really appalling breach to do a thing like that. So, buying group. Then we have the position of your franchisor. And this actually matters a great deal more than you might think. You might think going into business what counts is having enough work and so forth and a bit of training on how to do it. In actual fact, what we've discovered is that having a franchisor who can help and support you is enormously important. And we discovered this in the early days, in a very hard way. When I started off, I was running a business from a suburb not very far from here, actually in Blackburn. And what I noticed was this, that the franchisees who were around where I lived were very happy and positive and doing very well. The further we got out from where I was, the less well they tended to do. And as we started going interstate, which is basically not because I asked for it, because people started wanting to do this, just join up from interstate, what I found was that we had a really high failure rate from people who were interstate. What we quickly figured out is that what we needed was local franchisors in each area. And we figured out one of the most important things was meetings. Again, it doesn't seem like the sort of thing that you'd think would be so important to a business. And I didn't think so at the beginning. I honestly did not think. I mean, we had meetings because they were in my house and it was easy. But people who were more distant didn't have meetings. And I think that's one of the main reasons that they failed, because they didn't have that regular support. We've actually worked out how often meetings should be held. And it's a strange figure. You'd think, you know, every month or every quarter. No, it's about every 6 weeks. Why do we do that? Because we check our surveys of franchisee satisfaction against how many meetings they've had in the last 3 months. And the optimum is 2. If they have more meetings than that, they don't tend to be any happier. If they have less meetings, they tend to be less happy, and the less meetings, the less happy they are. It's a very simple arrangement. So every 6 weeks, which is 8 meetings a year, is the optimum. Why do you think meetings are important? Anybody got any ideas? Why do they matter so much? Why do having meetings mean it's so much more likely that our franchisees will succeed and stay with us and make good income and feel good about their business? Why? Get ideas from each other, yes. A lot of mutual ideas. You get support from somebody giving a talk out the front, but often the most important thing, the most valuable thing, is just the connections you make with fellow franchisees. And they say, I've tried this, and how'd that work? Oh, this new kind of cleaning fluid, or whatever it is. You share ideas. You've had...
So you can get clarification, so you're not 100% sure what you've done. You can get clarification through others if aren't on the right track.
Yeah, you ask questions, you ask them. You mix up with them. The other thing we've found too is that, and this is going to sound strange to you, but the social side matters a great deal. That sense of being part of a family, a community, a clan, whatever you like to call it, of people who share common interests and work together. That sense of mutual support. What you will find is as you go to meetings, you'll get to know other franchisees and they'll become mates, they'll become friends, and you'll talk at other times and you'll bring each other up. And you'll wave to each other in the street or when you meet at the tip or whatever else. So that sense of community is very, very useful and very important. Sometimes being out by yourself can be a little bit isolating. This is important to recognise. Being in business for yourself is great. It really has so many advantages in terms of flexibility and in terms of lifestyle. And it's wonderful. And I actually make a practice of ringing franchisees who get good anniversaries, like 10, 15, 20, 25 years. One I've just rung 30 years, actually. And they love what they do. They really enjoy it. They say it's a great move. I love the business. The single most important reason they give is they love the flexibility and the fact that it allows them to spend time with their kids and their family. So there are many advantages of being in business. But the one disadvantage there can be, as opposed to, say, working in an office environment or a factory or somewhere like that, is that it can be isolating. Coming to meetings, getting to know your fellow franchisees, forming a community, supporting each other, is actually an incredibly important part of your success. Yes?
My name's John, it's my wife Farah. The reason we've joined Jim's is we were invited to a franchisee meeting.
Yes.
As soon as we sat down at the table, it was at a golf club, at a dinner. As soon as we sat down, within a minute, these people are like fandom, and they were all looking out for each other.
Great.
So
There is, that's wonderful to say that. We do have this experience. There was something very moving that happened, I think it was last year or the year before. I don't know if you heard about the story, but in Western Australia, one of our franchisees went crazy. He killed his wife and his 3 little girls. You ever heard about that? It was a really, really, really awful thing that happened. It was just so upsetting. It's very hard to even now to cope with this, because it's one of our people, so it's very close to home. Nothing to do with the business, I hesitate to add. He actually said that his business was a big positive in his life, but he had some inner demons. I don't even know why he did it. Nobody knows. But everybody was very upset, and I flew across to Perth, and I actually spoke to a meeting there, which is actually at a golf club in Perth. And most of the franchisees in Western Australia were there at that meeting, and I just spoke to them. And I came back to them and I said, what? They were really upset. Everybody was really distraught. It's like almost like losing a family member. That's how they felt about it. And I said to them, okay, what can we do? What can we do to avoid these kind of things happening again? And you can imagine the kind of feeling in the room, and all these suggestions came out. basically pretty much all of which we adopted. For example, we've got a card that we hand out, which has got all the a fridge magnet, which has got all the emergency numbers and mental health and stuff, which people are encouraged to put in their fridge. We sent that out to everybody. You should get one with your kit. We've instituted mental health training for franchisors, which is part of their training now. We put a system whereby we have an extra person who's the go-to person if we can't reach the individual franchisee. So there's a few things like that. But one of the things they suggested at the time was that certain franchisees act as mentors, unpaid mentors, to be available to chat to franchisees who've got any kinds of issues or concern. This is beyond their franchisors, and the people who are specifically there. This is an unpaid job. I asked people, I said, would anybody be prepared to volunteer for a thing like that, which is taking up a whole heap of their time and energy without any prospect of any kind of payment or reward. And you know what? Most of the people in that meeting put up their hand, and I was really blown away. I was really moved by that, because we do feel like a family, like a community, and that came out. It was a very moving experience, actually. I mean, it was horrifying what happened, but the way the franchisees wanted to help each other, wanted to try and do anything they could to try and stop something so terrible ever happening again, because we're together. And that sense of community matters a great deal. And that's why meetings matter a lot. It's very important to attend meetings. It really is. It's one of your major benefits. It's the most important time. Now, you're going to find this weird if I say this. It is by far the most important time you will spend in your business in the entire year. Those 8 or so evenings usually take a couple of hours, frequently have a meal together, this kind of thing. That time is so, so important. And you'll find too, it's good for you morally and spiritually to be part of with your fellow franchisees. It's also very good for your business. Just to give one example, there was a franchisee who was always telling me a story about the fact that he knew certain franchisees in his region were very poor at upselling. Everyone know what upselling is? It's when you go in to do a job, like you're going to clean the house and you offer to clean the oven or the windows, for example. Or you go in, you're asked as a handyman to go in and fix somebody's a door, and you have a look around, you say, could I also have a look at your cupboards or whatever. So it's upselling is a very important part of being successful in business. Franchisees who upsell effectively tend to make a lot more money than those who don't, and are much more likely to succeed and stay with us for long term. So this franchisor knew that certain franchisees in his region were very poor at upselling. So he decided to run a special training course on upselling. And because he didn't want to be the speaker himself all the time, he decided to get a successful franchisee who was really good at upselling, making a lot of money, really knew how to do it, to give a talk instead. The trouble was, he had an embarrassment of riches. There was 3 guys there in his region who were phenomenally good at upselling. They were really good, making fantastic money. They were great at it. I forget their names actually, but let's call them Tom, Dick and Harry. So he had no reason to pick between these 3 people. He just picked Tom. He said it's completely arbitrary, they're all fantastic. And the evening of the talk came and Tom got up and gave, he said it was the best talk ever. It was so inspiring, it was so practical, it was so helpful. And while Tom was giving the talk, the franchisor was looking around the room and he was looking for the guys who were really struggling to upsell. And you know what? They weren't there. But he said what really struck him is sitting down, listening eagerly to every word was Dick and Harry, the 2 guys who could have given the talk. Why is it that the people who needed to hear it weren't there and the people who could have given it were there? Because the real difference between is that the Dick and Harry, and Tom of course also, were the people who were always looking for ways to improve what they do. And they said, no matter how much I'm making, I don't care if I'm making $4,000 a week, I want to make $4,500. If I'm making $4,500, I want to make $5,000. Making $5,000, I want to make $5,500. And there are franchisees in gyms making over $1 million a year in net profit. You might find that surprising, but they are. Same sort of contract as you, paying the same fees as you, possibly slightly more lead fees, because they've got multiple workers. But the people who want to improve what they do all the time, meetings are the best place to do that. So they've got this double whammy. They get this emotional, personal support, which is really helpful and valuable, the sense of fellowship, of family, of friendship, and also the motivation and the ability to grow and grow your business. Very powerful. Now, on top of that, your franchisor also has responsibilities to you directly. Your franchisor is there if you have any sorts of questions. And we have a specific requirement from franchisors that they respond to any call of yours within 24 hours, or email within 24 hours business days. Not to do so is a serious breach of contract. And I mean serious. They can be terminated for not doing this. It's so serious we take it. Now, we know actually from the surveys that the vast majority of franchisors are very, very good at this. They'll take the call or bring you straight back. It's extremely rare that any franchisor doesn't respond within 24 hours to any franchisee. This is business days, of course. But that's the requirement. If you've got any kind of issue, any kind of business or even personal issue, anything at all, you ring your franchisor and they have a responsibility to get back to you. The other thing we require from franchisors, and this didn't come about, this wasn't something we thought about for a long time. We were trying to figure out why certain franchisors were so much more successful than others, why their franchise systems were growing, why their franchises were happier, why they were sticking around longer. Again, attrition rate. We always rattle about attrition rate. It's our ability to keep you happy and satisfied and with us that's incredibly important. Why their attrition rate was low, why they were doing so well, why they were growing. And we actually figured out, and this was almost by accident, that what they were doing, the good ones, was ringing their franchisees. Not just waiting for the franchisees to call them, they were actually proactively ringing franchisees. We call this a proactive call. Now, initially we set it as monthly. More recently, we've actually set the guidelines, if possible, weekly, certainly for new franchisees. The best franchisors tend to call at least weekly, the most successful ones. But monthly is the minimum. And again, a franchisor can be breached for failure to do this, even for a minority of franchisees, unless they say they don't want it, of course. So it's a very powerful responsibility. Has a very big impact. And again, it's interesting. A lot of things worked out very differently to what I thought. When I started franchising, I had no clear idea of what I needed to do. Actually, I thought I needed to give them plenty of work. I understood that okay, and certainly be available if they needed me, but I didn't understand more. But we tried all kinds of things. One of the things we used to do in the early days is get franchisors to spend a half day every 6 months or every year go with the franchisee going through their business, doing a really total business analysis. Anybody like to guess what the effect of that was on satisfaction, attrition rate, anything? Zero. Had no impact at all. Half a day with the franchisee had no impact. But we found ringing up somebody 5 minutes once a month had a dramatic impact. And even more if it's done weekly or more often, even if it's 3-minute call, just ringing up saying, hello, how are you? It's surprising in a way, isn't it? It's not what I expected. We thought it was a coaching call, and it can be, but it's more of a relationship, keeping in touch, finding out how you're going. If you have any issues, talk to me about them. But just simply keep that relationship going. And so much of it is actually about relationship, about community. It's surprising. It's not what I thought, but it's what we find works. And we look at who's successful, and we're always doing this. We're looking at who's successful, who's making it work, and we say, okay, what are you doing? And let's do more of that. And the only way we reward franchisors, by the way, we don't give any franchisor awards for growth or profitability or anything. You know the only way we do rewards? We do it from a survey based on what the franchisees say about our franchisors, about their franchisors, about the level of support they give. That's the only way we measure and the only way we reward. And we have a national conference which will be called off this year because of the crisis, but we give out certificates which can be gold or platinum or diamond, which is a new category we didn't even have until about 3 years ago, simply based on how good support is given by our franchisors to our franchisees. That's the only metric that we reward franchisors. Same thing with franchisees, by the way. We don't measure your level of income. We don't even know it most of the time. We're going to measure you by your star rating, to support you, the way you look after your franchisees. That's the biggest thing. If I ever have any contact with a franchisee, one thing I'll always do is check their star rating. And if they've got a good star rating, which most do, of course, these days, I will congratulate them. If anybody wanted a work reference when they left you, look at the star rating, give them the greatest reference in the world. If there's any issues with a client, for example, star rating gives credibility. So we measure and we support. It's all based on service. So this is the support that we give our franchisors. Now our franchisees. Now I want to talk about how we make that happen. How we actually make sure, as far as possible, that our franchisors give great support to our franchisees. One of the major keys to this is in the contracts. Now, you probably find contracts pretty boring. I would like to guess that most of you hadn't actually read their contract. Has anybody actually read the contract, by the way? Good on you. Well done. Well, the fact that you had a go at it. It's actually not as difficult as you might think. I've actually rewritten it myself into plain language. It's not that hard to read. It's actually a very unusual document in franchising terms. When I first had the contract written, I engaged lawyers, and I actually got rid of them and got some other lawyers. It took me 9 months. Most of that time was arguing with lawyers because they kept on saying you're being too nice. Because my vision of a contract was something that would give franchisees real protection. They kept on saying you want to give yourself more flexibility, in other words, more ability to do what you want. And I said, no, I didn't want to. So I actually put a number of quite unusual clauses in the contract. One of them is an automatic right of renewal. When you reach the end of your term, if you're compliant, you have a right of renewal. That's caused some major problems in the franchising community. In fact, there's been parliamentary inquiries about it, in one of which we were actually quoted. They actually quoted the Gym's survey, the clause in our contract, that you have the right to renew. And not only that, but any future contract must have the same clause in it, or similar clause in it. That was locked into our contract from the beginning. We have a concept of territory, which means that you have an absolute right of first refusal to any lead that comes into your territory, but you are not restricted in any way as to where you can pick up work from referral or any other way. The only thing you cannot do is you cannot deliberately canvass jobs from somebody else's territory. And that was put in because the franchisees asked me to. That wasn't me, that was them saying, we don't want somebody knocking doors in our territory, which is pretty reasonable anyway. But apart from that, territory rights actually restrict us as franchisors, not you as franchisees. There is no limit to the size of your business. There is no limit to how many workers you can have. There is no limit to how many vans or trailers you can have on the road, how many employees you can put on. No limit at all. As I said, we've got franchisees turning over in the millions of dollars, and they pay on the same base contract as you. And sometimes people say, should I go a second contract? And I say, franchise. I say, what for? Why don't you keep the same one, and you'll keep your fee, your base fee is the same. You don't pay any extra fee, you don't pay any extra admin fee, nothing. It's exactly the same fee. So it actually, where in most systems, if you want to grow to an extra unit or whatever, you have to pay for it. In ours, we actually encourage it. And people have actually said to me over the years, why do you do that? You've got people who are having multiple trailers or vans or whatever on the road, and you charge them the same fee as you do anybody else. And I simply said to them, well, what more did I do? If they've got all these workers and stuff, it's their efforts. I haven't done anything different. They've got the same training. They've got the same support. They might take more leads, but they pay more lead fees, which is great. We like it because it gets rid of the unserviced leads. So what did I do? Why should we take more money just because a franchisee puts the effort to be more successful? We guarantee your clients. There's actually, in some systems, you'll have a clause that says, if somebody else moves into your area, into an area where you've got clients, then we would take your regular clients off you in that area and give them to the new guy. And we will pay you this amount or nothing or whatever. That's in their contracts. Our contract specifically says we cannot take a client off you without your consent unless the client asks us to. That's the only reason. Now, if you want to sell your clients for any price that you want, it's totally up to you. Your decision, not ours. Now, these were all part of the original franchise agreement that we set up. That was 30 years ago now. In fact, it was 30 years ago in June last year I signed my first franchisee. They were all in there. And the lawyers said to me, this is impractical. You are going to want to soften this with time and give yourself more power and take some of these ridiculous overrights to the franchisees. You know what happened? The absolute opposite. over the years we've changed other things. For example, after a few years, we gave franchisees the right to move to a different franchisor, even a different division. So if a franchisee is not happy, they're not getting enough work, they don't like the franchise, or any reason at all, moved, whatever, they can actually go to the franchisor of the region or the division they want and say, can I come into your area? If that franchisor says yes, their own franchisor has no say. This is totally unknown. Nobody in the world does this except us. Because what it does is it means you're going to be treated like clients. And what will happen is if you have a franchisor who's not doing a great job, I don't mean they're breaching contract, they're just not being nice or helpful, the franchisees will tend to move from the borders. And that puts fantastic pressure on that franchisor, either to lift their game or to sell. But every franchisor knows that you are a client and you can go anywhere else you like if you're going to get looked after. That puts the power into your hands in a way that no other franchising system does. But that was brought in. Another thing shortly after, far more radical, our franchisees can vote out their franchisors. By simple majority vote, there's a way that does it. There's a confidential referendum which goes out. And actually I was talking to somebody at the weekend in one particular region. There's a region where they're not very happy with one of the franchisors, and we're looking at using the vote out system to make that happen. But a referendum goes out, it's confidential, your franchisor will not know who you voted, and if the vote goes against the franchisor, then they've got 3 months to win the confidence of the franchisees back. Usually there's a meeting, the franchisees will go to the franchisor and say, we're not happy with you, the service you're giving, and you've got to change. If they don't change in 3 months' time, there's another referendum, and if they don't succeed, they're voted out, they're moved from management. This has actually happened. It doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen. And again, the point of it is it actually means that every franchisor knows that you are the valued clients. You cannot be taken for granted. You cannot be pushed around. Their whole business depends on looking after their franchisees. And the same thing applies to the franchisors and the divisional franchisors. Unless you think I'm immune to that, to the extent I'm a franchisor, which I directly am for some regions, and a divisional for many divisions, I have exactly the same on me. If my franchisees or my franchisors want to vote me out, then I would. Though in practical terms, what I would do is change the manager if they weren't doing a good job, and so it's never happened. But that's a powerful check to make sure that you are treated like the valuable clients you are. There is nothing like this anywhere in the world outside of gyms. Nobody has these kinds of rights. Now, if you think that's not enough, I think it was last year or the year before, we brought in a clause. One of the major issues with, if you've heard the problems with Retail Food Group, people like Domino's and stuff, is that they actually change the manual. They actually say you must get all these renewed done, or you must sell pizzas for $5 even though that's below your cost. They brought all these changes in, and the franchisees got very upset. We've actually got a clause in our contract now, in our manual, that says that we cannot change the manual without taking it to a referendum. And if the majority of franchisees, or even if it's a minority, if a majority of those who vote, as long as there's at least 20% of franchisees say, we don't want this change to the manual, it actually doesn't go ahead. And sometimes that still happens. We actually put up a clause, majority of franchisees who respond say we don't want it, and it's knocked back. No franchise system in the world offers this kinds of rights to franchisees. And the whole aim of it, it's not because it's penalised. And sometimes franchisees feel a bit embattered because the pressures on them are quite considerable. But at the same time, what it means is that we can never take you for granted. No franchisor in the system can ever treat you as anything less than a valued client, because everything they do depends on it, and it's locked into the contract. Now, on top of that, we have the franchisee survey I've referred to before. Once a year, we're going to ask you a few questions. How often does your franchisor ring you? How quickly do they get back to you? How helpful are they? Questions about meetings, and then that question about how satisfaction with your income. Not what you're making, but how satisfied you are. And those statistics get fed back, not as individuals. Your franchisor won't know your vote, or you can also make a comment if you like. Your franchisor will not know how you voted, but the aggregate makes a big difference. Franchisors who don't do well will get a breach notice. That's relatively few. We send out about I think about 8 last year. There's not many. Most franchisors do a very good job. And then we'll resurvey the franchisees to make sure that the franchisor has improved and lifted their game. If not, they have to sell, they have to get out. But the other thing, of course, is that, which is far more important, that franchisors who do well get awards. And if you've seen on your franchisors, you might have seen a certificate or you might have seen an email, you'll see a gold, platinum or diamond award. And these are very, very prestigious. Having a diamond award is a bit like having a 4.9 or a 5.0 customer service rating for a franchisee. It's a very great source of pride. And franchisors are very, very anxious to get these great awards because as part of the group, there's enormous prestige in it. And so this again gives them tremendous incentives for our franchisors to give great service. So the whole system is really designed to drive service from franchisees to customers, but even more from franchisors to you as franchisees. Now, to make this really work effectively, just in case, the first person you'd always go to if you had any kind of issue is your franchisor. But if you have any other kind of issue that if you want advice, you want to know whether you're being treated properly, you want to understand interpretation of the contract, you want to understand about pay for work guarantee, you can't get onto your franchisor. There's all kinds of reasons. There is a direct person at National Office who is available to be in contact. And this can be in contact during business hours, after hours, weekends, any time at all, up to about 10 o'clock at night. It's a constant open line. There's a particular person who is available to take your calls and your messages, and that's myself. What I'm going to do is write up on the board here my direct contact details. I want you to write them down. If you lose them, it doesn't matter, because the call centre will tell you. You just give the magic word, I am a franchisee. Now, very easy, jim@jims.net. I'm really easy to get by email. Anybody who tried me will know that. This is my direct personal mobile number. There are limited times you might get me. If it's on a Sunday morning, normally I'm in church, but I'll call you as soon as I get out. Please have the confidence to contact me if you need to. I can't tell you how many times it's been incredibly useful for me to know about certain things going wrong. Things like vote outs happen because somebody contacts me. We have major tournaments. You'll be absolutely amazed how many changes that take place in the business are driven by franchisee ideas and thoughts. Now, sometimes quite often if you ring up about a franchisee or contact with your franchisor, I will tell you the franchisor's doing the right thing. That's a very common response. In fact, more often than not, that's what I would say. But there are many, many occasions where the franchisor's not doing the right thing. Things like not paying pay for work guarantee properly or cheerfully. Those kind of issues. Or misinterpreting the contract in some way. Things sometimes go wrong. We had a case not too long ago where a franchisee was delayed, it was a prospect actually, was delayed for 3 weeks because there was a problem with their contract and something. I got the phone in my hand and I walked over the documents, asked about it, and they started the next day. And when they rang, they were very apologetic about bothering me. And I said, look, the biggest mistake you made, you should have rung me 3 weeks ago when this thing first started. Because I can get things happen very, very quickly. You've got an issue with insurance, I'll walk down to insurance with my phone in my hand and say to Yadrin, what's going on? All my staff know this. They know it in spades. Any failure to support you in any way will come to my attention and I will directly want an answer. I'm very easy to contact. The hardest thing, as I said, is not that I get too many calls, I don't get nearly enough. The franchisees should ring me. It's incredibly helpful. It really is. So much, including things like voting out, changes to the contract, changes to the system. They all come because franchisees approached me and said, I'm not that busy. You'd be surprised actually how little I really do. I spend most of my time dealing with things like franchisee issues, like customer service issues, those kind of things. The big stuff I leave to other people who are better at it than I am. That's my issue. One warning I would give you is, I don't mind who has my email address, but do not give that phone number to anybody outside Jim's. Is that understood? I really, really, really get very stroppy at people. And I've had cases where somebody's rung me up and said, oh, I want to sell you on a certain product or whatever, service or whatever. And I say, where did you get my number? And they just start talking about the product. I say, no, tell me, where did you get my number? Who gave you my number? Now, usually they will hang up the phone because I am so hostile and angry, okay? It doesn't do them any good at all. And if I find out that you gave them my number, then you will be on the end of a very angry phone call. I won't swear at you, but I will tell you off in those spades. It's incredibly important because that number is for you. You are my extended family. You are the people that matter most to me. I don't want to hear from anybody about marketing. They can email me if they wish to. But you have the right to contact me. And it only works if it's restricted to you. Does that make sense? I'm not very nice when somebody crosses me in this particular area, I can tell you that. I get very stroppy about it because it only works because it's an internal number only for Jim's people. But that, you please ring me. Email me particularly, I'm very easy to contact. People often contact me when they can't reach their franchisor, especially after hours or at weekends. I'm very happy to hear from you. Okay, that's all I've got to say. Yes?
My husband and I are in bookkeeping.
Mm-hmm.
I am just wondering, based on your experience, how this is back to customer service. Based on your experience, how do you chase your customer for payment?
Jim, if I could, just to help the people online, the question was, based on your experience, how do you chase people for money that haven't paid?
You keep on, you just follow them up. You just ring them. You just chase them. You go after them. If you've got a problem with a client from payment terms, one of the things you should do too is let the call centre know. Now, what that does is puts a note against the job. If they have a go at you for chasing them for money, it invalidates any complaint. Not only that, but it means we'll also, if you don't get paid, we'll do what we call red note them, which means we put a note against them not to service this customer again. So we can put out all of our force behind you. Now, you follow them up, you chase them, you ring them, you text them, you email them. In the end, if they don't pay, then you can take, you go to a debt collector. There's a debt collector on the suppliers list, which you can get through Jim's Online. So you can go in there, and they're on a deal where they don't get anything unless you get paid. So it's a pretty good deal. If it's enough money, you go to VCAT. If it's an internal one, if it's a Jim's franchisee, there's a clause in the contract, which was actually approved by referendum, I might say. In fact, it was suggested by franchisees and approved by referendum that any franchisee who owes you money can be breached. So if you don't pay a supplier, you can be breached. And that was because there was franchisees in Perth who were unable to use a supplier because one particular franchisee hadn't paid their bill. And they got angry and they rang me, and so I put a proposed clause to the contract to actually make that part of the contract. So if it's the Jim's franchisee, your chances of not getting paid are very minor because they'll lose their franchise if they don't pay you. We'll give you every help and advice we can. We don't directly chase your debts. It is your business. Okay. Is there anything else that anybody want to ask? Yes. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Is it a good practice if you ask for a deposit?
Sure. Yeah, why not? You've got credibility, actually, being Jim's. Because one of the things that happens, I'll give you an example of, we had a particular case where a woman rang up. She actually got onto High Pages, and she got a person out who was the Jim's uniform and signage, who came out and took a hefty deposit and then disappeared without the deposit. Now, if that had been a Jim's person, then we would have covered the deposit. So that gives the clients credibility. In this particular case, the franchisee had actually been terminated. And because she didn't come through Jim, she went through High Pages, we said, we're not going to look after you. You should have come through us. If you're going through our call centre, you would be covered. So I guess that's a roundabout way of saying that yes, you can ask for a deposit because in effect, Jim's group guarantees the client that they will get the value of their money back.
What's the percentage of the deposit?
Oh, that's up to you. I couldn't give you a guideline on it, but you'd have to look at it. No, you're probably better off speaking to who's your franchisor? Is that Lloyd or Shirley or?
Brett Clark.
Yeah, Brett. Yeah, ask him. Ask his advice. It'll be different for every division. I mean, I'm not crazy about deposits, but I mean, if you've got something like a fence or a big job, you'll obviously want to get one. Most of the time, we just get paid afterwards. Yeah. Don't forget too, there's 50 plus different divisions in Jim's group, so they all have different principles, and you'll find your own franchisor and your fellow franchisees are the best guide for things of that nature. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, and I'll look forward to, hopefully we'll still be here on Wednesday. Won't make us go online or somewhere like that, but normally I like to come around and get to know you all individually and have selfies and stuff. Unfortunately, this week it's going to be difficult. But, you know, God bless you all, and please keep my contact details and ring me anytime, including during this course if you wish to. From now on, you're part of us. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so we are going to, thanks Jim, we are going to take our first break. Our first break this morning will go till 10 past 11, so it's a morning tea. So for all those people online, if you'd like to reconnect with us at 10 past 11, that would be perfect. Cool, thank you. Oh, am I still going, Jake? Yeah, cool. So for all those people down in our conference centre who are also watching online, our morning tea break right now will be happening back down in our conference centre. We are asking everybody, when you first walk back into the conference centre, please sanitise your hands. Morning tea will be served, so we need to keep a safe distance apart, one at a time. Take it, go, excuse me, go and sit down or sit outside, and then we will resume at 10 past 11 back in this room. Thanks, guys. and we will try and answer them as best we can. Okay? Okay, we're going to go live, guys, so let's kick it off again. Cool. Back on. Done. How was morning tea? Yeah, good? Yeah, okay. Don't worry, lunch and the restaurant here is usually pretty good. Obviously, that's going to be shut down today a little bit, but the takeaway component, I guarantee you, will still be pretty fantastic from what we do. Over here on the board is my notice board. Okay, so for everyone in the room, for those people at home, some of this is not going to be applicable to yourself, but for everyone in the room, over here on the left is my notice board. Okay, now we have taken Jim's number off the board because this is going live to YouTube, so we're making sure that his mobile phone number isn't circulated. If somebody doesn't have his phone number, please come and see me and I'll provide it to you. If you're online and you don't have the number because you've missed it, please email your franchisor or Denise at the Jim's Group and we'll provide that for you as well. So you've got his email address over there. For those people on site who are coming in, sorry, for those people staying on site, you would have got a Wi-Fi password and a security gate password yesterday, correct? When you first came in. Who's actually not staying on site? Put your hand up. Okay, just a couple of you. Cool. So if you want to log into our Wi-Fi, okay, we've got Visitor and then Visitor 2013. So that's the details over there. Yep, I can see you squinting, sir. But as you walk out, you can certainly have a look at that. And for those people also coming in every day, I'll just put up here. That's our security gate as well. It's our training security gate pass. So 1546, okay. Does anyone know the significance of those last 4 digits? Yeah, it's 131546, okay. So it's part of our phone number. So if you do get stuck outside, okay, and you can't get back in, pull it in your phone and just say, hey, what's the Jim's Group phone number? Bingo, it's 131546, and it's the last 4 digits. So those gates out there will close for security purposes, okay, at about 10 o'clock at night. So if you're on the other side, there's a keypad, just put that in, and, sorry, 1546 hash. Let me put that up there as well. Cool. Okay, I'm going to run through a couple of things that are up here on the board, and these are part of your folders. So we usually run through and have a look at your folders. There's a couple of things I want to just point out, just so we know how we're operating in that sense. Obviously the first one, if we could just ask everyone to switch their phones to silent or vibrate. Nothing worse than your phone going off through a session. I understand people are trying to book some flights, so their phones may be on a little bit, so that's totally acceptable. Just keep the volume down a little bit for us if you can, okay? Toilets, so while you're operating up here, our toilets are through these purple doors and to the left and the right. So we've got females to the left and males to the right. Otherwise, head back to the conference centre and you can certainly get back to the toilets there. Smoking's not illegal, but smoking around doorways is, okay? So just be mindful if you are a smoker, that's okay. Please, that when you are smoking, just move away from the doorways, especially when we're serving food. So morning teas and lunchtimes and afternoon tea, if you could do that for us, that would be great. So morning and afternoon teas are going to be back down in the conference centre, and obviously breakfast, lunch and dinner, again, will all be served back there, but there will be a different way that we now serve it, okay? Because obviously that buffet might just be a little bit of a problem for us. So everything will now be served via a takeaway component, okay? So I'll continue to give you as much information as I possibly can. We're also still going to take some photos. So we take photos of all of our franchisees, and we're going to continue to do that. All right, so we're going to take a group photo tomorrow. We will still take some individual photos. I'll have a chat to Ben and see how we get that set up, but we still will look to take our individual photos. For those people online at home, we're probably going to ask you to put a uniform on and take a photo and send it in to us, but we'll talk to your franchisor about how we get that all done as well. So again, tomorrow we'll take a full group photo. So if you do have a uniform, please feel free to wear that, and tomorrow we'll take a nice group photo. Yes, Roy?
She just said they've got me on a flight at 3 o'clock.
Cool.
Because they couldn't get me on the Jetstar one.
Yep.
So I've got to go and get the staff lead at reception. When the car turns up, they're
You
going
should be able to do that at lunchtime. Yep, 1 o'clock lunch. What time's the car coming?
he said he needs to get me there for 2.
Okay.
So he'll be here for 1.
Okay, cool.
So,
Yep, you've probably got a little bit of time up your sleeve.
Yeah, cool.
No problems at all. So again, we'll do our photos. Now, as I said, I usually also have 2 major rules when we're in the training room. Yes, mate? That's cool. So uniforms usually come in, they're usually couriered in, so there'll be a box that's brought up here and I'll put the uniforms out here and make sure that they're handed out, okay? Now I have 2 major rules when we're in this training room. Now, okay, so admittedly there's a little bit of a an interesting cloud hanging over the room at the moment, but usually the first one is get involved and participate. Okay. Again, this is your training session, it's not so much ours. We provide it, but if no questions get asked, we roll through 1,000 words on the screen and then we exit. Okay. This is your training course. You've come here to find out all the information you need to run a GYMS franchise. Okay, so please interrupt, ask as many questions as you can, get involved. Again, we're going to be here all day, so you know what, let's break up the mood a little bit and ask lots of questions, get involved, and let's have a little bit of fun along the way. And my second rule is have some fun, because it's such a great way to learn. Okay, so let's just sort of, if someone's a little bit funny in the room and got a couple of good comments to make, please continue to pull those through. We don't have to have that sombre sort of mood that's sort of sitting back a little bit. Let's just keep pumping it up a little bit and let's enjoy ourselves while we're here. Some people are going to start to exit, not a problem at all. But again, whilst we're here, let's enjoy it as much as we possibly can. Now, we usually do have our live Q&A as well with Jim, so that's interesting. We'll see whether that's going ahead. We probably won't have an audience participation. Also, if you could just open up your folders for me quickly. So if you go to the folders, go to the front section, so just open up the first bit. You'll see inside that folder that we have a magnet, okay? So it's part of our mental health program. So we take mental health fairly seriously here at the GYMS Group, and we're all constantly looking at ways that we can provide help and support to franchisors, divisionals, and also franchisees. So that magnet you've got there, if we don't have one online, if you don't have that at the moment, we'll make sure that we post one out to you and make sure that you do have that magnet. We're asking you to put that on your fridge when you go home as some contact numbers. Okay, so if you do need to look for something, that would be great. If you turn the page, so let's go to our first tab. For those people at home, you've got emailed your workbook and also your folders. If you could actually just open them up, I think they're as a PDF, and if you could just go to that first tab, I just want to run you through a couple of things that are actually in our folders, okay? So the first one is our agenda. You'll see there that we've got an agenda of the sessions that we're running over the next 2 or 3 days, okay? So if you're looking to see what we're doing, that's where it is there in that area, okay? If you turn the page for me, you'll see that we have an evaluation sheet as well, okay? So if we go back here for a sec, back to there, start here. Okay, we also have an evaluation sheet. So we're always asking for a bit of feedback on our sessions, okay? Now again, we've got some issues around how we transfer some paper and a few things at the moment, but we will ask you for some feedback. I want you to put an asterisk on that and put an asterisk at the top right-hand corner and write the word Wednesday, okay? Because we usually get these handed back in on Wednesday. So do an asterisk, top right-hand corner, Wednesday. For those people at home, we're going to ask you to provide our feedback as well. So if you could just make a note that we're looking for an evaluation sheet from you, that would be great. Okay. Whilst you've got your folders open, I'd like you to also turn the page, and the next one is a landing page form. Okay. So once again, put an asterisk in the top right-hand corner, and we usually ask you to fill that out and bring it back to us as well. Okay. So asterisk Wednesday in the top right-hand corner. So there are going to be 2 forms, the same for the people at home, 2 forms that we're asking from you to hand back in, send back in or email in. Whether you post it or email is up to you. But again, if we can get those forms back, it's just part of the setup to help franchisees going forward. Okay? If we turn the page, now for the people at home, I'd like you to fill this out if you could as well. It's a GYMS bookkeeping, mobile phone and financial services form. I'd like everyone in the room just to take about 2 or 3 minutes to quickly fill that form out for me. It's double-sided. So what you need to do is simply put there your details at the top end, and then the rest of it becomes tick and flick, okay? If you could quickly fill that out for us, again, for the people at home online, if you could fill that out as well, that'd be great. And we'll organise, if you could organise to email that back or post it, that would be awesome. So take a couple of minutes and just to fill that out for us. Division is mowing, cleaning, dog wash, whatever that may be. Yep. It'll just take a couple of minutes. For those people online, hopefully you've got that email and you've been able to open up that document. You may or may not be filling that out at the moment, but that's okay. But we will need to get that filled out and sent back in for us. That'd be great. Also, just while I've got all the people online, you can ask some questions throughout the day. We've got Ben here, who is our sound engineer. He will see those questions. Now, unfortunately, we won't be able to ask and answer every single question, but certainly Ben will put his hand up and he'll ask your question for you. Okay, so please forward them in. We want to try and make it as interactive as possible as we can for you guys as well, and making sure we're answering as many questions for you as well. Again, if it's an important question and it seems to be missed, don't be afraid to resend it for us as well. So just a couple of minutes to fill that form out. Once you've filled that form out, it's double-sided. I want you to take it out of the folder and sit tight. Somehow I'm going to get it off you. Okay, so just sit tight, just take it out of the folder, put it on the seat next to you or on the floor, and we'll organise to get those at one of the breaks. Yeah, double-sided. So it's just talking about bookkeeping, mobile phones. A little bit of info for... That's okay, leave it blank if you have to. That's not a problem. There's no right or wrong answers on that form. Okay, so a bit of tick and flick. If you're not sure, leave it blank. It's just allowing a franchisee from bookkeeping, mobile phones or financial services to make contact with you to help you in setting up and going forward with your business. As I said, once you've done that, it's double-sided. Make sure you take it out and just, as I said, put it on the floor. We need to pick that one up. Cool. So for those people online, it was just a question come through. They asked what form was that. The PDF that, so you got, everybody got emailed the folder. Okay. In that folder, in the front section, is a form that's got bookkeeping, mobile phone, and financial services on it. If you could quickly fill that out for us, that would be great. Hope that answers your question. Who was that from, Ben?
That was from
Peter Duncan. There you go. Hopefully that's answered your question. Cool. How are we going in the room? Are we just about done? No, for those people online, you don't need to submit it today. What we're asking you to do is, there'll be that form, there'll be the evaluation form, and there will also be the landing page form, so 3 forms. PDF them, send them back, post them back in on Wednesday, that'll be fine. So about another minute, guys, and we'll wrap that up. As I said, no right or wrong answers, just tick and flick. Leave it blank if you have to. Yep, if you're not sure what it is, just leave it blank. Your missus has she? That's cool. No problems at all. Done. Cool. That's pretty standard around the financial systems of homes. Not a problem. That's cool. All right, how are we going in the room? Just about done? Yeah, put your hand up if you haven't completed it in the room. Yeah, cool. So I'll let you just finish that one off. Again, take it out of the folder. Put it on the floor. We will pick those up at lunchtime. I'll ask you to put them on the table as we leave. Okay? Okay, so just a couple of things in your folder. I'm not going to go through these so much, but in your folder and also at home, you'll also have some suppliers. Okay, so you'll start to see that we've got Jim's Insurance, we've got some other suppliers in your folder. They're our preferred suppliers. Okay, feel free to take a look at them. Again, you don't need to use them in that sense, but we would love you to use our preferred suppliers because it helps us get great deals, and plus our suppliers are fantastic people who have provided a great service for us over the years as well. So again, we've got some stuff in there around insurance, we've got some stuff in there around Jim's tax, so our bookkeeping division also does some tax. You'll see also that we have some Jim's Energy and saving some money. You'll also see there we have a pay plan, so financial services also offer a pay plan that can be quite assistant for franchisees. You'll see there we've got Dynamite Online Printing. So I am just rushing through these a little bit just so that everybody can be as part of the process. Dynamite Online Printing, again, fantastic group. Do most of our printing, so business cards and flyers. You'll also see there we've got information around some mental health support that you may need. Okay, it may not be for you, it may be for somebody else, it may be for a friend. Again, mental health is one of those things that is a community situation in that area. One of the things I will say, just for the people in the room, if we could, I understand that there's going to be a lot of calls today, okay, and that's going to be fully supported, but if I could just get you to pop out of the room to take those calls, that'd be great, only because it echoes a fair bit in the room, okay? All right, turn to the next tab, and this is the important one. So the next tab is a workbook assessment. So for everybody at home, the next tab that I want you to take a look at is your workbook assessment, because this is something that we're going to ask for everybody to hand in and send back in for us. Okay, so it's just a summary at the end of each session. We'll probably do today's workbook at the end of the day, where we just go back and go through a number of sessions and ask a few questions. Don't panic. We certainly help people in the room. It's not an English test or anything like that, but it's just a bit of a review of each session that we've actually provided. Okay, so what I want you to do is go to that workbook and I want you to put your name on the front. So at the front of that workbook, you'll see a spot at the bottom where I want you to put your name, and then turn the page, and I simply want you all to fill in your full name, phone number and your email address. And that's all I need you to do. Okay, so just simply your full name, your mobile phone number and your email address. Our presenters over the next few days will then go about taking you back to the assessment workbook and making sure we take you to the right section and then assist with actually how those answers all look. Once you've done that for me, I want you to close those folders for now. Again, you can open them up through the session in that sense, but it just means I'll know who's actually done it and who hasn't, and we'll be on track. For everyone in the room also, did everyone pick up one of Jim's books? It's over here on the table. Yeah, cool. If you haven't, feel free to come and get one. I want to stress, now for those people at home on the online version, you guys can go to the Jim's Group website and then download the book as well. And I'm sure if you speak to a franchisor, we can probably make sure we've got a book for you as well. But for everyone in the room, please feel free to get one. I want to stress, these are free. Or they just cost you 30 grand. Depends sort of which way you look at life. All right, so you know, some people are buying a franchise, so you get a book, but again, so they are free though. I want to make sure they're a great read. It's a really interesting thing. You'll read them pretty quickly, okay? So they're just nicely written, but it's a really good book to have a look at about how Jim's operates, where he's come from, and what he's actually talking about in that sense. Okay, all right. So this morning there was a little bloke at the front of the room. He had you for a couple of hours. He reckons he knows a little bit about this business, probably does, because he's the owner. Tell me what you got out of his session. Talk to me. What did you get out? Customer service, yeah, absolutely. So for the people online, one of the questions was they got out of Jim's session, customer service. Absolutely, customer service. I reckon if you didn't hear customer service, you probably fell asleep at some point, okay? Want to really stress, we have a fantastic customer service program, but it is tough. Okay, now you do the right thing, it's bloody easy, but at the end of the day we do have a tough system and you need to understand that Jim runs and drives our customer service program. Okay, so it's the toughest thing that we have, but remembering it's about providing a great customer service to our customers, because if we let them down, we're not going to get referrals and we're not going to get new leads coming in. So we need to make sure we have our franchisees all operating and doing a great job. Okay, so it's that whole wow factor that we're looking for. So understand, customer service, customer service, customer service. You'll hear a lot of it because that's how we get driven. Jim drives it from the top, drives it through the divisions, through the franchisors, all the way down to franchisee level, okay? It is tough, but again, if you're looking to cut corners, you're probably going to get caught out. But in our system, if you do the right thing, there's only a few things you've got to do. Call back clients quickly, put a smile on your face, turn up on time, do a great job. It's a pretty easy program as well. But at the end of the day, just making sure you're doing the right thing. What else do you get out of Jim's session?
The whole thing is about supporting the franchisees.
Yeah, cool. So for those people online, it's all about supporting franchisees. Absolutely, that's what it's about. Jim drives us to make sure we provide great support, and usually by the end of these 3 days, people can see that that's what it is all about. A lot of people will talk about customer service, and a lot of people or companies will talk about great support, but they don't fully deliver it, okay? Jim provides surveys, we have all those things going on, and again, our group provides some great support, okay, for franchisees. It's all about that. I often say the best place to be in this company is probably sitting where you are right now as a franchisee. You get Jim's support, and there's only 2 conversations that usually we have as franchisors around franchisees. So if a franchisor rang me today, there'd be 2 questions. One is, how do I get more leads for franchisees? And secondly, how do I support my guys better? They're probably the 2 common conversations that we have, okay? So it's all about driving business for franchisees. So it's really interesting. You're in a box seat there, and it's brilliant. You guys get to make all the money, and again, it's a great position to be in, absolutely. What else do you get out of Jim's session? Yep.
Open communication.
Yeah, so lots of open communication. You'll see that we're very, very transparent. For instance, if you take a look at this training course, has anybody signed a franchise agreement yet? Okay, so one or two of you have, yeah. Basically our policy is come and do the training course first and then sign the franchise agreement, okay? That's as open as transparent as we can be. At the end of the day, most companies will say to you, hey, buy the franchise, we'll then put you into our training program, provide you your manuals and folders, and away you go. You guys in the room can take your manuals and folders and go and run your own business, if that's what you wanted to do. Most people see by the end of it, why you wouldn't do it because you're crazy too. We get so much work coming in, so much support, it's probably the safest way to be. But again, very open, very transparent in what we're actually doing. What else? Give me a couple more things that you got out of Jim. Sorry? You want to call him? Yeah, cool. So someone said over here that we can actually call. Absolutely. That number up, well, we've taken it off the board. The number over there, but again, if you need to call Jim, feel free to call him at any time. Okay? Try ringing him at 2 a.m. and see how you go. Probably won't like that call too much, but at the end of the day, Jim will call you back. Okay? If you're ringing him, he knows you're a franchisee, a franchisor, or a divisional, and he needs to call you back. Okay? Because not many other people will have his phone number in that sense. So absolutely, if you need to, again, like we always say, please go through your franchisor first. Again, has anyone been a manager in the room? Yep. How would you like your employees going over your head and going to the big boss? Yeah, no, it's not good. But again, speak to your franchisor. If you're not getting the right results coming back and you feel you need to go somewhere else, please certainly go to Jim. And again, if you've got some great ideas, pass them on to Jim. He loves to hear them, as you heard this morning. Absolutely. Give me another thing from Jim's session this morning. Someone on this side of the room.
Not to undersell yourself when you're providing a rate.
Yeah, absolutely. We're a premium price company. So we charge well, but we also deliver a great service. So don't think you can charge well and provide a poor service. Get the service up to here and absolutely charge quite openly. We don't stand to be cheap. Okay, we're not a cheap service provider. We are saying that we'll provide a great service to you at a premium price. No problems at all. Okay, so make sure that you're doing everything you possibly can and making sure that you then deliver and charge a fair price as well. Okay. Wouldn't it be Raphael, would you? Yeah, cool. You need to try and find a seat. Might have to be down here in the front or over in that row there, mate, if you could, yeah. So Raphael's from Geelong. I know all about you, mate, certainly do. So he's decided to drive up this morning to come and do the course because yesterday there was some communications around not coming in if you're from Victoria, but he certainly has. I'll come and get a folder at lunchtime. I'll provide you with a folder at lunchtime. Yeah, cool, no problems at all. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's kick into some of the sessions and see what we can actually do. There's my tag. So, customer satisfaction. Customer surveys show that we exceed expectations for over half our customers and less than 2% are dissatisfied. Let's have a look at some of these numbers on the board. So, how many brand new leads do we get a year? How many brand new leads through our call centre do you think we get a year? 106,000. Might want to up that up a little bit. 150, yeah. Any other numbers? 614. That's a specific number, sir. 640. Where did that number come from?
I think Jim said about 170,000 leads that let go.
Yep.
Can't service them.
Yeah.
So that should be about half a million.
Cool. So let's go with this. We get about 500,000 brand new leads coming into our call centre every year. Okay. We only have one call centre here in Australia, and it's sitting down here. So when you go back for lunch, and you're wandering down the path, there's a building here on your left, and again, that's where our call centre sits. Probably operates around 40 or 50 staff, do a fantastic job. Absolutely fantastic job that they do within this group. How many calls do you think our call centre take a year? How many calls? All of them? That's a good answer, actually. Yep, all of them. How many calls do you think they take, though? Give me a number. 2 or 3 times, yeah. Someone else in the room? 2 million, yeah. I'll tell you what, we'll go with about 1 million calls. Because they'll have a lot of people call up, they'll have franchisees calling up and saying, hey, can you do my work requirements? They'll have customers calling up and asking different questions. So not every call is a booking for a lead, okay? So again, there'll be other sort of calls. Do you think the call centre is going to make the odd mistake at times? Hands up in the room if you've never made a mistake. And sir, don't put your hand up because she's sitting right there, okay? So please don't do that. Hands up if you've never made a mistake. No, I would have thought so. So again, our call centre may make the odd mistake. Now again, in my time, I've been in the group about 19 and a half years, I've only seen one or two little things that have come through that I've gone, hey, yeah, I think there's a problem here. But I can tell you now, have faith, have some faith in our system, that our call centre does an absolute fantastic job. All the staff down there are beautifully trained and they do a great job, okay? If there is a mistake, you don't pick up the phone and call the call centre and abuse the person at the end of the line. Understanding it's going to be frustrating when you get that lead and you go, bugger it, the number's not right or the address is wrong. I get it, very, very frustrating. But at the end of the day, all you need to do is pick up the phone, ring the call centre. I'll give you the phone number for that. Write this one down for us. 03 8777 8333. That's our call centre number. Do not ring the 131546 number. Why is that? Yeah, that's for our customers calling in, okay? We don't need franchisees calling in on our 131 number. If you call the 03 8777 8333 number, there is an answering service, okay? So if someone doesn't pick it up, it means they're busy and they're taking calls. Once someone becomes free, they always check the messages. All you need to do is say, hi, my name's Mike Davenport, MD4 is my code, here's my mobile phone number, can someone call me back? And someone will call you back straight away, okay? And then you can ask the question of what you need to do from that point, okay? Remember this, every single call that we have that comes in is recorded live. All they will need to do is go back and check that call and check the number. It may have been a keying entry or something like that, but again, we can simply go back to it. If that's the number we've been given, there's not much we can do about it. The customer's given us the wrong number, it's disconnected, not much we can do. We need to understand that part of it. But if it was a keying entry, it was an 8 instead of a 9, it's probably just been miskeyed, and we can fix that up for you, send it straight back out to you, and now you can call the client, okay? So like I said, yes, I know it's frustrating, but hey, staff in that call centre do a fantastic job. So please don't go ringing them up and abusing them, just absolutely not fair. I usually at this point will also say, hey, I'm going to invite you to go to our call centre. But unfortunately I can't do that at this stage because we've had to shut down, not shut down the call centre, but shut down people going into the call centre, obviously for the reasons we're here today. So usually you get the opportunity to go and listen to some live calls. 15 minutes will give you half a dozen calls pretty quickly and you start to see how people do call in. We will have people call in who actually say, can I get my dog washed? Yep, not a problem at all. What's your address? Not telling you. It's really, really interesting. So people won't sometimes give us the information that we need to provide a lead. So some people just don't know how our system works. Okay, so it's important that we understand what's going on. But again, I can't let you do that today or this week, and probably not for the next few sessions anyway, so we can't do that. But it is a great, if you ever get the opportunity and you're here in Melbourne, pop into our call centre because it really is pretty awesome how they do it. How many unserviced leads do we get a year? 15,000? Want to bump that up? How many did you say before, sir?
170.
Yeah, we go with about 180,000 unserviced leads. Yeah, what's an unserviced lead? No one was logged on to take the work in that area, absolutely, and it's quite common, as you can see, 180,000 unserviced jobs. Who's run a business before? Yep, what sort of business? Auto electrical. How would you like 180,000? You wouldn't be able to handle them either. It's interesting. So at the end of the day, understand that this system that we've got, it's a big wheel. It just keeps continually churning around and churning and churning and churning, and it actually spits out lead after lead after lead. Okay, so it's interesting. 180,000 unserviced jobs in our system. Okay, what's that telling our opposition? Or what's it telling our clients? Yeah, we do. We offer a great service. That's why we're so busy. Yep. What else does it do? It actually tells them to ring our opposition. So we actually give 180,000 jobs away every single year, okay? Because people constantly call us and contact us, and bingo, we just can't service them at times. So we're actually giving away to our competitors 180,000 jobs. It's really interesting, okay? So from a point of view of coming in and wanting to know that we've got enough work, yes, we do, okay? But let me just put this out there as well. It doesn't mean to say there's 180,000 jobs in your area, All right, so I'm not saying that specifically. We need you guys to still be doing your local area marketing and trying to build your own networks and making sure you're generating some of your own work as well. So on Wednesday afternoon, actually no, it'll be Tuesday afternoon this time, we'll have a bloke here called Sammy Robertson who'll take you through some local area marketing initiatives, okay? So what's really interesting is we make money out of leads. And what we're going to do over the next 3 days also is teach you how to get your own leads, okay? So you don't have to pay the money. Again, it's really interesting when you look at a system. Not a lot of companies will teach you how to keep your fees nice and low, but that's what we do. We'd rather teach people how to build great networks, okay, because they become strong franchisees. That's what we want in our system, strong franchisees, not people just relying on our system, okay? Because if I can't get my leads up, your work drops, okay? So we want people that are going to have strong, secure businesses, all right? So yes, take our leads, because that's what they're there for, that's what you're joining us for, but hey, don't be afraid to build some good, strong networks as well. How many complaints do we get a year? Too many? Yeah, we'll talk about that tomorrow. How many complaints do we get a year? 100,000? Jim hasn't got a lot of hair now, but I tell you, he'd pull your hair out if we had 100,000 complaints. How many? 30. 30? We're going with about 7. We get about 7,000 complaints a year, okay? So again, just some general numbers up on the board, about 7,000 complaints a year. What's interesting is that 65% are of one type. Do you know what that is?
Too expensive?
Sorry?
Price?
65% of our complaints are of one type. What's that type? Job not being done properly? No, not quite.
Late.
Yeah, late. So late, we call it time management. So 65% of our complaints are time management. A, didn't call the client back within 2 hours. B, didn't turn up on time. Okay, no message to let the client know. So it's really interesting. With 65% of our complaints can be eradicated overnight just by some great customer service. Okay, but guys get really busy, franchisees get busy, and then all of a sudden they're starting to forget and meet their timetables. Okay, so just have a good think about your time management. Okay, hands up in the room if you're a late person. Probably haven't got the guts to put your hand up. You have. Good work. Okay, a couple of gentlemen over here. Again, you've really got to work on that time management and get on the other side of time management. Again, I understand people who are naturally late. That's just part of who you are and the way you operate. Not an issue in the world. But in our system, you could get caught out quite quickly. All right, so just be mindful of that. If you're an early person, an on-time person, you'll do really well in our system. But if you're a late person, those complaints will rattle up pretty quickly, and 6 complaints puts you back into retraining. So 5 or 6 complaints in a short period of time, bang, it's going to put you back into retraining, and that puts the business in a little bit of an interesting position. All right, but we'll talk about those over the next couple of days. So there's some of our numbers. I want to put this one on the board too. Commendations. What's a commendation?
Props from the customer?
Props. Yeah, absolutely. So it's our customers telling us you did a fantastic job. How many commendations do you think we got when people had to call us? So when a customer had to pick up the phone and ring 131546 and actually say, hey, just want to let you know that Norman Raven did a fantastic job. How many people a year do you think would call in and tell us that? 20? Not many would be the answers. Absolutely, not many. Here's an interesting thing. Because of our surveys, so we do a survey on every single job that comes in, we now get 22,000 plus commendations a year. Okay, so our surveys, so every time there's a brand new lead going out to to you as a franchisee, bingo, 9 days later there's going to be a survey sent to that client. Did you call back in 2 hours? Did you have a uniform on? Were they happy with the job? There's a couple of other questions in there as well. Okay, so that's happening all the time. And obviously that's where our complaints, we're getting a number of surveys that come back, which then be converted into a complaint. All right, but the great thing is that we also get 22,000 plus commendations. Okay, so people are getting now pats on the back because they are doing a great job. Okay, so our franchisees do a great job out there. It's important you guys come on board and do the same sort of thing. Okay, so continue to strengthen our brand at the coalface with our customers. That's what we're asking you to do. We're asking you to do it quite well. So they're the numbers in our business. Just want you to remember them, take a look at them, and talk to people about them, because a lot of people won't know about some of those numbers that we do have. Okay, so at the end of the day, don't be afraid to share them with your customers. It's a great part of your sales program. Okay, talk about the fact that we have 4,000 franchisees. Talk about the fact that we have 50 odd different divisions. There isn't nothing that we can't do around your house in terms of home services. Okay, so it's that constant promotion of what we do within our business, and you want to continue to do that and build rapport through your sales program as well. So, what impresses our customers? Obviously our uniforms, our branded uniforms, our branded vehicles, and highly recognised image, which is well signed. So let me ask this question. Has anyone been in marketing before? No, there's a first. That's interesting. Not sure if anyone at home's been in marketing. How much do you think it would cost for 4,000 billboards to run around Australia 7 days a week, 365 days of the year? What would that cost us to do? $1 million? Probably reckon you're probably selling that a little bit short in some ways, but good starting point. Absolutely, it would cost a fortune. But the reality is we have 4,000 billboards because we have cars and vehicles that are wrapped, and we have trailers out there that are also branded. So every single day of this business, we've got 4,000 billboards running around, okay? That's why we couple that up with uniforms, we couple that up with flyers and business cards, and we couple that up then with a bit of radio advertising or TV advertising. Bingo, we have got significant activity within our marketplace, okay? Hence why so many leads are coming through and so many unserviced jobs, because our brand is what we actually have, okay? So we have a fantastic brand, and that's what everyone's buying into, okay? So understand that you're actually now buying a brand, okay? You're not buying a job, you're actually buying a brand. Here's an interesting question when I talk about brand, and I'm talking about the fact that that's what you're buying, okay? Which division are you, sir?
Jim's Mowing.
Jim's Mowing. Where from?
Creswick, Clunes.
Creswick, Clunes, yep. Tell me an independent operator in your area. Don't know any. Cool. Where are you guys from?
Nowra. Nowra.
Nowra, yep. And cleaning?
Carpet.
Carpet cleaning. We're big on carpet, aren't we? Yeah, cool. Tell me an independent carpet cleaner in your area.
Barry's Carpet Cleaning.
Okay, didn't really want to hear that answer. Cool. Okay, that's okay. Name a second one.
Electrodry.
Oh, that'll do. You've done your homework. Okay, let's go somewhere else. This is it. Well done. You've done your homework. Where are you from? Sunshine Coast. Which division? Mowing. Name an independent operator in your area. That's right. You won't be able to name one, I guarantee you. Where are you from? Handyman. Name an independent operator in your area. Correct, you don't have one as well. So, now Hire a Hubby is actually a franchise, all right? So I want an independent operator. My point is this though, independent operators are very good at what they do. Do not underestimate them, because there are very, very good operators out there that are independents. But my point is, when it comes to actually going to find them, and I know you can find a couple, which is good, you can't locate them. But guess what? People don't ever forget our brand. Good or bad, they don't forget our brand. Okay? Every single person in your street, in your family, or your friends, people down the club, are now going to know that you own and operate a Jim's franchise. If you were operating an independent scenario, they may know that you work for yourself, but they couldn't give your details out to somebody unless they had them in their phone. Okay? That's what you're buying into, a nice, strong brand. You got another supplier, have you? Another independent operator?
Barry's has his card in the bowling club.
Okay. Did have. You've taken it down. Good work. Nice work. I like that. That's the way to operate. Take the other people's cards down. I don't mind that. So again, understanding that's the brand. Because if you think about it yourself, go back and think about your independent operators. Now again, I know you know they're out there. I know my independent operators are out in my area as well. But to be able to name who they are, there's only one bloke I can name because he's a mate of mine and he runs an independent garden business. So I know his gardening business. But at the end of the day, all the other people, whilst I wave to them and all that, I can't actually tell you who they are, and we can't actually locate them. Okay? And that's the difference of our brand. Okay? That's what you want to buy into, and that's what you have bought into. And it takes a long time to build a brand when you think about it. You guys have now just paid $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, and you've got yourself a brand. That's pretty important. That's what you're trying to set yourself up for when you are going forward. Okay? Again, presentation, customer will pay more to a contractor wearing a uniform. Why? Why will people make more money to a contractor wearing a uniform than someone not? Professional, yep. What else? Reliable, absolutely.
First impression.
Yeah, first impression, absolutely. Someone rocks up with a uniform on, beautiful. There's a bit of trust in there as well. Absolutely. So all of this sort of stuff, it's important that you wear a uniform. What's interesting is though, we'll have someone in the next 12 months in this room, I reckon, stop wearing a uniform. Don't ask me why, but you will. Okay, I reckon there's probably a lot of regions around that just all of a sudden one person decides, I'm not wearing my uniform today, and they drop out. Understand how important this uniform is, okay? Because it's constantly promoting our brand. People will see you on the side of the road as they're driving by. They'll see your trailer, they'll see your vehicle, and then they'll see the uniform as well. Okay, so constantly wear your uniform and make sure that it's always visible. Make sure it's nice and clean too, so that we're presenting a really, really good image. Okay, so always work on making sure you're uniform. If you haven't got enough uniform, please buy some. Now, usually our uniform suppliers here, Shay from LOD, won't be here unfortunately this week, but I will show you some details later on that you can contact them. And for all those people at home, those suppliers are also in your folder. So again, we can show you those later on of who those preferred suppliers actually are. Again, customer calls, Jim's 131, 99% of our calls are answered within 1 minute. Okay? If you did get the opportunity to pop down to the call centre, you would actually see that. We promise a callback. When's that callback?
Within 2 hours.
Yeah, within 2 hours, absolutely. Is 2 hours a long time?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It actually is. Now, I know when you get busy, it's not. It can go by pretty quickly. But if we actually sat here for the next 2 hours and did nothing, you'd see how long 2 hours actually is. But 2 hours is a great callback time, okay? So when people call our call centre, has anyone called our call centre for a job? You have? When they said they'll call you back in 2 hours, what was your first thought?
Actually, because I knew it was Jim's, I was like, okay, there's no worries.
Okay, yeah, cool. I reckon most people would actually answer, would have the phone and go, yeah, sure, no worries. Because you know why? When do tradies call back? They don't? No, correct. Sorry?
When it suits them.
Yeah, when it suits them, when they haven't got a job, when they're desperate and they're looking for something, they'll call you back quite quickly. But otherwise, you won't hear from a tradie at all. And unfortunately, we're probably treated like tradespeople, okay? Because, we're out there doing a fair bit of that work. Yes, we're not always licensed like electricians, but we have electricians and plumbers within our group as well. But we're probably all treated like tradespeople, okay? So when someone says, hey, they'll call you back in 2 hours, they probably think, yeah, sure, mate, that's not going to happen at all. So if you can answer that phone and give them a call back in 10 minutes, you have made just a fantastic first impression. You mentioned first impressions just before, and it's the most important thing to do. How many chances do you get to make a first impression? One, absolutely. So when someone calls our call centre, it's a live system. When they hang up the phone, we press the button, you're going to have that text message probably within the next 1 or 2 seconds. So don't be afraid to check your phone regularly. Pick up the phone, call them, say, hey, Mr. Smith, how are you going? Mike from Jim's Mowing, how can I help you? The client will be blown away right there and then, okay? Now, you've still got to provide a quote, there's still a lot of things you're going to do, but what does the quick callback actually do? Stops.
Sets up the first impression.
Great impression. Yeah, stops them ringing somebody else, and that's what you're aiming to do, okay? Because sometimes people will ring up 2 or 3 companies and look for a quote. But if you can call back quickly, you've now said, hey, I'm going to come and see you, don't panic, no need to call anybody else, and I'll make an appointment to see you this afternoon. Okay, so it's important to make that call back as quickly as you possibly can to stop them going to somewhere else. Okay, if we can do that, you're probably going to convert a lot of jobs. What's interesting about our group is that quite often people ring us not for a quote, but to ring us to get the job done. It's interesting. We're well known for getting the job done. Now, yes, there is a quote within that process, but usually when you rock up, most people are going to say to you, hey mate, how much do I owe you? Just so I can go down the bank and get the money for you. All right? They're not asking for a quote, they just need to know how much they need to pay. So it's a really interesting system, okay? People ring us to get the job done. It's a completely different process to what other companies do operate in. When I talk about 2-hour callback, does that work for everyone? Does it work for every division? Does it work for every division? 2-hour callback. Yeah, it should do. Yeah. So if I was in skip bins and I rang back 2 hours later, how many jobs do you reckon I'd pick up? Yeah, not many. Absolutely. So what I think is important is that you actually understand your division and you understand how people shop and operate within that particular division. So when someone's in the market for a fence or a whatever, you need to understand how that person's going to shop. For instance, let's go back to an example. I said skip bins. When I want a skip bin, when do I want it? Yeah, now, absolutely. That's usually the process. I want it now, I want it first thing tomorrow morning. Yeah, sure. Some people will be pretty organised and Monday get it for Saturday morning, okay? But generally speaking, that attitude is, I want it now, okay? So when you go through let's call it a local paper or whatever it might be, even online, you'll go in, make a quick call. How much for a 4 metre skip? $300, not a problem. Can I get it today? Yes, I'll call you back. Go to the next one. Hey mate, I need a 4 metre skip. How much? $280. Cool, can I get it today? Cool, I'll call you back. So bingo, you work your way through to the point where you go, have you got a 4 metre skip? Yes, I have. How much? $250. Done. Can I get it today? Sorted, paid. That's how a skip bin operation will work in terms of when you're looking for work. Okay, or sorry, when you're looking to get a skip bin. If I needed a fence built, what's my expectation around that fence? When will it be built? When do I want it built? You do want it right away, but realistically, sorry? Yeah, if I had a bit of an old fence at home and I rang someone today, what's my expectation about when that would actually be looked to be built?
About a week.
1 week, 2 weeks, maybe 3, okay? So again, depending on, if it's fallen over, that's a different story. But if it's just an old fence that needs replacing, you'll find that most people think over the next 2 or 3 weeks, we'll probably get that fence built. So there's 2 divisions that we have. One's skip bins and one's fencing. If the skip bin doesn't call back in 2 hours, in 5 minutes, you're not going to get the job at all, gone. Whereas the fencing guy, and I'm not promoting this, don't get me wrong, you didn't get fencing people in the room? No? Cool. So, I'm not actually promoting this, but a fencing person could ring back later that night. Because most likely what's going to take place is someone's going to get 2 or 3 quotes. We've got neighbours that we need to consider, and we need to get 2 or 3 different quotes. And I guarantee you if a fencing person rang back even later that night, you'd probably find that they haven't been contacted by anybody else, so they'll be able to go around and get a quote as well. Okay? So again, just understand the division you're in, how people shop and what they're looking for, and how quickly you need to call back. Okay? So getting that call back straight in, straight away, will quite often just knock out the opposition very quickly. Okay? But understand it, because if you are skip bins, we don't have any skip bins in the room. No, you can't afford to call back 2 hours later because that bin's long gone. Okay? So just be understanding how that all works from that sense. Ben, have I got any questions from online?
No.
Not as yet. If you are online, don't be afraid to shoot a few questions through. Let's make sure we're answering your questions as well at home. So, we call back within 10 minutes, 95% likelihood that you'll get the job. Okay, again, we just talked about the reasons why. We've knocked out the competition, we've organised the time to be there. Most likely, we're probably going to go pretty well. If we're going to fall within that expectation of what that job is worth, we're going to go pretty well in that sense. If we wait between 11 minutes and 2 hours, it drops back to 78% chance. Who's been in sales before? Yeah, what sort of sales?
What sort of sales? I was a franchise manager for Cash and Goods.
Okay, cool. So you know a little bit about franchising? Yeah, cool. Okay, so let's talk a bit about how many inquiries you might have got and what your conversion rate looked like. How many inquiries might you've got a week or a month?
Yeah, a lot.
A lot? Can you give me a number? 10, 20?
The new leads?
Yep.
For potential franchisees?
Yep.
Oh, 10.
10? Cool. And what was a conversion rate of those 10? Half? So about 5? Okay. So 50%? Yeah, cool, which is probably a pretty good conversion rate when you're selling franchises.
Back then we were very new, so it was,
yes.
You know, it was just starting out, but
Yep.
I sort of jumped on board at the right time.
Okay, perfect. Sometimes that's what it's all about. Anyone else been in sales? Because quite often sales can have a good conversion rate that might only be 15%. Okay, but that's a good conversion rate in that particular industry. Okay, as you can see up here on the board, we can call back in 2 hours and have a 78% conversion rate. So again, a lot of our guys, a lot of our franchisees will convert at 95 to 100%. It's really unheard of. What would you say if you were converting at 100%? What would it indicate at times? Yeah, you may not be charging enough. It's really interesting. So again, it might be an area that if you look back at your conversion rate, you might be able to say, you know what, maybe I can push my prices up a fraction as well. Again, not about ripping customers off, not the way I operate, but again, maybe you need to just push that number up a little bit. Best way to know about your number, talk to your franchisor. Okay, talk to your franchisor, find out what other franchisees are charging, pop along to a meeting, let's just have a chat at times. So how much is an average price in what your division is? Okay, so carpet cleaning, find out what they're charging and whatever, and just see whether you can charge that same amount as well. all right? You'll know when you're right, because if you start to get a few knockbacks, you're probably starting to just charge that little bit too much, okay? So just making sure you find that sweet spot. If we wait 2 hours plus, it's only 50%. So again, we're back to your conversion rate, which is pretty good for your previous industry. But again, we drop back to 50%. So you can see how important that first callback is, okay? Getting that callback nice and quick, nice and early will actually change the way your business runs, and it will change your conversion rate very, very quickly. Especially if you rock up on time, you rock up with a clean uniform, rock up with a clean car or trailer, you're going to go really, really well, okay? Put a smile on your face and have half a personality if that's all you need.
I understand how important it is to that first phone call. The question is that in that first phone call, you should be able to provide a quote right away without seeing the customer's property, you know. And then, for example, for the mowing division, each customer is different. They can tell you that I have a very large lawn, but it matters if they have obstacles like trampolines, trees. So
Cool.
how important it is to provide a quote just in the first phone call without
No,
seeing
definitely
the
not.
property?
So the question was, from the room, was do we provide a quote over the phone, just in short, okay? And our answer will be absolutely not. We will not provide a quote over the phone. We will not provide, our call centre never provides a quote over the phone. So when someone rings and says, oh, how much is it to wash a dog or mow a lawn? Our call centre will not provide that number at all, okay? They will simply say, we'll have a franchisee come around and give you a quote so that they can take a look at the job. So we will not encourage anyone in this room to give a quote over the phone, okay? Because we also believe that you are part of the sales process, okay? So if you've got a personality and you present well, bingo, you are part of that sales process. So make sure you get in front of as many clients as you possibly can to make sure that you're actually part of that sales process. Because people buy off people they like, understand that. Hands up in the room if you don't like your franchisor. There you go. Most people I would have thought in this room spoke to their franchisor, thought that they were, I'm not saying a great person, but at the same time sort of liked them, sat down, had a coffee maybe and met them and said, you know what, I don't mind you, I like you, you've given me good info, I want to now come and buy a franchise. So people buy off people they like, okay? And quite often, that's what your customers are going to do as well, okay? So make sure you get in front of as many people as you can. I understand sometimes, Nowra, country area, a bit remote from some areas, you might, open up your all areas and may provide a quote depending, because it's carpet cleaning, you might have 3-room special for $99, whatever that looks like. So I sort of understand a little bit of that, but I will also say to you, try and get to as many of those properties as you can and provide that quote, okay? Especially within a certain radius. Maybe not the bigger radius, but certainly within a certain radius, try and do as much as that as you can, because I think that's important for business. All right, so again, no written quotes, no written quotes, no quotes over the phone, okay? That's not what we're going to encourage at all within the sales process. You'll also, on Tuesday, take you through our sales process in terms of Sammy. So Sammy will talk about local area marketing, but also talk to you about how to sell, okay? What that process looks like and how we should go about building rapport within our process. So again, as you can see, calling back pretty quickly becomes an important part of what we're actually trying to do. If you ask me to sum up everything I know about business in a single sentence, it would be this: be passionate about customers. And I think you probably saw passion this morning. Anybody see passion in Jim? Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, I've known the guy for, well, basically 20 years, and there are people in our business that have known him longer, okay? But one of the things that I'll always say about Jim is that his passion seems to grow. And when I met him first, his passion was 100%. So I don't know how it's grown any bigger than 100%. But after 20 years, I can also assure you that his passion is absolutely the same, if not even better, okay? And it's really interesting because passion is one of the things you want to have. I often say to people about this time, if you're sitting there and your passion's at about 85%, sometimes I suggest maybe now's not the right time for you. Maybe you need to go away and come back when your passion's at 100%. Because the one thing I'll guarantee you is this: if your passion is at 100% today and it stays at 100% in the next 3 years, you're probably going to have a pretty cracking business, okay? Because passion will sell. When you get on that phone and call a client and say, hey Norman, how you going? That passion will come through the phone. When I say, mate, we're going to be home at 3 o'clock this afternoon, bang, I'm around there, hey mate, how you going? And I'm introducing myself, he's going to see that I'm passionate about what I'm trying to do here. And And then people are going to like that. That's what they want. If you're going to ring up and say, oh, mate, how you going? Yeah, can't be bothered coming to see you today. What about we see you next week? That person will say, yeah, sure, see you next week, but I'm going to ring somebody else. So just understand, be passionate about your business. You want to find something that you get out of bed every morning, put 2 feet on the ground, and off you go. Okay, that's the important part of what you're trying to do within this business. So again, be passionate about your business. And as I said, you would have seen a lot of that within Jim this morning. And a lot of our divisionals and franchisors and our franchisees are super, super passionate about what they do. Okay? If Jim tries to implement something that's not going to quite work well, he will hear the noise. Okay? Franchisees will email him, franchisees will ring him and say, Jim, this is not fair, this is not right, and they will hound him down. Okay? Because we have 4,000 passionate franchisees out there doing a great job all the time. Okay, so our franchisees are very passionate people when it comes to their job. So in terms of, again, customer interaction, we always talk about written quotes, so we're going to encourage as many written quotes as you possibly can. What's the most important thing about a written quote? Sorry?
It's proof of
It is.
what you're serving, what you're offering.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes, mate?
Everything documented.
Yeah, 100%. So that's what we're asking for in that sense. Because when there's a complaint that comes in, the very first thing your franchisor will do is say, hey, have you got a written quote? Because if you've got a written quote, we are going to stand on your side. No problems at all. We're there. We're there to support you 100%, and Jim will support you 100%. But if you don't have a written quote, we sort of stand back on the other side now and say, well, hang on a sec, we're on the customer side, so therefore we need to prove how and why this isn't a complaint. It's just a quick question from online. Yes, Ben?
I've just got a question. Would there be an exception on quoting over the phone? I'll be trying to get work in my area that will be around 150 kilometres away.
Cool. So the question was, will there be, what's that?
An exception.
An exception around, because I'm 150 kilometres away. So someone obviously lives in a bit of a remote location. My advice there would be, A, speak to your franchisor about how to best manage that. But again, Jim doesn't, when it comes to a complaint, Jim's not going to bend over very often, I can tell you. So at the end of the day, Jim always looks for facts. So at the end of the day, we need as many written quotes as we possibly can. Perhaps in that case, you might want to ask the customer to send you a few photos. Okay, so send a few photos along and at least be able to assess what you can do. Be interesting to know what division that was, because 150 kilometres is a long way away. So we probably wouldn't encourage going that far, but I'll stop there because I don't know what the situation is and I don't know the division in that sense and where it is. But again, that's a long way to go just for a job. But yeah, that's why we try and make our franchisees fairly local. Okay. So again, written quotes. If we've got a written quote, we are going to support you 100%, and Jim will support you in the system as well. Remember, you need to understand the character that you're dealing with, because the person that deals with all of our complaints at the top end is Jim himself. Okay, so he actually handles all of our complaints. Now we handle it. The complaint comes to you. Let me put this on the board. So 131546, customer rings in, into our call centre. And when we get one lead, what happens is it goes out to one franchisee. So let's just go back to a lead scenario, okay? So we've got a lead, someone's calling up to get their dog washed or their carpets cleaned, okay? Bingo, they ring there, call our call centre, and that lead will go out to one franchisee only. We don't send it out to multiple people, it only goes out to one franchisee, okay? When a complaint comes in though, what happens is the customer calls in, provides the call centre the complaint, it goes out to the franchisee, but it also goes to the franchisor. Hence, we now know that you have a complaint, okay? So that's why your phone's probably going to ring pretty quickly. We're going to say, hey, how are we fixing this? What do we need to do? What's going to happen, okay? So it's your responsibility to fix the complaint, but I want to point out this. Whenever you get a complaint, always read the message. Because when you scroll to the bottom, if it ever says franchisor to call only, please do not call our client, okay? The client has requested that you don't call, but the franchisor does, okay? So sit tight, ring your franchisor and say, hey mate, have you spoken to the client yet? And we'll have called that client fairly quickly, all right? So if you see franchisor to call only, please don't pick up the phone and call the client. Let us do that and let us help sort it out with you. So at the end of the day, if you guys can't sort it out, then bingo, it will escalate. It will escalate to Jim at the top end, okay? Understand, Jim operates in black and white, okay? That's how he operates. So black and white, so he needs facts. So you'll need to understand that you need a text message screenshot written quote, whatever that looks like, to provide your evidence. Okay? One written quote will not get you out of trouble. You need to make sure that you've actually sent that off and sent a text as a follow-up. So there's a number of things that you need to do, and again, your franchisor will coach you through some of those as well. Okay? Understand though how the process works. And Jim operates purely on black and white, not emotion. He operates on black and white. So if you get a complaint for a no callback, he will make sure that you send a screenshot for your phone that you have called them, and secondly, you send a follow-up text. If you haven't done that, he will not delete the complaint. Okay? If you haven't sent the follow-up text and just got the screenshot, not proof enough. You need 2 sections of proof in what you're actually doing. All right? That's how he operates. That's what he requests. Don't waste your time ringing him or arguing with him if you don't have both pieces of information. It's not going to take you anywhere. Okay? So make sure you got it. He's looking for evidence at all times. Once you've got that, he will delete that very quickly, because he will support you 100% in what you're actually trying to do. Because you've operated the right way, he will support you in that area. We also have another program called Gyms Online. And Gyms Online, where franchisees get access into our system, so basically straight into our call centre, and you're able to log on for what areas you're looking for, what services, okay, and what times you wish to take leads. So you can manage your whole business yourself. Tomorrow we will show you an introduction to Gyms Online, and I'll also give you a set of passwords, and I'll give the same set of passwords for people at home that you guys can log in and have a play around yourself. When you first start up, what will take place is that you'll get an email. It'll be a welcome email. So once you've signed all your documentation, you get a welcome email, and in that welcome email will be your login details to how to get into Gyms Online. There'll be your specific login details. You can change the password by going in online and changing the password. Okay, so we give you a series of letters and numbers, and then beyond that you can manage it yourself. So you can log in via your phone, log in by a computer, laptop, whatever it may be, but you can now manage your own stuff. So whether you call the call centre or whether you log in through Gyms Online, that's up to you. But again, we'll show you how that system works tomorrow and give you some login details as well. So, Australians love to complain, but mostly only to each other. It's really interesting. So, if I had 100 people in the room, okay, we've got about 27, so our number's a little bit low. Mind you, just so everybody does understand, we had 78 people booked in for training this week. Okay? What's interesting is we run this training course every 3 weeks, approximately, and we will probably have anywhere between 60 and 80 people in this room every 3 weeks. So we don't offer online training. We've never done that before. Special circumstances, obviously, at the moment, but usually we have 60 to 80 people in this room. Okay? We've got 27 here today, and we're probably going to lose 1 or 2 by the end of the day. That's okay. So if I had 100 people in the room, and every single person in this room had a complaint, how many do you reckon would come forward? 2? For 1 out of every 20? So maybe 5 out of 100? Yep, cool. Anybody else?
None.
Hey?
None.
None. Okay, that's interesting. Sorry?
Depends on what it is, I guess.
Yeah, okay, it's just a complaint. You're unhappy with a service of some sort. Yep. Anybody else got a guess? Yep. Sir, you've got some good numbers. Yeah. Sir, you're a little bit like myself. We don't have a lot of hair on top, so let's just go easy on that. How many do you reckon would complain?
Out of about...
Out of 100?
Out of 100.
Yep.
Yeah, I was reading 5.
Yeah, 5, yeah, absolutely. No more than 10%. So no more than 10 people would come forward and complain. Okay? That's a number and a stat that we know. What do the other 90 people do? Sorry?
Telling their friends.
Yeah, they'll tell their friends. Yep, tell their friends. What else will they do? Whinge to everybody else, absolutely. They'll never use this again. Okay, so 90 people will walk away and never use you again. So the 10%, we actually need the 10% to complain. Why do we need the 10% to complain?
So we can improve.
Yeah, so we actually know what the feedback is, so we can improve, so we can build our systems and build our training programs to make them better for franchisees. So at the end of the day, we actually need people to complain. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not encouraging the whole complaint scenario because, no, we don't need them either. But you do need a perspective where we need people to actually ring us or complain, fill out the surveys, and actually let us know where we're falling down. We can get a nice cross-section of all that. We can build better systems and better programs to make sure we run a better business, okay? And Jim controls all of that. So as I said, 7,000 complaints, 65% of time management. So we really need to work hard on time management to make sure we eradicate all of those particular complaints, okay? So when resolution can't be reached, again, if a franchisee and a franchisor can't solve the problem, okay, client's not happy, it will escalate to Jim. There are times though when Jim won't make the final decision. Okay, he may not know. For instance, Jim's not a professional painter. Himself, he's not a professional painter. He's mowed a few lawns in his life, I can assure you of that, but he's certainly not a professional painter. Let's say we painted that wall up there. Okay, so for those people online, there's a nice big green wall here. It's a large wall in the area. And let's say 2 weeks later it started to crack and peel. Now, Jim may not know what's actually taken place. Okay, so what we will do from time to time is bring an independent mediator in. Okay, so we'll bring someone in who's a professional. It may be a local paint shop in that case, who will come around, do an assessment, and then say, hey, this is what I believe to be the problem, and the customer and the Jim's group will live by that decision. Okay, so if it falls against us, we'll get that fixed. If it falls on our side, then the customer doesn't have a complaint to deal with. All right, so again, we sometimes will get a third party involved to help us with that process where required. Okay, so again, keep working at it. If you've got the facts, certainly present them in that sense. Have I got any questions around some of that? Ben, online, what have you got?
This was from before about how many people would complain. Someone said, what about the other 35%?
So the question was, some people complain, what about the other 35? Our example was 100 people and no more than 10% would complain. So 90% will actually walk away and never use us again. So those numbers are a little bit higher. So 90% will walk away and never use the Jim's group again. So understand this, that at times people may pay you, but sometimes they'll pay you because they want to get rid of you. Okay, so just understand and be very careful. Just because you get paid doesn't mean to say you've done a great job. Yes, mate?
I think 30% would go after time management.
Sorry, maybe that is the question online. Good pickup, my apologies. What's the other 35? Well, the other 35% will be workmanship issues. Absolutely. So we've got problems with jobs, things haven't been done right, lawns haven't been cut, dogs haven't been washed properly, carpets haven't been cleaned properly. All of that sort of stuff will be the other 35%. So more workmanship issues around that area. Good question. Who was that from, Ben? That's a tough question for Ben.
McCool Singler.
Cool.
McCool Singler.
Cool. Great work. Good stuff. Okay. Have I got any questions on that last session? No? All good? All right. Let's put this up on the board. So, would it be fair to say that most people in this room are spending anywhere between, say, $25,000 up to about $110,000? Would I be about right? Yeah? Anybody spending more than 110? Who's spending 110? We've got a lady in the room asking, you looking for a husband, are you, or something? No? Cool. Just got to be mindful of that sort of stuff. Okay. It's interesting because skip bins is probably our biggest expenditure, i.e. up to about $250,000. Mainly because of their bins and trucks and stuff like that. So they have to spend, again, it's not the franchise cost, it's more the setup cost and whatever. So usually most people spend between 25 and 30, up to about 110. Okay, and then beyond that becomes probably something like skip bins, which is up to about 250, depending how many bins and stuff that they do buy. Okay, so I'm right, about anywhere between 25 and 35 up to 110, that's right? Cool. Understand this, that as a franchisor and as the Jim's Group, we're going to make money out of that deal. So your franchisor and the Jim's Group will be making money out of your sale and then out of the ongoing monthly fees at all times. Okay. Need to get our head around that because we are paying fees and everybody's going to make money in the system. When you talk about a supply chain, okay, everybody in that supply chain needs to be making money. So we need franchisees making good money, who pay their fees to their franchisor, who are also making some money, who then pay that money up to the divisional and national and making sure that the national office is making money. It's a supply chain. As soon as we have a weak link that someone's not making money, it falls over. Okay, has anyone been in manufacturing before? No? Again, it's interesting because in manufacturing we try and screw the supplier down 10%, 10%, 10% to the point where they can't operate anymore. Then we have to go and try and find a new supplier, train them up, and we waste all this time. So it's really interesting. And in a manufacturing chain, you need the supplier making money and everybody through the whole process needs to make money. And we're the same. We need franchisees making good money, who are happy to pay their fees because they're getting great support and getting lots of work. Franchisors who continue to sell and support are making a few dollars as well. And again, making sure the divisional and national office are also making money because we need to survive and have direction. Okay, so we all need to make money in the process, but we start making money once we sell a franchise. So, if we're going to make money out of you all the time, and again, when I talk about making money, can I honestly say, we don't make a huge amount of money per franchisee, okay? Just want to dispel a myth. If your fees were $1,000 a month to your franchisor, understand this, we don't make $1,000 a month, okay? We've got to take out the advertising component, got to take out Jim's commission, we've got to take out our admin fee, our call centre fee. So there's a number of fees that we take out and we're then left with the balance, okay? So we're not making an absolute fortune. So if you're thinking, oh, we're all paying $1,000 and he's got 50 franchisees, he must be making $50,000 a month. That's not quite the case, and that's not how it works. Okay, not by the time we take out all of the expenses in that area. Here's what I want to know though. If you're going to pay some money and your franchisor is going to be making money out of you on a regular basis, like every month, what is it you want from them? Talk to me. Let's put some stuff on the board.
Blood.
Blood. Okay.
Advertising.
Yeah, fair call. Jim would probably agree with you. We'll probably just drop it back a little bit from blood, but yeah, fair enough. Absolutely. Blood. What else? Support. Yep, cool. You know, that's the first time anyone's ever said blood, I can tell you. It's a ripper answer. Good work. Yep, what else? We're going to fill this whiteboard here, guys, so all the way through here. I need some interaction, I need to get some stuff. What do we actually want out of our franchisors?
Constructive feedback.
Constructive feedback. Feedback comes in two ways. What is it?
Criticism.
Oh, let's not go hard with criticism. Let's just positive and negative, and there's other words that we can substitute. Just remember this. If you're going to ask a question of your franchisor and you're looking for feedback, then sometimes you may not like that feedback. Okay, so just understand, if you're going to ask a question you're not prepared for the answer, don't ask the bloody question, I say. All right? But at the end of the day, understand this is a business, and at the end of the day, it might be some things you're doing well and some other things you're not doing as well, and we need to provide that feedback. One of the other things I want to point out at this point, please do not think your franchisor is your boss. Get rid of that. If that's your thought right now, get rid of it very quickly. We are not your boss. Okay, we are simply a regional franchisor that manages a region. Sure, there's some compliance in that area, and we need to adjudicate a bit on that compliance. Okay, but we are not your boss. You are fully fledged ABN, ACN holders, whatever you're doing, however you're setting up, and you guys need to make sure that you're managing yourself. We just manage the overall system in the region. All right, so please, if you're sitting there thinking that your franchisor is your boss, change that thinking right away. We're not your boss. Yep. What else?
Rapport.
Rapport. Ben online.
We're at Sonia with information.
Information. Yep, cool. What else?
Trust.
Trust. Yep, definitely. What else?
Your experience.
Yeah, we want to tap into their experience. The great thing about most of our franchisors is they have a huge amount of experience. Okay, so franchisors in our system, predominantly, I won't say for every single one, but predominantly in our system, a franchisor has been a successful franchisee. Okay, now there are times when that's not the case. Okay, so we might have a new division start up and someone buys in at franchisor level, so they haven't operated as a franchisee, so that may not take place. But for the majority of our franchisors that we do have in the system, they have worked their way through. They've been a franchisee, been a successful franchisee, and bang, they now take on the role as franchisor. So now they can coach people, okay? That is the majority of what we have. What else?
Advertising.
Yep, advertising. Troubleshooting. Yep, a bit of troubleshooting.
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
Business planning.
Business planning. Yep. What else? I'm going to fill this whiteboard, guys. Get your thinking caps on. I'll write as big as I can. I'll help you out. Yep. What else? Talk to me. What else do you want from your franchisor? We're starting to make money very shortly out of you. What is it you want? As a mentor? Yeah, good work.
Friend.
Friend. Interesting. What do you think about friend? I think it's good. I think it's good. I personally would prefer to see you have a business relationship, okay? Because sometimes friends can get a little bit messy, okay? So At the end of the day, if you can be a friend, that's brilliant, go for it. But make sure you have a healthy business relationship with your franchisor, okay? Because there are times when you're going to get a bit of feedback that you may or may not like. It's bad enough when friends give you feedback, you don't like them. Off the online?
Communication.
Yep, good communication. Anything else online?
We've also got guidance. Also.
Guidance? Yeah, good one. Yep. What else?
Training.
Training, so ongoing training. You used to do 4 columns here, I'll do 3 today. Got a little bit of a lesser group, that's okay. What do we got? Let's fill this board here.
Ideas.
Yeah, some ideas, absolutely. Yep. What else?
Encouragement.
Yeah. Yeah, because you know what? It's not always going to go well. You're going to have some good days and bad days. You're going to have some breakdowns with your machinery or whatever that may look like. So again, you're going to drop your bundle at times. So at the end of the day, good bit of encouragement. We know about it. We can certainly help you. Yep. What else? Anything online, Benny?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Online, let's keep pumping them through. I think there's about 40 or 50 people online. So there's more people online than there is actually in our room today. We have 27 people in the room. So for all those people at home, keep pumping through some of your questions. Yep. What else? Give me more. We need at least another 10 here to finish this board off. Technical, yep. Yep. What else? Yes, Benny?
Reliability.
Bit of reliability. Yep. If we said trust before, what else we need? Probably a bit of integrity. Yep. What else?
Reliability.
Reliability. I think we had that one there. There it is there. Reliable. We can't change the word. We'll just make it one word. Yep. What else? Yes, Ben?
We've got here supplier contacts and networks.
Yep. Good one. Supplier contacts.
Customer service and customers.
Customer service and customers.
Experience.
Contactable.
Yep. This is not voice to text, okay? So let's just slow them down a little bit. Customer service. What was that?
Experience.
Experience. Someone else sang out one. What was that one?
Contactable.
Contactable. Yep. Cool. Yep. What else? I'll put a couple here. Bit of satisfaction. Yep. Someone always says a Christmas party. Yeah, so I'll put that on the board. And sometimes we have to provide a cuddle. Now, again, not big on giving cuddles to everybody. Yes, Ben, what else?
Local knowledge.
Bit of?
Local knowledge.
Yeah, we'll put local knowledge up. That's a good one. So a bit of local knowledge as well.
And honesty.
Yeah, honesty. Put that one over there. That's a pretty good list. That is a pretty good list. When's the most important time to get that information, do you think?
Now.
When you need it. Absolutely. I often say, when's the right time? Like, our franchisors are probably doing a hell of a lot of that on a regular basis, okay? So franchisors are encouraged to be as proactive as they possibly can and making sure they're providing as much detail and info and support as we can. But you know what? We may not give you as much blood as you're looking for along the way, but at the same time, if we need to give blood, that'll be the time that we do it, okay? So, but again, you know, when you need, let me look at one on the board. You need a bit of technical expertise. Now, if you don't need technical expertise for the next 2 months, but when you need it and you ring us and we say, hey, this is what I need, and I go, bang, here's your answer, then that's a good month, okay? That's what being in a franchise is all about. So again, it's great to be a little bit more proactive for our franchisors, but I think the most important time that you want something is when you need it. And so if we can deliver, that's made it all the worthwhile. And that's the sort of thing that I think we should be looking at. So, at the end of the day, we had some other stuff up there on the board as well. So we had things like spending time with a franchisee on the job. What's interesting is that we have a hell of a lot of franchisors who are still working franchisees. Okay? Hands up if you've been out with your franchisor as a training day. Yeah, okay, so quite a few of you. Absolutely. So that's the sort of stuff that we do because they can then coach and teach the best way to run this particular business. We need a bit of daily and weekly contact in those first 2 to 3 months. Hands up if this is your first business you've ever run. Yeah, cool. So probably half in the room. Again, we need to be there to support. That's what it's all about. We actually take people. Hands up if you are going into this business, you're moving from your occupation into the same franchise field. Yeah, about 3 of you. So we have about 4,000 franchisees, and I reckon at least 3,000 to 3,500 have taken a left-hand turn in life. Okay, so if you're sitting there thinking, I bet you I'm the only one that's been a baker and I'm now going to go and mow lawns. No, you're not. You're actually one of what we have. So 20 years ago I was an electrician and now I mow lawns. That's part of what I did. So I took a left-hand turn in life and decided I'd had enough of doing that. I now want to mow some lawns. All right? And that's what we cater for. That's how we train people and what we cater for people to have a difference. Okay? A completely different outlook on where they want to head. Making proactive and weekly calls, reviewing the day and week with franchisees, always important, because you know what? One day you're going to go out there and earn $600 and the next day you're going to earn 180. You're going to drop your bundle a little bit. Okay? So we need to know about some of these things so we can coach you through it. Okay? Talk about how many leads you might have got, talk about why the change, why the difference. You might have overquoted. Okay? You might have got a little bit cocky the day before. We might need to tone that down a little bit. Okay? So all these little things that we can keep working on. We need to organise monthly meetings. How many monthly meetings do we need to run a year? 8. How many do you need to attend?
8.
6. So 75%. Okay. Now again, yes, 8 is a really good answer. I'm here to encourage you to make sure that you attend every single meeting that you possibly can. Okay. Because it's important. What we know is that when people become successful, they stop doing the things that made them successful. So we get a lot of guys who become great franchisees, earn a lot of money, and then stop going to meetings. And guess what? Their business tends to taper off a bit. Because one of the things they become is uncoachable. And it's a word I want to use here right now. I want to make sure that everyone in this room stays coachable. Okay? I want you to be the best franchisee in your region. I want you to be the best franchisee in your division. But I never want you to be better than the division. Okay? Don't ever think you're better than this whole system. I can introduce you to a lot of people who've been in the business 15, 20, 25 years. And I guarantee you, they are not better than our system. They respect the system and they know where that sits and they stay in that position. Because once they become uncoachable, your business is going to fail. Okay? You want to make sure that you're always there to learn something. And again, if you become that best franchisee, pass on some knowledge to somebody else. Okay? Pass on knowledge to a new starter. Pull him aside and just say, hey mate, when I first started, these are the sort of things I did. Wish you all the best. Here's my phone number. Give me a call if you need to. So there's a lot of things you can do when you become the best, but don't become better than the best, okay? So just understand the position of where you sit. So producing newsletters, advertising for the benefit of the region, and conducting business reviews. A little bit of ad hoc support, so as required and when we need it. Things like compliance audits. What's a compliance audit? When you don't comply. I love the way people answer questions with just reframing the question in the first place. Yeah, so we might also look at things like your trailer, uniforms, business cards, flyers. There may be some workplace health and safety stuff we need to do as well. So it's just a compliance audit on your business. Okay. Has anyone read the franchise agreement? You have? Do you want to summarise it for the group? 60 pages or 61, whatever it is now. Yeah. Do you want to summarise it for the group? No? Cool. Sorry. Yeah. It's actually quite simple though. Understand this, that everybody in this room signs the same franchise agreement. We don't have a mowing contract, we don't have a dog wash contract, we don't have a fencing contract. It's the one contract that we have, okay? The only part that changes is the schedule at the back, okay? And the schedule is what actually defines your business. So it talks about your logo, it talks about your areas, and it talks about the services that you actually provide, okay? So all of that sort of stuff is built into the schedule. The actual contract, the franchise agreement, is completely the same. So you'll find at times there are clauses that are applicable and not applicable. No problems at all. They're within our franchise agreement, and that's how we operate. Responding to calls from franchisees, assisting with customer complaints, handling complaints from franchisees, so we'll get a little bit of that from time to time. Our income guarantee obligations, so pay for work guarantee, a bit of counselling, mediation. Where does motivation really come from? Yeah, it comes from yourself, absolutely. So it's in your best interest to set some goals for yourself and share them with your franchisor. You know why? Because when all of a sudden you ring me up 6 months later and go, oh mate, I'm not sure if this business is for me. Hey, what were some of our goals? We wanted that boat, we wanted that TV, we wanted that new car. Let's focus on where we're heading here, okay? Because we can help you achieve those sort of things. So it's important you just share some of your goals with your franchisor and just making sure that we can then just reiterate some of this sort of stuff when we start to taper off, okay? Because you're going to have good days and bad days. It's not always going to be perfect, okay? So understand there will be some highs and lows within your business. So that's the role of the franchisor and all of this sort of stuff on the board, which is a bloody good list. Let's have a little look at your role. Customer service excellent. It's always going to be on the list. Let's think about it. Jim talked about customer service today. We need every single franchisee providing great customer service. Who builds the brand?
We do.
Yeah, franchisees, absolutely. Franchisors and divisionals don't build the brand. Yes, we might do some advertising. Yes, we might do some branding. So we assist. But the people who build our brand is franchisees. Because you're at the coalface talking to the client. And the client is the one that rings us back, or the client is the one that spreads the word. Okay, so it's important you understand that particular role. So great customer service is what we need to provide. Compliance with all relevant policies and procedures, so making sure you wear a uniform, a full uniform. And again, that's where people start to switch uniforms at times. Start to change the colour of their pants, start to put the wrong cap on. So these are the little things you've got to make sure we're always in full uniform. One of the groups I always refer to, and we don't talk about other companies in this particular training program very often, but let's think about McDonald's, because I reckon they do franchising pretty well. Again, I won't talk about their franchising system, but I'll talk about their facade. Have you ever seen a dodgy Big M, big yellow M? No, you haven't. They're always going to be pretty good. Have you ever gone in and seen people out of uniform? No, you haven't. Okay, so all of these sort of things I think are a great model for how we need to operate as well. So making sure we're always in full uniform, making sure your trailer or your vehicle's well presented, making sure we're doing all the right things, because that's what people will notice along the way. Drive properly marked vehicles. So again, from time to time, your vehicle, if it's wrapped, you may need to change that wrap at some point. Okay, and I'll probably talk about that a little bit more on Wednesday. And use approved stationery. So making sure we just don't go out and do our own stuff. Yes, you can provide your own business cards. Yes, you can do your own uniforms. But we've got a style guide. So making sure that you have the correct business card or the correct uniform and make sure it follows that style guide. Okay, so please don't run off and do your own stuff. Please make sure you get it approved through your franchisor and we tick it off first. Okay. And again, work within your territory and protect the gym's brand and image at all times. So, going to talk about that after the break. So work within your own territory. Again, you can work outside your territory, so we understand that. But after the break, after the lunch break, we're going to take you through the system and show you how it fully works from a day-to-day basis. Working together, again, both parties need to contribute. That really should read 3 parties. Who are the 3 parties involved in the franchise agreement? Yeah, perfect. Franchisee, franchisor and the national office. Okay? We need those 3 parties always working together. Because you know what? We need a good national office that's looking ahead. Okay? Someone that's developing systems, someone that's reading the marketplace, someone saying, hey, we need to make sure we improve our business in this particular way. We need franchisors to take that on board, and we need to coach franchisees about how they're operating in the field. Okay? So it's a 3-pronged attack, and every single party has a responsibility in what we're trying to do here. All right, so making sure we constantly work together in that sense. So what's marketing? Marketing is getting the right product or service in the right quantity to the right place at the right time and making a profit in the process. Okay. Now we have 3 levels of marketing. We have divisional marketing, which is a bit divisional national. Okay. We have regional franchisor marketing, and then we have what we call local area marketing. Okay. And local area marketing is what you guys do. We don't ask you to spend any more money than what you're already spending within your fees. Okay? Does anybody know what their advertising fee is? Let me go around the room. Oh, yep, I can do it here. Yep, good. What's your bookkeeping? What's bookkeeping's advertising fee? Do we know? Not sure? Cool. What is it in building inspections? Where's my building inspectors? 500, absolutely. So it is 500. So part of your fees when you pay them, 500 of that is your advertising component. What is it in cleaning?
I think it's like 284.
Yeah, I thought it was probably around 150, but again, it'll give or take a few dollars on that. But again, if it's in your franchise agreement, double check that. What is it in, what else have we got here? Handyman. What's your advertising fee in handyman? 140? Think? What are your thoughts?
It's nearly 750.
Not your full fees, just talking about your advertising component. Not sure? Yeah, okay, cool. 140, okay. Thought it might have been a bit higher than that, but that's okay. Could be around that, that's fine. What is it in mowing?
Someone's guessed 140.
Do you know what division?
They guessed mowing 140.
Oh, 140, so about 150, yep, absolutely. So mowing will be a 150, and that's about all the divisions I have. So understanding this, whilst we have a franchise agreement, we have a number of different divisions, our fee structures can all be different as well. Okay, so we're not all paying the same fees, we're not all paying the same lead fees. All of that will be different within our system. Okay, so if you're talking to someone else and they said, oh, I pay 700 and you're paying 1,000, find out what division we're talking about first, because it could well be different in what we're doing. So, let's have a little bit of a look at divisional marketing. Okay, does anybody know who this is? So, do we know who this is? It's interesting you say Jim's wife. And my answer always is Jim's wife is far more beautiful than that girl, because I want to keep my job here, sir, I can tell you that. So, but no, Lee is actually a lovely lady, beautiful lady actually. Anybody know who that is? No, not Jim's daughter. Let's not go through Jim's family. No, that's Brooke. That's Brooke Hanson, who swum for Australia and won gold medals. Okay? It's a bad picture. Looks like Brooke from down here. Brooke Hanson became the ambassador for Test and Tag. Does anybody know how and why she became the ambassador? No, not yet. I'll come to that. She got electrocuted. She did. She got electrocuted at the Melbourne Home Spa and Pool Expo. Okay? Someone managed to get her number and someone rang her and said, hey, would you be interested in being an ambassador? Because Test and Tag is all about electrical safety. So there was a really good synergy as to why she became the ambassador. So what she did was, she jumped at the chance, became their ambassador. She would have done, I don't know, TV ads or radio ads, or went to conferences and did motivational speeches, probably handed out all the awards and things like that, and became an ambassador. We're not asking you to have an ambassador for your business, okay? You don't need to fork out $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 on an ambassador.
What happens if you could though?
What happens?
If you didn't have to fork out money and you could get someone?
I would probably speak to my regional franchisor, because I'm sure they would want the ambassador in their region of some sort. Absolutely. Yeah, good call. Good call. Does anybody know what the building inspections ambassador was in the early days? Keith from the block. Yeah, so they got in touch with Keith and Keith became the ambassador for building inspections. So again, it was a great way to kickstart their business and they grew quite quickly. So a really successful group being building inspections, but kicked it off with Keith from the block. Does anybody know what this is? Oh, sorry, I should say, let me just go back a step. So Brooke loved the business so well, her and her husband ended up buying a franchise and became a regional franchisor. I think far New South Wales, Queensland border somewhere there, I think, 100% sure. But yeah, they loved the business so much, that's what they became, regional franchisors and franchisees, because they really liked the way the system operated and worked. Anybody know what this is?
Porn star moustache.
For those people online, it was a porn star moustache. Now, again, no, not quite a porn star moustache, but it is a moustache, absolutely. Part of the Movember campaign, okay? So, Mowing, going back a few years ago, decided as a good synergy was mental health, and Movember became a really good connection for us in that sense. So this here is a moustache that was cut into the Avalon Airport. There was a paddock down there that they provided. That there is 300 metres long by 100 metres high. Okay, if you see that little white dot there, that's actually a car, and that's about 6 containers stacked on top of each other. So it's a huge moustache that we did. We actually got a number of franchisees involved, carved it out, raised about $50,000 or $60,000, got on Channel 10 News, and got really good promotion for the brand. Okay, the following year we pushed a lawnmower from Hobart all the way through to Brisbane up the eastern seaboard. It took us 30 days. And pushed it all the way up, and I think we raised another $40,000 or $50,000 as well. And again, franchisees would join in at different lines and jump in and start pushing that lawnmower all the way up. Yes, it was souped up, had bigger wheels on it, it was a bit easy to push, but it was still a lawnmower all the way up. So again, that's the sort of stuff that your division is going to do. Top of all that, we've got Google AdWords, okay? Because if you're not on Google AdWords, well, bingo, you're nowhere. Hands up anybody in the room that looks at the second page when they do a search. You do? You do, sir? Probably ask what you're looking at, sir, but anyway. At the end of the day, if we're not on that front page, we're really not going to get seen. Okay, so we've got to make sure. Why do you go to the second page?
I'm really looking for something
Yep.
specific.
Okay.
To do.
Yeah, so not just looking for all the advertising and all the big stuff, looking for someone that might be out. Yeah, cool, that's okay. But majority of people will look at that first page and make their selection from that. And if we're not there, then we're really struggling. Okay, so if we're not there, our business is probably going to fail. So we've got to make sure that that's where we sit. So again, it becomes a really important program in what we're trying to do. And when I look at 180,000 unserviced jobs, we're probably going okay. But we still need to keep advertising. We still need to make sure we're getting more leads. I don't say we need to get more unserviced, but it's a pretty good indicator that we're actually advertising pretty well. Okay, so we need to keep driving that and making sure we're heading in the right direction. So, when it comes to franchisor marketing and franchisee, again, all of your fees and all of your marketing is paid to your franchisor. And we call it an advertising fund. So, here we have what we call a region. That region there could be 200, 300, 500,000 households. Okay, that's what the regional franchisor will own. And what they do is they sell franchises within that. And that's you guys right here. All those little circuits, all those little territories is what you are. Okay, so you're a franchisee and your franchisor will sell them. Each one of the franchisees pays their fees to the franchisor, and that goes into the advertising fund that we need to spend to make sure we're driving leads. Okay, so if you've got 3 franchisees and it's $150 a month, we're spending $450 plus. We may even have to dip into our own pocket to make sure we're getting enough advertising happening. But it's our responsibility to drive as many leads as we possibly can for the business. Okay, so again, it's an important part of what we're trying to do. So in terms of the advertising fund, every single franchisee contributes. Even if the franchisor is a franchisee in his own region, he or she will contribute to that fund. Okay, so there's no not paying it. Every single franchisee will pay. And from time to time, we'll also have to get that fund audited. Okay, well, it's not from time to time, it's every 12 months. So there could be a vote that goes out to all franchisees that says, hey, do you want to do it? And if 75% of franchisees come back and say, no, we don't want it audited, that's cool, we don't need to. But if less than 75% do, we must have that fund audited. Okay, because it's all about what we collected, what we spent, and what the balance is as well. Okay, so they're quite stringent. The National Office is quite stringent on what we spend that money on. We can't just spend it on certain things. We need to make sure that we're actually spending it on getting leads for franchisees. Okay, it's an important part of what we're actually trying to do here. Cool. So, in terms of advertising, what time is it? 5:02. Have I got any questions around? Have I got any questions online, Benny?
Not at the moment.
Have I got any questions from the room, just based on what we've talked about so far? No? Okay. All right, because I don't really want to... Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll talk about advertising after the break. What I will do is talk about pay for work guarantee just quickly. Anybody want to explain what pay for work guarantee is?
When you generate your own leads through your local area, sort of by we offer to do work for nothing and Jim pays you.
Okay, yeah, cool. Anybody else want to hazard a guess about pay for work guarantee? We've probably got it at the end part there. Yeah. So, pay... Yep, go for it.
Guaranteed for approximately 3 months a certain amount per week. If you haven't, say, for example,
Yep.
you're guaranteed $1,100
Yep.
each week, but you've only made $800 for that week, then you will...
It's a shortfall? Yep, cool. Okay, and were you going to say something, sir?
Is that the for every one job you get two?
Pay for work guarantee, no, we'll come back to that a bit later. So, in terms of pay for work guarantee, it's a great safety net for your business, okay? And what it means, coming back here, and we probably pull those two together a little bit, it is about providing free services, and it is when we have a shortfall in what we're expected to earn. So a pay for work guarantee is averaged over a 4-week period, okay? And what that does then is, you tell your franchisor how much you've earned, and where there's a shortfall over the average of that 4-week period, then we will ask you to go out and do free services, and we'll pay you to do them. So you'll sell free services to your clients, and we will pay you to do those those services. There is a fee service maximum in your franchise agreement, so don't think you're going to go out and do a $5,000 landscape and we're going to pay you to do that. That's not going to work that way. We may only pay you $60 or $80, whatever the free service maximum is in your franchise agreement in that sense. So, as an example, actually let me go around the room just quickly as well. What's your pay for work guarantee in bookkeeping? No worries, mate. Cheers, good luck. I think it's 1,100 or 1,200, but double check. What is it in building inspections?
15.
Sammy, how much is it?
1,500.
1,500, good work. Well done, Sam. For all those people in the room, this is Sammy Robinson up the back. So Sammy's a regional franchisor in building inspections, hazmat. Anything else? That's about it. And he's actually got you tomorrow afternoon anyway. Yes, Betty?
Someone's just asked here, sorry, is that the base fee you just spoke about a couple of seconds ago? And then said 150?
No, not the base fee. Advertising fee. We talked about the advertising fee, which might have been 150 up to 500, and now we're talking about pay for work guarantee. What is it in cleaning? Carpet cleaning?
I think it's 1,100.
1,100, yep, be about that number. What is it in handyman? 1,100. What is it in mowing? 1,500. It can vary in mowing. It can vary from 1,400, 1,500 up to 1,750. It can vary a little bit. So at the end of the day, here's an example on the board before we go for lunch. And remember, it's averaged over a 4-week period. Okay, so what we're saying here on the right-hand side is that our pay for work guarantee is 800. So for the purpose of this exercise, we're saying pay for work guarantee is $800 a week. Okay, if you're sitting there going, yeah, but mine's 1,500, no worries. 15, 15, 15 and 15 comes to $6,000. So you need to just put your own details in. So this is just an example based on $800, okay? On the first week, franchisee went out and turned over $500. Every other week, they managed to nail the 800, okay? So if we add this up here, it totals to $2,900, okay? What we're saying is that you should have turned over $3,200. So if we take this number here away from here, we've got a $300 shortfall. And that's that $300 that we're going to encourage you to go out and do some local area marketing, door knocking in your territory and try and sell some free services. Okay? Now, sometimes selling free services, not always easy, so you might have to come up with, maybe some vouchers or stuff, but again, speak to your franchisor. And not every division will provide a free service, okay, because you can't. So for fencing, you don't go out and build a free fence. So they'll do some other advertising components. So it's important you speak to your franchisor and find out what are some of the things that I need to do to collect my pay for work guarantee. Okay? When you have done that and you've collected a few clients, A, you need to tell us you need work. 2, you need to be available to take work. And 3, do free promotional work, which is where we just got to. Okay? So we've got $300 shortfall. You may need to go out and do about 5 jobs in that program to make sure that you pick up your $300. Provide the client details, because from time to time we will ring people and just say, hey, we're just doing a bit of customer service. Understand that Norman Raven came and mowed your lawns for you. How'd you find his service? And they might have said, absolutely fantastic, love Norman, we're going to get him back as a regular. So that's a great result, we can pass that feedback on. It's when they turn around and say, who's Norman? We've got a problem, all right? So again, it's an honesty system, but again, we don't have many problems with franchisees. They are pretty open and pretty honest within the system, but please just make sure that you are providing a service for a client. Give us those details so we can check it out. Obviously, comply with the contract. We will then either send you $300, as in that example, or we will take it off your fees. So again, it depends on how the franchisor will operate as to which way you'll get that shortfall back to you, okay? But franchisors are encouraged to pay that money because it's very goodwill. It's also, you're going to talk highly about us as well, all right? So when it comes to someone at a service station says, mate, what's the franchise like? And your franchisor has just provided you with some paperwork guarantee, I'm sure you're going to say, mate, it's a great system. The bloke just paid me $300, it was a bit short. Bang, that's a really good promotion for the business as well. All right, so it's a win-win for everyone, but again, it's a bigger win for you because out of those 4 or 5 jobs, you may well have picked up some regulars as well. So again, that's what we're aiming to do for pay for work guarantee. Have I got any questions? No, cool. So usually at this time, I'm just about to introduce our preferred suppliers. Unfortunately for this week, because of where the situation we're in, they've decided that they're not going to turn up, which is absolutely fair and reasonable. But I do have one gentleman that's decided to turn up here. This is the chief. I've got to be careful, this is recorded. But this is the chief, this is Yadrin. So Yadrin is our Jim's Insurance manager, okay? And what he's just going to quickly do is just have a quick chat, 30-second chat. He won't be downstairs today to have a chat to you, but he has got some things he wants to hand out. Perfect. And bingo, he's just going to quickly run down what they can provide for you. Sorry, mate, just need this. Can you just hang on to that? Talk into it.
Have you washed your hands?
I will after.
Hello everyone. With Jim's Insurance, public liability, if you look at your contracts, it's compulsory through Jim's for the majority of the divisions. So this will tell you how to do it online. You need the certificate to get a start date, which you have to flick to your franchisor. But if you've got any issues, you can give us a buzz and we can help you through the process. The system was built for me to do it, which means that anybody can do it. Right? So it's quite easy. But also we can help you with any other products and help you with claims. If you have a claim, we're there to help you out as well. We have claims authority in our office, so not many brokers have that. So we can settle claims overnight. So look, it's this day and age now. I just want to touch on personal accident and illness insurance, especially on the illness side of it. You are covered, but you've got to get the virus. Yeah, so you're not covered if you have to stay home. Yeah, or if you have to self isolate. So it's surprising. Mike's having a bit of a giggle. How many questions we've been asked? But you actually have to get the virus for the policy to kick in. Yeah, and that's not with Jim's. It's with every insurance company. Yeah.
Yadrin, just a quick question. What's the, not the funniest, but the worst claim that you've seen?
The worst?
Well, you know, like...
I tend to pick divisions each training, but I'll go with mowing. Ride-on mower, thought he'd put oil in the ride-on. He put Roundup in there. So that walker was a 30 grand claim. Yeah. Any antennas? I'll just go for. We're going to go with another one. Any antenna guys here, girls, or online? Anyway. Antennas, you put an antenna up, make sure you put the tile back on, because the next day what happens? It rains. Yeah, so we have those claims. Yeah, maybe one more.
Give me a cleaning one.
Cleaning one. When you clean the oven, don't take the tray out and put it on a $30,000 Italian marble bench and clean the grill. When you take it off and go, oh, I've stained the marble bench. Yeah. So obviously cleaners, there is a way of doing oven cleaning. I'm not sure what that is, but there's a way. So check with your franchisor. Dog cleaners, make sure pet groomers that you clip your dog in, because they do run away and jump and then break their legs. So all these are live claims, but just make sure they're clipped in. Anyway, there's some examples that are covered. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you, Yadrin.
No worries.
Again, make sure there's a pamphlet here, so I need everyone to pick that up whether you come back in or as you go. Actually, do it on your way back in and you can put it in your folder later on. Just quickly up on the board, a couple of other people that are usually here. So I'm just going to run over a fraction here, but LOD Promotion, so Shay, she used to, she still does, but they provide all of our fantastic uniforms, but they also can do some things like promotional stuff as well. So you might want diaries or bottle openers or things like that, so they do a great job. Dynamite, so Lisa Martins for Dynamite printing, so things like business cards or flyers and things, all that sort of associated stuff, invoice pads and whatever, fantastic. Just spoken to Yadrin, and we've also got Tony, oops, there he goes, come back one. Tony Gale. Tony Gale is part of our financial services, so again, they also provide business loans, home loans, financial planning. There's a number of things they can do, but also car loans. So brilliant guys to deal with. Again, just tap into them and see what you can do.
You don't know it yet because it's only just happened this morning, sorry. I will be emailing a how-to on the uniform site, which is Shay from Lod Uniforms. She's fantastic and it's really easy. So that's division specific as well. So sorry to put you on the spot, Mike, but we'll email that out, and I'm hoping to try and get one from Lisa from Dynamite as well, about with comp slips and business cards as well. So under the circumstances, but we'll keep in contact with you and send it through.
Beautiful. Okay.
Alrighty.
So we are going to go for lunch. Once again, when you go down to the conference centre, please make sure you hand sanitise, Going to have to line up a little bit. There'll be some takeaway containers and knives and forks. You can sit at some tables. Please make sure we have the right distance apart or sit outside. I need everyone back in this room, and for everybody online, we need you back in this room at, let's make it 1 to 2. Okay, so see you all back in here at 5 minutes to 2. Done. Thank you, guys.
And I'll just yell out.
Okay, Jackie, let's go live. Cool. All right, so welcome back after lunch. How was lunch? What did you have for lunch? Pizza? Yeah, it's pretty good. Do you know we have a big stone oven pizza maker in the back? So they're coming out of a stone oven, whatever they call them. It's massive. A pizza oven. Yeah, we'll call it a pizza oven because that's what it is. So about 15 to 20 grand's worth. It's a massive unit out the back, and they cook and make their own pizzas. So it's absolutely fantastic. So there you go. All right, so just to go back, just prior to lunch, I went to talk a bit about advertising, and I skipped it because there can be a bit of a conversation in what that looks like and what it sounds like. Okay, so who's run their own business before? Yeah, cool. So when you're running your own business, you can do whatever you like. You can advertise where you like, you can put anything you like, you can drop letterbox, you can do whatever you like when you're working for yourself. In a franchising system though, there's going to be a little bit of structure around what that actually looks like. Okay, so you just can't run off and do advertising free will. All right, so you do have a few rules to fall under. So when it comes to advertising, as you can see up here on the board, wherever we use the logo, we must use the website and we must also have the 131546 number. So let me just put this up here on the board just to help make it a little bit easier. Here's your territory. Okay, so everyone's buying a territory. It could be this big, it could be a number of businesses, it could be a number of things. There's about 3 or 4 ways that we can design a territory. Okay, your franchisor has already spoken to you about what that territory looks like, and that will be in your franchise agreement. Okay, so there'll be a copy of that, and it'll be clearly outlined exactly what your territory looks like. When you're in your territory, you can drop your name, you can drop a business card, you can drop a flyer, you can drop your mobile phone number. You can pretty much do anything you want. I quite often say when you're in your territory, you can almost run nude through your territory. It's your territory, do what you like, okay? So within that territory though, feel free to drop everything, okay? As soon as you move outside of the territory, okay, now you're restricted. Now you can only hand that business card to that person. So you've got a lead outside of your territory, which is very common. Okay, so don't think it's not going to happen. It will happen more than what you'll get a lead in your territory. So you get a lead outside your territory, no problems at all. You're going to call the client. And when you get to that house, you can give them your business card, you can give them a flyer, you can give them whatever you like. Okay? But whilst you're here, you can't go next door. Okay, so you can't go and door knock next door to that person and offer your business card. But if that person next door comes and says, hey, I see you mowing the lawn, do you have a business card? Your answer is yes, I do. You can pass that over because that's what we call a referral system. Okay, so the person has approached us, that's not a problem at all. So when you're in your territory, one of the things that we would encourage you to do, there's the house you're working at, and these are the neighbours. Once you've completed the property, as long as it's inside your territory, we're going to suggest you go and drop a business card all the way around, or a flyer, or whatever that may be, up and down the street, as part of your local area marketing activity. Okay, so that's going to be encouraged for you to do. And you're crazy not to do it, because they're the little bits of free stuff that you'll pick up, because these people will pick up your business card and they'll actually call you at some point. Okay, but once you're outside your territory, you can't do that sort of stuff. Okay, so you can only hand it to the person that you're actually dealing with. Even if it's a referral. Someone in here says, hey mate, do you do lawns over here? Yes, I do. Bingo, can you go and ring my brother? He lives there. You rock over to here. It's a referral, no problems at all. You can give them your business card, but you can't go and door knock next door and all that sort of stuff. But if someone approaches you, you can certainly give a card. Okay, does that make sense? Yep, got that under control? Cool. So, in terms of advertising, like I said, run your own business, do whatever you like. But when you're now running a franchise, we just have to put a little bit of structure around it. If I was to put an advertisement in the paper, so let me just put this on the board. So, this is a true story. I'm still a mowing franchisee. So I still go out and cut a few lawns. I'm a mowing franchisee within my own region. Okay, so I wear a uniform, I have my trailer, Jim's mowing and everything. Can I go and put that ad in the local paper? Hands up, yes? Hands up no. Hands up you didn't put your hand up. There's a few of you. Okay, cool. Yes, I can do it. Yes, I can, but why can I do it? Now, don't get me wrong, before I go into this, I'm not suggesting you go and do this, okay? But I'm just trying to understand why we can do something and why we can't do something. Why could I put that ad in the paper? Why? Perfect, absolutely. So I'm not using the brand and I'm not using the logo at all, so therefore I'm just a nobody. We know the strength of our brand and we know how much that pulls work in, okay? So therefore I could do it. If I was to put Jim's Mowing in brackets in there, can I do it? No, now it's an absolute no-go zone, okay? So, again, not encouraging anyone to do this because you're already paying an advertising fee within your fee structure. So I'm not about to ask you to go and spend any more money on advertising. The only thing we ask you to do is spend money on a few extra business cards, maybe some magnets, flyers, and just distribute those as part of your local area marketing, okay? That's what we encourage you to do because you can pick up some easy free work out of doing it. So we don't encourage any of this, but I do want to make people understand that if you did put your own advertising in, as long as there's no reference to the Jim's group or Jim's whatever your division is, then it's actually okay. Okay? Make sense? Yeah? Cool. Have I got any questions on advertising? Yes, mate.
So do we organise the flyers or does the franchisor?
Can be a little bit of a mixture. Some people provide like a printed pack. Someone might sell you a franchise and also then sell you what happened there, Jake? Cool. Sorry, so some franchisors may provide you with a pack that's printed material. They might say, here's the franchise, here's a printed pack, so business cards and flyers, and here's a uniform pack. Other franchisors may not do it that way. They might say, sell the franchise and then contact our preferred suppliers and order your own stuff. Okay? Yeah, cool. Yep. So it depends on the division sometimes and also the individual franchisor about how they go about that sort of stuff. Definitely. Question? Sorry, Jake.
Oh.
Online.
I do as a part-time Uber driving. Could I give a flyer or business to my passengers?
No. No. So the question was, I'm a part-time Uber driver. Can I give business cards and flyers to my passengers? And I would say the answer to that is no. Did anybody know why the answer to that would be no? Yeah, it could. What were you going to say? Sorry? No. It's more the fact, though, that that client may not live in his territory. Okay, so again, understanding that you can't drop outside of your territory. So therefore, and again, as a franchisor, our role is to make sure that we provide a level playing field for all franchisees. That's our role. So at times what you'll see is franchisors, we have such a riveting life. We will sit at home at night watching TV, we'll have an iPad in front of us and just start to type in my case, Jim's Mowing in some local suburbs. Because I'm trying to see if any of my guys are advertising where they shouldn't be. Okay, because if they are, that's unfair to all my other franchisees. So we send a quick text and say, mate, got 24 hours, let's get this thing down so there's no further action taken. All right, so if you're going to advertise outside your territory, it can result in a breach and it may result in a termination. So just be mindful of not advertising outside your area. Another question online.
Yeah, so a follow-up on that was, but is it restricted to my area? Most of the time, I don't know where my passengers live.
So I think we answered that. Yep, cool, no problems.
Also, we had another one was, what are the restrictions with advertising on Facebook? Can we
yeah.
for our own area?
So you can't do social media. Now, just before we jump too quickly into that, currently there's an experiment going on from cleaning and also dog wash. There are two divisions that are experimenting on different platforms and doing Facebook advertising and a number of other things, okay? So if you're in the cleaning or dog wash division, understand that that's an experiment going on. They're running that from a national point of view, so that's being controlled, okay? But for everyone else, you can't do social media, okay? Because if you're doing social media, you're now advertising outside your territory. So remember, it's all about advertising outside the territory, which is the no-go zone. A lot of people say, can I put my number on my trailer or my vehicle? And the answer to that is no. And the main reason being is simply because when you're in your territory, it's actually not that bad, it's okay. But the problem is you're going to drive your car outside your territory at some point, and now we're advertising outside the territory. So it's just understanding the basics of what we do and how and why that you can't do certain things. Okay? So the simplest thing to do is this. Remember, if you're in your territory, feel free to door knock, do all of that sort of stuff, go and drop flyers down the street, go and drop business cards. And I'm a big one for magnets, so business card magnets. Okay? The reason I like magnets is because I like to say to somebody, hey Norman, how you going? Here's my business card. It's actually a magnet. Go and put it on your fridge. And I think that's what the customer that tends to do is go and put it on their fridge. Now they can't sort of lose me. All right, so again, just constantly work at ways to get, keep your magnets on the fridge. Yep, Jake.
So back to our Uber question, what if they're using a generic business card?
Can we drop the Uber questions? Yep, go, what's...
1546 number and just the
Yeah, absolutely. So if you are anywhere, so in actual fact, my personal preference, now this is only a personal preference, I think we should all use 131546. I should get rid of mobile phone numbers. Again, that's a personal view and a personal opinion. It means then we could all be dropping flyers anywhere we like, and all of that work then goes back to our national office, our call centre, and then it gets distributed evenly to the right franchisee. So I actually personally think 131, but the system allows you to have your business and all that here, and when you meet somebody, you can provide them with a card as well. Okay? Yes, Jake, another one online?
Yeah, another one online. So regarding the Facebook thing, but what if we paid sponsored posts in our local area? So targeted within Facebook.
The blank answer for social media is no, but what I will encourage you to do is go and speak to your franchisor to see whether they want to get involved in something like that, and they might be able to assist as well from a regional perspective. All right, so again, social media, no, but if you want to have a conversation around social media, please go and talk to your regional franchisor and they'll make the decision on whether it's fair for everybody. Yes, Matt? Cool. Yep. Cool. So the question for everybody online was, back to our vehicles, I'm a Jim's building inspection person, but I also run a drafting business. Can I put the drafting business on my vehicle? Now, part of my answer will be this. It'll state in your franchise agreement that you must spend 100% of your time based on your Jim's franchise. So part of that answer will be no. Some people possibly are running a little bit of a side business. I would suggest from a style guide perspective, Jim's Building Inspection would say no to putting that over the top of our wrap. So part of my answer would be no, and I'd say it'd be no from the boys, but again, speak to your franchisor and see what their final decision would be. All right, but I'd say it'll be no from an overall perspective because it'll affect the branding on their car. Yep. Question?
Just with the social media, are you allowed to advertise just your own name without the branding?
Yeah, so you can have your own, so to go back to social media, you can have your own Facebook page. So for instance, I've got Norman Raven. Norman Raven can have his own Facebook page, absolutely. And he can take a photo today and post it and say, here I am in my uniform and I'm buying a franchise. No problems at all because it's going to his family and friends. So it's no issue. But he can't have Norman Raven and then have Jim's Mowing attached to that. Because if somebody does a search for Jim's Mowing, Norman's going to pop up from anywhere. And that's then illegal to do from that point. Question online.
They are flying through online. So first one from Stephen, can you door knock and open point territory?
Okay, yeah, cool. Let me draw that one on the board. In an open point, that's an interesting definition of it. So here's the question. I think this is the question. Here's our region. And we have 1, 2, 3 franchisees. I think the question from online is this. Can I letterbox drop down in this area? Okay, what's the answer? No. So this is the person online. What was his name?
That was Stephen.
Stephen. So this is Steve. He wants to know, nobody owns this area down here. Can I drop business cards? What's the answer?
Yes.
Yes? I'll tell you the answer first. The first answer is, ring your franchisor and ask the question, who owns all this area? Yeah, your franchisor owns it. Why would a franchisor say no to you? Yeah, that's one reason. Yeah, there's another reason that might be happening though. Yeah, correct. He might actually be speaking to someone who's about to buy that territory. So therefore, he won't want this person dropping their business cards here. So the answer to that is yes, you can, but you must get permission from your franchisor first to make sure they're happy for you to do it, because they own the actual region, and therefore, as I said, they might be talking to someone or they might have it set up for something else. All right, so please speak to your franchisor first, Steve. Good question. Another question online first.
From Teresa is, what if a client gives you contact details from people outside your area?
Not a problem at all. So that goes back to this section here. That's what we call a referral. So it doesn't matter where the person refers you from, but they say, hey, do you provide a service here? And as long as you're happy to go, the answer is yes. And when you're speaking to that person, you can provide them with a business card. Okay, no problems at all. Question from in the room.
It's not so much a question, it's more related to the last one. My franchisor is actually encouraging me to look outside my two areas as well, because there's no one else that has a region within about 60 k's.
Yep.
And so I've already spoken to him about that, and he is more than happy for me to chase. It was basically his recommendation.
Yep, cool. If your franchisor has given you permission to drop business cards into a vacant area, then that's fine. That's his responsibility, that's his area, and he's more than capable of saying yes or no to that. No problems at all. Yep, that's cool. Question over here.
That's more a statement. If we follow Jim's model and ethos, we should then be knocking back 1 out of every 3 leads because we can't handle the work.
Yes.
And once we're established.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jim's is knocking back 1 in 3 leads because they can't handle the system.
Yep.
That should then flow to us. We should be then selecting work that we want.
We have a number of franchises. We have a huge amount of franchisees who don't take work ever, okay, because they've built up a business of regulars, and therefore what's happened then is they've also built networks. And so they're also getting work from other areas, and then also these people, their regular clients, depending on the business, are offering them extras as well. Okay, so just as an easy example, mowing guys, they've got, let's call it, they've got 60 regular mows. Well, all of a sudden this person here says, oh, can you cut my hedge? The next person says, well, can you clean my gutters as well? So all of a sudden, these are the extra jobs that instead of taking a lead out of the office, they're picking it up free of charge right here. All right, so again, build strong networks. Again, that's what we're going to encourage you to do, and we're going to teach you how to do that a bit on tomorrow with Sammy Robertson through the local area marketing stuff. Okay, so I can't say it enough to, especially the people online as well. Make sure you're not just going to sit and wait for our leads to come through. Make sure you're quite active in what you're trying to do. All right, because lead fees will also add up. Again, lead fees are not, yeah, they're a cost of the business, but at the same time, fantastic opportunity. Okay, so see them as a customer lead. Don't see them as a job lead, see them as a customer lead. All right, that means it's a once-off lead fee. Once you get that client, there's yours for life anyway. So you're able to market to them, you're able to do anything you like to a customer lead. All right, so don't see it as a job. Don't say, oh, I got a lead, I didn't get the job and it cost me X amount. Don't think that way. See it as, hey, I've got a lead, got a customer lead. Hey, that's okay, I didn't get the job this time, but I'll certainly market to them down the track and see if I can continue to get work out of them. All right, so just change your thinking about how you see a lead. Was there a question over here? Yes.
Just, I mean, obviously not right away, but eventually down the track, if you are doing well enough to possibly sponsor a team or a local team, or a sporting team or anything like that, are you able to do that in any way, or does it? Yeah, or not?
It's interesting, when franchisees talk about sponsorship, say of a club, so your local footy club or cricket club, something like that. One of the things is, don't get me wrong, I don't stop anybody donating money to their club, so I think that's important, but you also don't need to do it. Because everybody's going to know who you are and what business you're running, and they're going to come to you anyway. The thing would be though, if you are going to do sponsorship, you would have to use the 131546 number. Yeah, but you certainly can from that point. Yeah.
So you just basically speak to your franchisor as well?
Yeah, definitely, but you could do the 131546, put in your $500, and that's not a problem at all. Yeah, not a problem at all. Any other questions online, Jake?
No, good for now.
Cool. Question up the back.
Let's just say when the club's reopen and you strike up a conversation with someone and you let them know what you do for a living, and they say, oh, my house, which isn't in your territory, I'd like to get this and that done. Are you able to hand them your business card?
Yeah, so the question was for people online, when clubs and pubs all reopen, I think was the start of your, what's your name? So while you're down there, I don't know why you're there, but that's okay. Jake, are you able to maybe set this up for me? Can you have a look at this?
It's just
Yep. Can you change the timing on it? You're not that good? You're not that good, Jackie? All right, that's okay. Sorry, so back to here, back to pubs, clubs. So the question was, if someone then says they're out of your territory, can they ask you for a job? Absolutely, it's called referral work. The fine line within our franchise agreement, this is where it gets a fine line, is that anybody can approach you, okay? But you can't approach them. So there's a bit of a fine line here, and there's a little bit of a code of conduct between franchisees. Because if we break down that code, it means that you'll just go anywhere and talk to someone. And that's not right. It's not fairness of the system. Okay, so we have a spirit of the system that's in the spirit of the system, but we can't write it into the franchise agreement. All right, so therefore the fine line is anyone can ask you. So for instance, wear a uniform down to the club, just be careful how many pots you might have. But you could wear it there and you could have a number of people walk up and say, hey, do you work for Jim's Mowing? Yes, I do. Do you have a card? No problems at all. There it is. But what you can't do is go and canvass to people who are having a pot and saying, mate, here's my business card, here's my business card. So it's just understanding what you can and can't do. All right, so we often talk about friends and what they've got. Of course, friends are going to know what you do. They're going to ask you for your business card, and that's absolutely no problems at all. Okay, it's all about referral work. All right. Any other questions around advertising? Pretty comfortable? So tell me this. Here we go. So I'm down at Coles tonight. Okay. I'm down at Coles, aisle 7. I'm buying some lollies and chocolates. Okay. I'm in my full uniform, my full mowing uniform. I'm walking down the aisle and I see a lady walking the other way. She says to me, do you have a business card? Sorry, no, she says to me, do you work for Jim's Mowing? What's my answer? Yes. Yeah. She says, do you have a business card? What's my answer? Yes. Yeah, not a problem, because she asked me for it, so I'm able to hand it over. Okay. Same scenario. I'm walking down Coles, at Coles tonight. I'm in full mowing uniform. Walking down the aisle 7, chocolates and lollies. Lady walking up the other way. I say to her, hey, here's my business card. Am I allowed to do it? No. Why? No, because that's creepy shit. You don't do that sort of stuff out in the public and opening. All right, so just make sure we're doing the right sort of stuff when it comes to our advertising, making sure you're doing it the right way. All right, so if there's no other questions, we're going to jump on and go some other stuff. All right, so, whoops. In terms of technology in gyms, we only have a couple of things. Okay, so we don't have a hell of a lot. One of the very most important things that we have, and it's pretty much the heartbeat of our company, is a program that we call FMS4. Now, it's the program that everybody in gyms uses. So it's used by National Office, Divisional Regionals, and the call centre. So it's a pity that we aren't able to go to the call centre this week, because you would see FMS4 in action about how we take the lead and how it gets distributed to a franchisee. Okay? Unfortunately, we can't do that this week. Your access, though, is via another program called Gyms Online, and I'm going to show you that shortly, but also show you how that operates tomorrow. What's good about FMS4 is that we're able to page out or text out an SMS to your phone. So when you get a lead, it's 160 characters that we're going to send to your phone. It's going to have the details of the customer, it's going to have the address, phone number, and what the job is. Okay, so that's what's going to be sent to you. It's now your responsibility to go and call the client and make a booking. Okay, we can also email out of the system. But when you are taking the lead, you must take it as a SMS first, because we can tell when it's been delivered, but you can also opt to have it sent as an email as well. But you can't take the email option only. You must take SMS and then have email as a backup. Okay? We also are building FMS5 online. Now, it has started, it's creeping along, but what's good for you guys one day will be that when it's completed, is that we'll have more live data and be more active and mobile in the field. At the moment, if you said to me, say I caught up with yourself, actually I'll do Norman because I've got his name here. If I caught up with Norman, he's one of my franchisees, he says, how many leads we got in the last week? Well, I can't answer him because I haven't run the report. I'd say, mate, I'll go home and I'll check it on my computer tonight and I'll let you know. Now that could be 9 o'clock this morning. Norman gets that info, 10 hours later. When we have FMS5, we're able to run some reports and say, hang on a sec, Norman, bang, 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 mate, we've had 25 leads in the last week. So we can have some live data that we can tap into. That's the beauty of where FMS5 is actually heading. It's going to be a little while, we won't get there too quickly, but at the same time, that's going to be a really good thing for franchisors, and franchisees will see the benefit of that. Here's Gyms Online. So when you got into Gyms Online, these are the things that you can actually do. So it looks at your areas, your services, what times you want to take leads, and have all your customers in there, and it also, the back end is the franchisee website, okay? So that's when you're in Gyms Online. And again, we're going to show you that program tomorrow and actually take you through, show you how it works. Over here we have a program called Gyms Jobs, and it's been developed and it's come back, and it's a fantastic program, and what it is, and it's just about to go online. So probably by, I'll say that end of March, maybe in the next 4 weeks, we've got a program that's now going to go online that can be accessed anywhere. Just at the moment, it sits on a hard drive. Okay, so you download it through Gyms Online, and it now sits on your hard drive. But in the next 2 to 4 weeks, it'll now be mobile, so you can tap into it via a browser and send out your invoices, quotes, and all that sort of stuff. Okay, so it is an absolutely brilliant program, and it's been designed by the IT department. They took it as an old program, they've modernised it, and it now is a brilliant program for franchisees to use in the field. Okay, so this here is telling us what you need, and this here is your accounting software. Okay, so as an example, I'm not saying it's exactly the same, but this is like your MyOb and your Xero, but what's better for it is that this one here has a great scheduling system. It's brilliant from that point of view. Okay, so it's a great program. You'll see it tomorrow, and then also on Saturday, all the mowing guys in the room will actually do a 2-hour course on it and show you how to use it and operate it. So this will do your customers, your invoices, your quotes and reports, and you can also email out. These two here talk to each other. Okay, so when you're in Gyms Online and you make a change to your customer details, you're actually changing FMS4 live. So you don't play around with it too much, you just put in the correct details and bang. So when FMS4 gets a lead, it'll also drop it into Gyms Online for you. Okay, it'll also SMS it out. These two don't talk to each other. So Gyms Online and Gyms Jobs don't talk to each other. And at the moment, Gyms Jobs doesn't talk to FMS4. But once it goes online, what we should have is the lead dropping straight into Gyms Jobs for you as well. So it's just taking away the duplication of all the typing. Okay, so the customer details will drop straight in for you, and therefore you just need to activate them of what you're trying to do. The only other bit that we have, Book a Gym, which is pretty much our online booking system. So that goes straight into FMS4. So at times you might get a lead at 2 a.m. in the morning because someone's a shift worker and they've gone onto our website and just gone book a job. Okay, that's it. We don't have any other technology within the Gyms group. Some divisions may have some stuff, yes they might, but certainly within the Gyms group, that's exactly what you're looking at. There's nothing else that we can offer. All right, but that's all you need to run your business in that sense. Any questions? So, this particular session, I often say, is probably one of the most important. So all of our sessions are important, but I reckon this one here, when you understand it and you get it, you tend to run your business a hell of a lot better when you understand how we allocate leads and all the different things that you can do. So, let me scrub this off the board and let's have a chat about how we allocate. Cool. So one of those sessions also that it may well run over. Can someone tell me just quickly, what's that say, afternoon tea? 3:15. Cool. We'll just put that on the board. Done. Okay, sometimes this session will run over because people get quite personal about it and they actually ask a lot of questions about their own business, and we allow that to continue to run. So we might find there's also a lot of questions from online. Happy to answer every single one of them. And what we tend to do is then shorten the last session to make sure we fit it within the 5 o'clock time frame. All right, so don't panic. We will still run all the sessions today, but this one may well run over a little bit. So, what is FMS4? FMS4 stands for Franchisee Management System, version 4. Like I said before, FMS5 is being looked at and being built slowly along the way. It's used by franchisors, the call centre and the office, and your Gyms Online is your link to FMS4, which is all part of that last slide that we showed you. Okay? So, what's good about it? It allocates lead in a fair and equitable manner. Like I said, if I spoke to a number of franchisors and franchisees, not many would have a problem with the way FMS4 allocates. It really is a great system and it allocates fairly, and not many people have ever had many issues around how FMS4 works. Okay, so from that point of view, have really good trust in the system that when you get a lead, it's the right lead. It's not going to be someone else's lead. It's going to be for you, and their leads will also be for them. All right, so have really good faith within our system, how it operates. Holds historical data to enable us to backtrack and determine how and why something happened. So, at the end of the day, everybody that logs into FMS4 creates a footprint. Okay, so when someone makes a change, that has a footprint next to it, and we can track it back. So if Norman was my franchisee and he hadn't had work for 2 weeks, all of a sudden he rings up and says, oh, you know, I'm not getting any work, what's happening? We would be able to backtrack that and say, well, hang on a sec, your franchisor logged you off 2 weeks ago. Now the question comes back to me, why did we log him off? I'd have to have a damn good reason why I logged him off, and I can't think of one right now. So at the end of the day, now the spotlight's back here and I'm getting questioned and all that sort of stuff. And so I should, because I've taken him off work and he's now not getting leads. So the great thing about the system is, as I said, it has a footprint. No matter where you are and what you do, you create a footprint. Question online.
This is from Tyson back to Jim's Jobs. Is the new Jim's Jobs going to be able to have an accounting function, or will franchisees need to use MyOb or Xero?
No, it does have an accounting function. It has a basic accounting function, but it does work. It'll do all your invoicing and quote. It'll also do your purchases and suppliers. It'll produce a BAS report, a GST report, all that sort of stuff. So it does do everything within the system. I would suggest you have a look at it first and then decide what you do around MyOb, Xero, QuickBooks, whatever that might be. Cool. Any other questions on some of that? No? Cool. So, something happened. The same will happen in Gyms Online. So when you're in Gyms Online, you will also create and leave a footprint. So when you go in and change all your times, you're now creating your own footprint from that point of view. What we do find at times is that we'll get a franchisee call up. They'll call up and say, hang on a sec, why did that lead in my territory go to the other person? So they've been down, they've met them somewhere, they've been down the street, they might be down the tip, or they've crossed paths somewhere, and someone said, oh, I just got a lead, and the person realised it's in their territory. When we go back and backtrack, what it'll be is that Norman logged off at 5 o'clock and the lead came in at 5:01. So therefore he's off the system, and that's why the lead went to somebody else. So we're able to specifically backtrack and tell why something happened and put everybody at ease. Okay? So that's what's constantly happening within our system. Contains tools to tailor your business to suit you. So we've got 4,000 franchisees. We can have 4,000, and we probably do, 4,000 different setups. And the system will still allocate fairly. The algorithm that drives it is absolutely brilliant, trust me. All right, so it's one area that I want you to have really good trust in, is that the way we allocate, the way the leads come in, it's all transparent, but it works really well. Okay, so it's a fantastic system from that point of view. So what's a lead? A lead is a page or a text. Probably depends how old your franchisor is. I call them a page. I haven't sort of adapted to SMS and all that sort of stuff. But again, it's a page or a text. Now, you don't run with a pager on your hip. We're not doctors. That's not what we are. We're just good service providers. But what happens is we send the lead to your mobile phone. Okay, so it's just an SMS up to 160 characters, and that's what it is from what we send out. Requires you to follow up. How long have you got to follow up? 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours. So again, just remember you've got 2 hours to now call the client back. Okay, that's the critical part of when you get it. The one thing I want you to remember about getting a lead also is it's 2 hours from when we send it, not from when you see it. Okay, so understandably, we might have a fencing person building a fence. They might be doing some concreting of the posts. They might be there for an hour and a half. They check their phone and go, oh, I've got a lead. You might only have half an hour to actually call the client. Okay, and that's when the complaint will kick in. So understand it's 2 hours from when we send it. So there'll be a time and date, but it'll be a time date sent on the actual lead. So you'll see how long you've got. So always get into the habit of just checking your phone. Okay, just randomly pull it out of your pocket, have a quick look, no leads, put it back in your pocket, do whatever you need to do. All right, so just stay on top of that, because that's where we see franchisees get a lot of complaints in the early days. Take a little bit too much work at the start, they get blown out of the water, and bingo, now they start to pick up a few complaints, purely because they've just been too busy. So you've just got to stay on top of that in the early days. All new leads attract a lead fee, which is clearly denoted by a $sign. So, let's have a quick look around the room once again. Where's my bookkeeping people? How much is the lead fee? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure myself, but I think they can be $20 or $30. But again, double check your agreement, speak to your franchisor. I think they are in that price range. How much, where's building inspections? How much is the lead fee? $26, cool. How much in cleaning, carpet cleaning, sorry?
I don't know actually.
Yeah, probably $10 or $12 I would suggest, somewhere around that area. But again, double check.
Yep.
Cool. How much is a lead fee in Handyman?
We've got two different things.
Yep.
One of them is $14, one of them is $26.
Cool. So one lead in Handyman is $14 and then another section it's $26. That's cool. How much is a lead fee in mowing? How much? Yeah, probably more $10 or $12 I would have thought. And if you're in Victoria, it'll be $18. Okay, so that's a change. And how much is it in... Looks like I've got everybody. So once again, you'll see that we have different lead fees. We talked about different advertising fees. We've also got different lead fees. And we also have different pay for work guarantee numbers. Okay, so just understand, whilst this is a franchising system, each division is set up quite separately. There's a model to it, but it's also set up quite differently depending on the division itself. All right? And calculated invoice monthly. So do you pay your fees in advance or do you pay them in arrears? Your monthly fees. Advanced? Arrears? Here we go. Let's have a quick look here. Here's a month, 1st to the 30th. What happens is you get to take as many leads as you possibly can. Okay, that's part of your job, that's part of what you want to do, take as many leads as you can. You then need to try and contact the client and do as many quotes as you possibly can. That's part of the role, okay, trying to do as many quotes. Then your job is to convert them into a job and then obviously try and get paid by the end, okay. What we're going to do is send you an invoice on the 1st of the next month and you've got to pay those by the 10th. So our fees are in arrears. Okay, so you get to work and earn as much as you can here, and then on the 10th of the next month you'll pay your fees. Okay, question online.
Do you pay for all leads or just leads that you convert?
No, you pay for 100% of your leads. Now, having said 100%, let me just backtrack a section. Most of our divisions will also only pay for 85% of their leads. It might be 80, 85 or 90, okay? But what that means is most divisions, there are a couple I think that do, most divisions charge you only for 85% of your leads because we know that some might be a little bit hard to get hold of. Some might just be ringing up for some other reason and we never get onto them. So we don't charge you for 100% of your leads and upset people. We only charge you, in most divisions, for 85%. Okay? Which means if you got 100 leads for the month, which is quite excessive, but if you've got 100 leads for the month, we only charge you for 85. Whether you get the other 15 or not, you get them for free. Hence why also, just while we're on the topic, we don't tend to delete leads. Now, there are probably some occasions where we might for a goodwill gesture, but we don't go about deleting leads because they form part of your 15% for free, so you're not being charged for them anyway. All right, so speak to your franchisor. There might be a scenario where you want a lead fee deleted. Again, it's not what we do normally, but in some cases, like I've had a couple of guys at times that have got a lead at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They've got a phone call at 2:02 and the customer said, oh no, I found someone else. Now, the franchisee has done absolutely everything they possibly can and I've said, you know what, for goodwill for my relationship with that franchisee, I've deleted that lead fee. But again, we don't have to because it also falls into the 15% for free. But again, speak to your franchisors how they wish to operate in that area. Okay. So again, fees are all paid in arrears. If you're starting, and I'll use the 15th, it doesn't matter where you start, you can start next week. You pay pro rata on the end of the month. So if you've only operated for 6 days, you will only pay 6 days of fees, plus obviously all your lead fees in that 6 days. All right, so the actual fees are then pro rata for the thing. So you don't pay a full month when you start halfway through. Okay, so common sense, all good. So, territorial rights, you have exclusive right to all new leads within your own territory as long as you're recorded as asking for work. So again, the exception being same-day service. What is same-day service? Guaranteed to do it on the same day, yeah. Somebody else? What does same-day service mean?
It means you'll contact and go and see the client that same day.
No, it's probably just a little bit more than that. Yeah, so, yeah, good point though. Just a little bit more. So what same-day service is, it's when a client rings us up and they actually request same-day service. So our call centre has a lot of scripts. So when they don't just speak off the cuff, They actually have scripts that they do follow, okay? So if a client rang us up and said, can I get my dog washed today? That will fall under same day service because the client asked for it to be done today. If the client rang us up and said, can I get my dog washed? We wouldn't say, would you like that done today? Okay, so there's the difference. It's only when a client requests same day service. The other thing about same day service is this, that it actually cancels at 12 o'clock every day. So we don't offer same day service during the afternoon, all right, because we believe there's already enough pressures on a franchisee that they probably don't have the time to do it. One of the other things to remember about franchisees and same day service is that at the end of the day, we also don't guarantee the job will be finished. What we guarantee is the job will be started, okay? Because it could be a case where a mowing guy gets a lead for 20 acres. Now, we're not going to cut 20 acres just in the afternoon, but we'll start it, we'll quote it and start it. That's our guarantee. Having said that, you know, you don't have dog wash. Have I got any dog wash in the room? You don't have dog wash that's got a same day guarantee or same day service on a dog wash. Get to 5 o'clock, they've washed it, soaped it all up and said, I'll come back tomorrow and finish it. Doesn't sort of work that way either. All right, so again, it's got to be applicable to the job, but we guarantee same day service is that we will give a quote and start the job today. All right, so please, if you are logging on for same day service, make sure that you're committed to that part of the process. Okay. No one else can own, buy or overlap a territory that you've purchased. What does that look like? Looks like this. So, here's your territory. We can sell one here, 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 and here. No problems at all. Easy to do, okay? You've got, when I say you've got no say in it, it really doesn't matter either, okay? So we can sell all of that. What we can't do though is this. Because now we've got an overlap. Already someone owns that area, so we can't sell that second territory because of that overlap, all right? So documents won't allow it, and then therefore the system can't allocate because it doesn't know who to allocate it to. So again, we can sell all around, but we can't overlap the territory. It's usually picked up at document level. Yes?
Okay, so for example, let's say there is no one in that side.
Over here? Here?
No. So let's say I'm the middle one. Yeah.
That's you?
That's me. But there's no on that side.
Yep. Yep. No on that
side. And there's a certain area that I want.
Yep.
How do I get it?
How do you take leads?
No, how do I get it?
Oh, you want the actual area, so you want...
Well, at least part of it.
You sort of want that.
Yes.
Cool. Speak to your franchisor. That's all part of the contract component. The other thing you can do though is also buy extra territory. Now we won't sell that at the same rate,
yep.
Okay, but you can buy extra territory and attach it to your business. But the other thing to remember is, and I'm going to touch on this a little bit later, here's our territories. Remember, we're putting local and all area rings. So that's picking up all the suburbs that we need anyway. So in one sense, I'll say to you, we don't need to have big territories. Okay?
What if you live in that little section that's not in your territory?
I did say this got quite personal this session, didn't I? Yep, cool. Now again, speak to your franchisor though and see if you can negotiate. Have you got contracts yet?
No,
cool.
Not official yet.
Now's a good time to actually talk about getting a contract and talking about where your territory is.
Yep.
Have a chat to your franchisor and see if you can negotiate that bit extra. Okay?
That's where we live.
No problems. So again, and the clients in your territory add to the increasing value of your business. Why would that add to the increasing value of your business? Why will clients in your territory add to your business, add to the value of your business?
More money being made in the area.
Yeah, less travel, absolutely. Travel time's our biggest killer, okay? Travel time will be your biggest expense in what you're doing. So at the end of the day, if you can minimise your travel, it means your business is far more attractive. So when it comes to selling your business or selling a split, ideally someone wants to look at it and go, wow, I've got, 25 clients all in one suburb. That's a great business to buy rather than 25 clients in 25 different suburbs. Now again, it doesn't mean to say it's better or worse in some things, but it's usually a filter. People like to work local, okay? Probably the best business I've ever sold was a guy in Altona that I had. He had 132 clients in Altona. It's really interesting. It was a great business, okay? Because what happens if you ever went out with him to do like a training day or something, you'd say to him, Norman, where's the next job? He'd say, next door. No worries. Where's the next job? Around the corner. Where's the next job? Just up the road. Like, it was a remarkable business that he had. 132 clients in Altona, okay? That's what you'd call the perfect business because you've got no travel time. The travel time was minimal in that sense. So he might only worked till 1 o'clock every day, but did the same amount of work that someone works to 3 or 4 because of that whole travel component. Yeah. And again, travel is our biggest expense. Petrols, fuels, all that sort of stuff becomes the real issue. So, where and when can I take work? Choose work where to take, local, territorial areas or zones. So, let's have a look at that on the board. So here's your territory. Okay, there's your territory, T for territory. Everything's coded within Gyms Online and FMS4, so T for territory. What we do is that when we start up, we apply a ring around your territory that is up to, I think it's up to about 7k, it's 5 to 7 kilometres, okay, outside of your territory. And we draw a ring around it. And what happens is it picks up every suburb that's in that area. Okay, so when you're asking for local, you're asking for this particular area, all of these suburbs, and including your territory area. Okay, so if a job comes out of that area, you're certainly going to be looked at to get that job. Okay, the other thing we do, we call that our local area. The other thing we do is we have another one, which is 25 kilometres outside your territory. That also picks up all of those suburbs, and that's what we call all areas. So, when you're logged on for all areas, it also includes all of your local areas and it also includes your territory. Okay? Why would you log on for all areas? Tell me the principles. You'd be looking for more work. Tell me what's happening in your business. Why would you log on for all areas? Sorry? What was that? Yeah, if you need work. So if you don't have any work, what you'll do is you'll probably cast a nice big net and look for all areas. If you had about half the amount of work that you needed for the day or the week, what would you log on for? You could add that into your business, yep. You'd probably log on for local because you need a few extra jobs, but you don't want to travel too far. Why would you only log on for territory? Because you're fully booked, absolutely. And people like to protect their territory because they like to make sure that any job that's in that area, they certainly want. The flip side of that would be to log on for 0. So actually cancel all that out and not take anything and allow any job in here to go to someone else. And that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. If you are, think about this, if you are too busy to take work, that's a good thing. So it doesn't matter that someone else gets a job in your territory. But again, people like to have a longer term plan and therefore stay on territory as much as they can. So they tend to be a long-term plan, just picking up a regular job, when I say regular, like as in regular lead, just all along the way. By the end of the year, they might have picked up some pretty good dollars within their territory. Okay? But again, a lot of people will just say, you know what, I'm too busy, I'm now logging off. Okay? When we talk about logging on and logging off, let me just make this point. Here's my region again, and here's my 3 franchisees. At the moment, you would call that 3 people are logged on because we can see them all. This person here decides they're too busy, they now log off. Now we can't see them. Later on, they need some jobs, so they log back on. So logging on, logging off is just whether we can see you or we can't see you. It's a pretty simple process. All that means there is if a job comes out of here, I'll say it's going to go to that person. It could go to anyone. But as soon as you log back on, that job is now coming back to you because it's within your territory. Okay? Make sense? Yes, mate. Yeah. Okay, so the question being for the people online was what's the time frame for sending leads? So the call centre is actually open, you could say 24 hours. Now I often say that the call centre is open from 8 to 8. Now having said that, it's actually open a little bit before 8, there's staff that come in and it also holds open later than 8 o'clock, okay? But as a general rule, I often talk about 8 a.m. to 8 p.m, okay? Also, it'll take a job from FMS4, so someone at 2 a.m. in the morning can book a job online and that will automatically go through. We don't send it to you as a text, but we send it to you as an email, and at 8 o'clock the next morning, you'll get the text. Okay, so that'll be the lead, and you've now got 2 hours to call back. Okay. Again, if you're in from Western Australia or any state around the country, the call centre is open for you at the applicable hours. Okay, so all that's been set up in the background, it's all been agreed to, so you don't need to worry about, oh, I'm in Western Australia, will it be open? It's sorted, it's open, and it caters for your needs as well. All right?
7 days.
It is 7 days, yep, 7 days. I don't think Sunday operates the same length of hours. I think it's a little bit shorter, but at the same time, yes, it's open 7 days. Yeah, it certainly is. Certainly is. Yes, mate.
So, what is the criteria when a franchisor sells a territory? I mean, how big the territory should be in terms of houses inside, acres, what are the limits to buy a territory?
So territories can be a number of sizes and different ways to work it out. Depending on your business, so in the old days when we first started, we probably sold postcodes. Now we don't sell a postcode. Now, having said that, some divisions could. Building inspections probably have larger territories. Have you seen your territory? No, I think you have larger territories. Whereas you look at cleaning, dog wash, mowing, all those older divisions, they have probably an area of, I'll call it 1,000 to 2,000 households, okay? And that could also be up to maybe 4,000 households. Again, I'd encourage you to talk to your franchisor specifically about how big your territory is, okay? In mowing, you're from mowing in Geelong, I would have thought it'd only be about 1,000 to 2,000 households. That's how big it'll be. The other way that we do a territory is test and tag do it this way. What they do is they sell, I think it's 1,000 businesses. Okay, so 1,000 businesses. Now, if they're in a metropolitan area, their territory might be that big because there's 1,000 businesses within that area. But if they went to country areas like Nowra, you might find that their territory is that big. But guess what? There's still only 1,000 businesses within that area. A question online.
So I've got 3. So how much is the lead for test and tag?
I'm not 100% sure. They'd have to speak to their franchisor.
What happens if there is a lot of work in one territory and less work in another?
What's interesting is you don't tend to get a lot of work in your territory. It's an interesting concept to have in gyms. If you speak to a lot of people, they'll actually say they get more work outside their territory than in it for the majority of divisions. I don't say that's for every division, but for the majority of divisions. So just on something like that, for instance, if this guy here, so they've got 3 territories, if the first 20 calls on Monday morning were out of that person's territory, they're all automatically going to go to that one person. But the reality would be, how many leads can he handle? Yeah, whatever. So it depends a bit on the division. But after 6, he's probably going to have to switch off anyway. And so the next 14 are then going to be distributed somewhere else. Hypothetically, that is. We don't get the first 20 calls into your territory. Okay, so again, your business will probably revolve around 1,000 to 2,000 households, but speak to Ben about that and just get a clarification in Geelong, because Geelong has the highest saturation rate per household, so franchisee per household. Interesting. Question online?
What if you choose to work in other areas, not yours?
No problems at all. One of the things that I say about the system is you don't have to worry about anybody else. What you need to focus on is, here's your territory, okay, and you tell us where you want to work. You don't worry about anybody else, because it doesn't matter if there's a territory there, or a territory there. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the system will allocate you the job that comes to you. If there's a job here, it'll go straight to that person if they're on for territory. Okay, so you don't have to worry about anybody else. You just focus on yourself and say, right, here's my territory, and this is where I want to work, and let the system do the rest. Just focus on yourself. Okay? There's a question up the back. Yes, mate.
So territory like suburb means like I have a rock bank. So there's not many houses there.
Yep.
So is rock bank is my territory or depend on the houses?
It'll depend on households. So I'd be surprised if you get Rock Bank. You might get it as a territory name, but in your franchise agreement, are you mowing?
No, cleaning.
Cleaning, yeah, cool. So I would suggest, again, speak to your franchisor and just clarify what you're getting, because it'll be a map of what your territory looks like. But, yeah, I'd be surprised if you got the whole of Rock Bank, because Rock Bank's probably got more than 1,000 or 2,000 households anyway, but they might give it to you. You never know. It's okay. Again, it's that conversation with your franchisor to be clear about what you're actually getting, and then in your franchise agreement there'll be a map that clearly shows exactly what your territory looks like. Okay? But again, you know, let's just say, for instance, let's say that area is Rockbank, you might get that area but still be called Rockbank. Because when we sell another one, they might be Rockbank West. And then that one there might be Rockbank East. So we can just keep changing names on that component. So you might get the name, but you may not get the whole area. Okay? Any other questions on some of that? Yep, question up the back.
Just have a question. In case you are on zero in your territory.
Sorry, say that again, sir. Just that question again.
If I put zero, let's say, in my territory, and the leads will go direct to somebody else, right?
Yes, they will, because you're then logged off.
All right. So
that's zero. That's what zero looks like.
So this client, in case he make again another call, would be considered as a regular client, right? Does it go for me or for the previous person?
No. So whilst you're on zero, let's say a lead comes out of there and it goes to this person here. That client is now theirs forever. Okay, so that's them. If the client ever calls back, it's always automatically going to go there because this person paid the lead fee. Even though you're logged back on the next time, it won't matter. That lead belongs to that person now. So that's okay. Again though, I want to be clear. You logged off because of a reason. You were too busy. And I see that as a very good thing. Okay, so don't worry. But again, if you don't want to lose anybody in your territory ever, always stay on territory. Yeah. Always stay on territory.
Okay, I don't think you.
I have a question online, just quickly.
Yeah.
Go
so
for it.
This is in regards to what happens if there's a lot of work in one territory but less in yours.
Yep.
What if the other guy can handle a large number of leads by himself or by appointing staff members under him? Then how will you say no to that guy?
No, we're not. So therefore, if those first 20 leads came out of that territory, now admittedly you don't employ someone just that quickly, but this person here, anyone can grow their business. So you can put on as many employees as you like and still only pay one franchise fee. So if you put on another trailer or another vehicle, you don't pay another set of franchise fees. Okay, you just put on an extra person, your cost to set them up, but you're now just running still one franchise. So again, you would have capacity to take more work. That's your decision. Now, a lot of people come on board because they don't really want to have employees. That's your decision, it's not ours. Okay, so I hope that answers that part of the question.
You didn't quite understand what Ray was. If he's put zero down for a day.
Yes.
But one of his regulars.
Oh, one of his regulars.
Was to ring him.
So, yep. So what happens is, on our system, you can log on for P for previous, which means if anybody calls back and you've got the box P for previous ticked, all your previous clients come back to you. The system knows that and we just page them straight back to you. No problems at all. No problems. Yeah. Make sense? Yeah, cool. I must have missed that first bit, sorry. Good pick up. Oh no. Any questions on some of that?
Who gets the lead if, say, like, it's out of the territory?
If it's out of the territory?
Yeah, and everyone's on it.
So that's a little bit of a hard question to answer at times because the system's moving all the time. Okay, so we've got franchisees logging on, logging off, logging on, logging off. Okay, let me help answer a little bit of that this way though. Let's just say that I have 4 franchises. Let's just say that we're starting a brand new division next week. Brand new division, never been done, right? Prior to that, we sell 4 franchises. Okay. What's happened is, let's say Monday morning, 8 a.m, we get a customer rings in. And let's just say that this is as equal as I can make it. Okay, let's do this. We'll do there, 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 and there. Local, 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 local. All areas, all areas, all areas, all areas. That's pretty much what it looks like. Lucky the computer can sort that out, okay? Because it's hard to do it personally. So let's just say, for whatever reason, the lead comes from here. Smack bang in the middle, as equal as I can make it. We need to start the system off and give it to somebody, okay? So what the system would do is allocate it here. And then that would cascade and do this type of system. So the system's always trying to allocate as fairly as it possibly can, okay? It won't be perfect because what will happen at times is this person here will get 2 leads and then log off. So that just changed the whole algorithm, changed the dynamics now of what's happening. So again, but that's what the system's always trying to do, it's trying to allocate fairly. But as soon as a territory job comes up, it's always going to go back to the territory holder as long as they're asking for work and they're providing that service. That's it, that's the reasons it'll go back. If they're not providing the service, then bingo, that lead will always go to someone else. Okay? Make sense? Yes, mate?
What happens if you go away from holidays?
Well, you can't, mate, at the moment. We're done and dusted. Yes, no problems. Yep, go away holidays. Yep, no problems. Further part of that question is?
Yeah, because we go away for holidays like for a week or two every
Yep, cool. No problems at all.
But
So
what do we do in that sense? Do
yeah.
we just log off or do we...
Yep. So there's a code H for holidays, and you're able to log out for whatever period of time that is. What will happen there is that if someone calls in, i.e. a previous client, that would go out as a do once. So you'll get a lead at times that'll be a do once. And what that means is someone's on holidays or someone is sick and we've given the job to you, please go and contact the client. We often say where we can, let's honour the same sort of price, but that doesn't mean to say, in your case being mowing, grass is this high and it's got 30 bucks against it, well, it's not going to happen. You know, you need to quote that applicably. But if that was a regular job and you rocked up and it was a regular sort of thing, we like to see people try and honour that if that guy was charging $60, let's try and charge 60, keep the customer happy, keep the client happy. But that also goes straight back to this guy when he comes back off holidays because it's his client. Okay, so a do once just means do it once. Yep. So again, go on holidays, no problems at all. It's encouraged. Just in winter though. There you go, for you.
I've got two questions for you. One is, can we change the area later on?
Yes, you can. Yeah, so you can change your territory. Again, I like to just stress there, you don't change it each week. You don't ring up your franchise and say, yep, we're changing my territory again, we're changing my territory. But you can, within the system, do an amendment and move your territory at a later date. Yes, you can.
Second question was, what percentage of jobs come from online?
I don't think I can tell you the percentage, but I know online bookings are increasing. So, yes, I'll try and find that out. I'll go to the call centre and see if I can get a statistic on what the percentage of online bookings are.
Say you're in a partnership with the lead fees, does it only go to one phone number or can it go to two?
It can only go to one. It'll only go to one number. So the question was, can a lead go to two numbers? We only have facilities in our system to go to one number. Yeah, cool. Yes, mate?
Not just with the leads, is there an option to accept or not accept? Or just...
No. So you don't get an option. That's a good question. So the question for the people online was, do you get an option to accept or not accept? No, you don't. When you log on to our system, you now accept. Okay, so the way to explain that a little bit is you don't go doing a drive-by, having a look at the job and going, it's a pretty crappy job, give it to somebody else. That's not the spirit of our system. Okay, so I'll go back to that spirit because I think it's important at times. No, what it is, you would accept that job. Now, having said that, there will be situations and times where that might have to come back to our call centre, i.e. you might have a client ring in and give us a hell of a lot of information. It's up to then the staff member to decide sort of what the service really is. Now, we might have someone that rings us up and says, it's all gardening, it's all gardening, it's all gardening. And when the franchisee gets there, it's actually a landscaping job. He doesn't do landscaping. So therefore, that would come back to our system and have it reallocated. So there are times when it can be reallocated, definitely, but it's usually where it's a service that's been, not so much mixed up, but, went out as a service and we don't provide that, so it comes back in that sense. Question online.
Is there a lead fee applicable for that once-only client and that goes into...
No lead fee. No lead fee. No lead fee because it's just a once-off and it's coming back to us. Question?
So when we going holiday, so we still paying monthly fees?
100%. 100%. I say that cheerfully with a smile on my face too. Yes, I do.
My franchises told me like you don't need to pay when you're going holiday.
If your franchisor decides to cancel your fees because you go on a holiday for 1 or 2 weeks, that's their decision.
I asked him like if I'm going 1 or 2 months, so still I'm paying or no? He said no, you don't need to pay.
Yeah.
You could just hedge and don't need to pay.
My outlook about our business is that the trailer or the car that you have is not unlike a shop front. Okay, which means to me, if you wanted to go on 3 months holiday and shut your shop, do you think you would still pay rent? And I think you would. And I sort of have the same attitude with our business. But again, it can be a case-by-case situation. For instance, having said that, the flip side of that is someone's sick. Someone has an operation, rotator cuff can't work for 2 months. We would suspend fees, absolutely. So you can't work in that area. So again, it depends on the franchisor of when they want to suspend your fees and all that sort of stuff. But just going on a couple of weeks' holidays, we're not going to really suspend fees. You'll still pay your fees, absolutely. Question up the back.
If you have a pre-existing sort of relationships, say a builder, and you want to do inspections for him, or then for their whole enterprise, major work or
Yep.
What are the rules on
Making contact?
getting contact, or does their office have to be in your territory?
Well, again, it depends on how that contact's made. Like I said, the spirit of the system, if you know the person, the spirit of the system will be that you probably have that contact, but you really can't go and make contact if it's outside your area. I want to go back to that point. But you know what, if you're caught up at a bar, you're out having a drink with this bloke over here, and all of a sudden the bloke walks up and says, I haven't seen you for 2 years, what are you doing now? And I'm now in Jim's Building Inspections. Have you got a card? Absolutely, there you go, there's your card. If you're in uniform and he says, mate, are you working for Jim's? Yes, I am. Have you got a card? There it is there. So there's so many ways it'll still eventuate. Again, I'll go back to the code of conduct in terms of franchisee codes. We all need to look after each other and do the right thing. Technically and by rights, they need to approach you. Yep, technically by rights. But again, within friendships and families, that's always a blurred line, but yep, absolutely. That's probably the fairer way to do it.
In that scenario, I feel like you would have to make it known that they need to request you specifically if they do call the centre.
No, they don't need to. No, if you're speaking to someone, no matter where you are or what you are, and someone hands you a card, they actually don't need to be in our system at all. But having said that, I'm also going to encourage everyone in the room to put your clients into our system. And the reason being is this, because if they ever lose your number and they call us, unless they can turn around and say, hey, can I speak to Norman Raven? If they can't identify you 100%, it'll then go into our system. It could go out as a lead to somebody else, or it could come back to you and pay a lead fee because they're not in our system. Once they're in our system though, we're able to allocate them and say, Norman Raven's your franchisee? Yes, he is. Bang, it'll just be a chat straight to Norman. No lead fee charged. So we encourage you to put all your clients into our system, only so we can get them back to you. That's what the aim is. Question online.
Do we get many government leads / NDIS leads, etc., and are these allocated as a normal private lead?
Yes, we get a lot of NDIS. So a lot of NDIS does come through. You do have to register for NDIS. So there's a fair bit. That's a bit of a hefty registration. So be mindful of getting that done prior to taking work, because it does take a little bit of work to do. Yep. But we do get leads for NDIS, and it is just a normal lead fee. And sometimes I think it also comes through contracts. So we have another section set up called Jim's Contracts, and they will also take bigger work. They might have multiple sites, and they will then ring franchisees to get a quote and do that job. You'll invoice contracts, and they will pay you because they hold the contract. Yep. Question over here, yes.
Can go to the local parks with the uniform, and I can get them my card or something?
Yeah, so question for the people online, you wouldn't have heard that one, but someone said, can I go to a local park and wear my uniform? Now, you've got to be careful going to a local park, full stop. But at the end of the day, you can wear your uniform anywhere. Just please remember this though. When you are wearing a uniform, you're representing our brand. Okay, so don't go getting into anything silly like fights. It's a bit like when you go down to the pub. I'd probably say take the uniform off if you're going to have more than 1 or 2 pots. Only because we don't want to see any trouble take place, because it's our brand that will then get trashed. Okay, so just be mindful when you've got a uniform on. We actually see at times franchisees who after hours go shopping, and for whatever reason they've parked their trailer somewhere or whatever, their argument is, but I'm not working. No, you are. Whilst the uniform and the trailer are out in the marketplace, you are representing our brand, you are working. Okay, so just be really clear, even though it's after hours. If it's after hours, slip on another top or something else, just so that you're no longer representing our brand, and do what you like beyond that. But again, having said that, I would agree, don't be afraid to wear the brand at times to, pick up a bit of extra work. When you first start out, I'd encourage everyone in the room to go and have coffee at their local coffee shop in uniform, Because people will start to talk about you.
You can't have coffee at the moment.
Can't have coffee at the moment?
At the coffee
Oh, takeaways. Yeah, takeaways. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, there you go. But go to Bunnings stores if it's applicable to your business, and like a mowing guy, go and walk up and down the nursery section in your uniform. Because someone will ask you a question. They'll say, excuse me, can you help me? You give them a card and then bingo, you might pick them up as a customer. So local area marketing is so important. The activity is so important. I'm going to really stress that. And again, tomorrow, you're going to see a 10-point plan, which is all about local area activity. Okay, it's a brilliant system that we have in place. Question?
The same franchise is the same territory. Can work it out with each other, just in case maybe sometimes you're going to go through something and the client going to ask you to do something else.
Sorry, say that question again. Start again.
Franchises is the same at the same territories. Like that, at the same territories, you got the two franchises.
Yep.
Yeah, they're over there.
Have you got two franchisees?
Yeah, it's going to be possible to work it out to each other. Just sometimes they're going to share some experience, or sometimes
Okay.
client asks something to you, but you're not going to do that sort of job.
Yep.
You know, your other franchises do that.
Okay.
And also, you're not going to go and go back again.
Yeah. So the question for the people online was, if we've got two franchisees in the area, a little bit like this area, can they work together? Yes, they can. And what we'd encourage you to do is have a couple of buddies within the system. Okay, so have a couple of people that you team up with that you can share work with, or not only share work, but actually get a hand. All of a sudden, Norman might have a job that's just a little bit too big for him, so he asks you to come and help him, and you'll return the favour at some other point. So get to know the people in your local area, absolutely. You don't have to be mates with everybody, but when you go to a meeting, you're certainly going to get to know people. But make sure you buddy up with at least 1, 2 or 3 people that you can call on and trust. Because when you go on holidays also, you might have 3 clients that you need looked after. So I ring you up specifically and say, mate, I've got 3 clients. Can you protect these for me? Look after them and service them. So again, yes, encourage you to get a couple of really good friendships going within the system. Absolutely. Question online. I did tell you there was a lot of questions going to come through in this session, but we're only halfway through it.
So to receive NDIS work, would you need to register as an individual NDIS provider, or is Jim's registered and then Hans will do down the job?
Yeah, I've got a funny feeling contracts is partly registered, but you can register yourself. My advice to everyone in the room, if you're going to register for NDIS, that you do it prior to taking leads. Because what will happen is you'll get a lead and you're not registered, so now you can't invoice. All right, so my advice would be that when you leave here, if you want to do NDIS work, start that process of registering, okay? And therefore, when you start, you're actually able to take those leads. But contracts may also be a part of that. I'd have to just double check.
So this one's from Teresa and John Wash. Do pensioners get discounts?
So the question being, do pensioners get discounts? My advice would be, it's your business. It's up to you how you run it, and it's up to you on your pricing strategy. So therefore, if you wish to offer a bit of a discount to pensioners, then go ahead and do it. It's absolutely up to you personally how you do that. But again, I certainly like to look after the older brigade in our community. I think it's an important thing to do. So again, goodwill, and you never know where that's going to lead to. And again, a lot of the older generation will go down to clubs and bingo, they'll spread the word very quickly. They really will. So yes, it's up to you whether you offer discount or not. Sorry? If you happen, so the question is, if you have a real estate agent, is it a flat fee or is it different? It'll be quote per job. Yeah, it'll be quote per job. We're not here to advise anybody to give out an hourly rate. Don't do it. You'll have an hourly rate in your head to quote jobs, but don't give anybody an hourly rate, and make sure you always go out and quote a job and provide that price. So to do that job, to clean it all up, to take it all away, will cost you $275. Done. Nothing. Doesn't mean to say don't talk about your hourly rates. Don't talk about the times you're going to be there. Just simply talk about the fact, to do that job, I'm going to charge you $275. And obviously build the sales process into that a bit as well. Cool. Any questions? Any further questions? No? Cool. I told you there was a lot of questions in this session. It's one of those sessions. So, the other thing that we have at times is zones. Now, I don't talk about zones a lot in this session because I think zones is more for advanced user. Okay? So, what a zone is though, let me just get rid of these territories. Okay. A zone is where you say, right, call it zone 1. And again, whether you call it Zone 1 or whether you might call it Wednesday, okay? You can call it whatever you like. But what that is, when you log on for that zone, it's only going to include that zone, okay? So it's a little bit more, as I said, advanced user. I like territory, local and all areas for when you guys first start, for the first 3 to 6 months at least. Just get used to our system, start working out how it works, and then as you become more experienced in our system, maybe start to look at some zones, okay? Because zones are really good and can work quite well. But at the moment, I'd like to see everybody in the room keep it simple. Keep it simple. Territory, local and all areas, okay? Take your work, put your suburbs in and go from there. All right? Make sense? Okay, so it's 3:15. We need to take an afternoon tea break. So we're going to shut down online for, say, about 20 minutes. So I'm going to see everyone back in here at 25 to 4. See you then. Thanks. No, you don't have to clap. Yeah, cool. Okay, let's go. Yep. Okay, so welcome back. We're going to run now through all the way to home time. We've got some assessments to do, so we're going to finish off this session. We should touch on a little bit of workplace health and safety, so I've had to reduce that session a little bit, but I want to make sure I actually talk about the important points of our workplace health and safety program. The other thing about our workplace health and safety program is today is just talking a bit about the overarching part of the business. It's not about how you operate, it's not about all that sort of stuff. Everybody in the room will go through their own divisional workplace health and safety program. Okay, so when you go and do further division specific training, like on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, all the mowing guys, you actually go through a proper workplace health and safety course, which talks about witches' hats, talks about machinery, talks about working at heights. Okay, so we don't do that here today. We just talk a little bit about the overarching GYMS group, the responsibilities that we all have. Okay, so we only just touch on it anyway, but we do share that with you, and then you'll do further workplace health and safety training down the track with your divisional or your regional in that sense. Okay, so just to finish this off, we talked a little bit about the territory, local and all areas and zones. Okay, you can choose when and when to take work, so which days and times. So again, you can set all this up yourself. And the last part there is changes can be made hourly or day by day. So, for instance, you may wish to ring our call centre every hour and make a change. You can do that. Will they talk about you? Yes, they will. But that's okay. It's your business. If that's what you choose to do and that's how you wish to run it, then that's what you can do. Alternatively, also, don't forget, you've got GYMS Online, so you can just open it up on your phone and make those changes as often as you like. Okay? And again, we're going to show you that tomorrow and introduce you to that system. I'm going to give you a set of training passwords that will allow you to log in and actually play around yourself tomorrow. Okay? We'll get onto that in that sense. So here's all our codes. Okay, so here's our codes that you log in for, and these are A for all areas, L for local, T for territory, and this is what we went through here. Okay, T for territory, local and all areas. Again, that's the main part of our system. Like I said, I introduced zones to you, but I'd really like to see you all sit on local, territory and all areas just for a while until you start to see how the work comes in, how you need to activate it and how that impacts on you. Okay. There's some codes also not taking work, so again, 0, no jobs, not working, sick and holidays. All of our codes can be logged out for 10 days. The 2 codes that can be logged out further are sick and holidays. So if you are sick or you are on holidays, you can log that out for a period of time. It could be 2 months, it could be 3 months, whatever that takes. Okay, so you can log that out for as long as it needs to be, but every other code that we have will then just log out for 10 days. Okay. When you first sign up also, your franchisor will give you a default code. Okay, I'll write that on the board, a default. And it's a default setting, which means if you don't tell us anything, you'll be on the default setting, whatever they set you on. So it'll either be territory, local or all areas. Most likely, it'll be T for territory. Okay, so that's most likely where they'll put you because they don't want to see you miss out on territory work. But at the same time, you can change that. When I actually start up a franchisee, I put them on 0. And the reason I do that is because I think you'll always tell us when you need work. But when you're too busy, you may forget to tell us you don't want work. All of a sudden, we're sending out leads to you, and then we've got to have them reallocated, and it confuses our clients. Because what happens with a lead is, we will say to the customer, hey, Mr. Smith, just letting you know, Norman will give you a call within 2 hours. So Mr. Smith gets off the phone and says, right, Norman's going to call me. Norman gets a lead that says he doesn't want it, reallocates it in the call centre. It comes to me. I ring up Mr. Smith and say, hey, Mr. Smith, it's Mike here from GYMS Mowing. She's now confused. She thought, hang on, Norman was supposed to call me. I don't know what I'm doing here. So this is one of the reasons why I don't like to reallocate too much. But again, within our system, we do a lot of reallocation and that's okay. But just understand the impact that you're going to have on customers by reallocating too. Okay, so if you don't want work, log off. And if you need work, make sure you log on. Yes?
Do you know how much that impacts whether the next person gets the job?
No, look, it won't make a huge impact on some of that, but it can just cause confusion for our elderly clients that are waiting for Norman, and now Mike's calling me. Yeah. She gets a bit confused and says, oh, no, I'll wait for Norman. Yeah. You know, just things like that. So again, it's not the end of the world. Yeah. But I like things to be nice for our clients and make sure we're looking after them really well, not confusing them along the way. Okay. So, if I said to everybody, and I said to everybody online, when a lead first comes in, would it be fair to say that the first thing we look for would be the territory holder? Would that be fair? Would everyone agree with me?
Yeah.
Yes? And I'm sure you're all nodding your head online perfectly, so that's good too. Okay, so let's put that up on the board. Territory. Let's have a little look. So this next slide we're going to look at is how we allocate work. Now, it's slightly been condensed because it's an algorithm, so there's a lot of things in it, but this is basically the 6 key points of the system of what we work through to allocate a lead when it comes in. This is what our system is doing to allocate, okay? Here we go. First thing we look for in order is a franchisee that may have been before, not the territory holder. Why do we look for a franchisee that's been before? Because it's their client. Yeah, they've already paid the lead fee. Okay, so in our contract, in our franchise agreement, it's our obligation. If you've got a client that you've paid for, we need to get it back to you. That's our obligation of the call centre and of the gyms group. So again, when a lead comes in, the very first thing we look for is a franchisee that may have been before. Second thing we look for is a franchisee offering same-day service, if it's a same-day service job. So when you are looking to get work, if you're struggling for work, it's a good idea to put down for same-day service because it actually takes you above the territory holder if the territory holder is not offering that service. Okay, so all of a sudden, who have we got in the room? Carpet cleaning. What are some of your services?
Tile and grout, mattress.
Cool. So mattress, duct cleaning and upholstery. Okay?
Yep.
Let's just say that someone calls in for tile and grout. You don't offer it, it means someone else in another area does, so they technically go above you, even though it's a territory job. Because our job is to make sure that the client gets looked after, not the client gets sent you that says, oh, I don't do tile and grout. So again, we've got to send the person out there that's going to do tile and grout and provide a quote. Okay, so a person can jump above a territory holder just because of its same-day service. Because not a lot of people offer same-day service. Okay, because there's such a commitment to it, if they're already busy, they don't have the time to waste on getting to that client. All right? Client, question from online.
We've got a question from Sonia here just saying, unless lead previously serviced by someone else.
So Sonia's asked a question online. Yeah. Unless a lead is previously serviced.
By someone else.
Okay, it might be to do with a regular client, a previous regular. It depends if they've called up and asked for it. If they've asked for the service, you'll probably find it would go to the new person offering same-day service, especially if they requested same-day service. So again, it's about making sure our client gets what they're asking for. Okay, so client is king and queen in our system. Let's understand that. We've got to make sure we're looking after them. So if it's not a same-day service, it'll then slip down to our territory holder. So territory holder is actually the third place on the list. Okay, so 2 and 3 can slightly alternate a little bit, so it's not always just 1, 2 and 3. But again, I want to point out our obligation is to make sure that if they've been there before and you paid for that lead, we must make sure we're getting it back to you at all times. If we can't find a territory holder, we look for all franchisees covering the suburb for that service. Okay, so all of a sudden now we take a broader look. We're now starting to look a little bit wider to see whether have we got any other franchisees that might be covering the area. And if we can't find that, we find a franchisee from another region. So, just to put that in the board, let's have a look here. Region 1 and Region 2. Okay, so what you've got here is we've got one region and there's a job in there, and we've got another region with a franchisee. Okay, what we're saying is that we will look to give that job back to one of these guys as long as though they are covering the area for that suburb and that service. Okay, if they're not covering it, that means it'll go outside of the region. Okay, why do we try and allocate that job here first? What's the principle of what we're trying to do? Well, the principal reason of why we try and allocate a lead within a region to go to a franchisee in that region.
Keep it local?
Sorry?
Keep it local?
Well, yes, in some ways, but this person here who's so close is also local. So no, that's not quite the answer. It's a good part of it though, definitely a good part of it.
To be fair.
To be fair in what way? Well, there's probably that little bit extra I'm looking for to tell me the answer to that.
Make sure the client's serviced.
Well, the client will be serviced either way, either here or here. So yeah. But there's a principal reason. Principal reason. Fair to the region. I'll tell you why. Because it is assumed that the advertising dollar paid by these guys has probably got that lead in the first place. So therefore we try and make sure it's going back to someone in the region, but as long as they're covering that suburb and that service. Because if they're not, it's definitely going to somebody else that's covering it. Okay, so as long as there's someone in the region that's prepared to work there and it's on our system, it'll go to someone in that region first up every single time. But once there's not someone there, then we look outside the region and we'll give it to a franchisee in another region. Okay, and mainly because the advertising dollar is assumed has got that lead. Okay, so it's only fair that these people here are getting that work back. All right, so that's how we do it and that's why we do it. If we can't find a franchisee from another region, the client's advised no one available and job listed as unserviced. So our system, when you think about it, earlier in the day we talked about the fact that we have 180,000 unserviced. Our system goes through this 180,000 times a year, trying, searching, looking to find a franchisee that can take this job. So it's not just about saying, oh yeah, no one's around. No, it's a little bit more than that. We've tried absolutely everything we can and there absolutely is no one available. So therefore it's listed as unserviced and the client's advised that on the spot. Okay, we don't say to someone, oh, we'll call you back in a couple of hours or we'll call you back tomorrow. No, we don't. We actually let them know, sorry, we have no one available. You need to go somewhere else. Okay, so we don't muck around with our clients. We're very upfront and transparent with them. We believe they're disappointed, but at least now you're not waiting either. All right, so it's a good system in what we have. So that's how we go through and manage our leads coming in. And again, there's a number of other bits and pieces in the background, so it's not the complete list, but that's the list from the simple side of it, of what we need to take a look at. Okay, question?
What happens when you notify the customer that it's unserviced and then the franchisee at the beginning rings up in 2 hours?
Well, he won't because the lead doesn't go out. So remember, an unserviced job simply means it doesn't go to anybody because no one's available to take it. Okay, so that doesn't happen. But it's good you asked that question because it leads me into the next part. And that is that you can also pick up unserviced work. Okay, now, there's a few things in this that you need to understand. When we tell a client that it's unserviced, we have another part of our system called Gyms Plus. So Jim spoke about Gyms Plus this morning. It was one of the very first things he discussed. And he talked about the fact that we have subcontractors out there that are offered some of our unserviced work. Okay. Now, if the client says, yes, I'm happy to go to an independent operator, then that lead will go out and it may be taken by somebody. Done. If it's not though, if the person says no or it's that we have no one available as an independent either, therefore it's listed as unserviced and you can actually select to take notifications of unserviced work, which means you can get it as a text or an email and all it will say is that there was a dog wash in Murrelbach. We don't give you any other details, but you don't need to know. It's just a dog wash in Murrelbach. Done. Okay? You may well have a cancellation. You see the unserviced. You can ring our call centre and have that job reallocated back to you. But you now do pay a lead fee. Okay? So it's just understanding to receive the notification free of charge, apart from there is a text message cost. But take it as an email, check your email, and you'll see that, you'll see all the notifications coming through. If you wish to take it, you need to act quickly. Because remember, we've told the client we have no one available, so now they're going to ring somebody else. So if you've got a lead at 9 o'clock, and I'll come back to you in a sec, if you've got a lead at 9 o'clock this morning, you wouldn't want to ring them up at 4 o'clock this afternoon and say, hey, I understand you want your dog wash, because the chances are it's completely gone. But if you got the call back in by, let's say maybe about 9:30, even that can be a little bit long, you're probably not going to get the job. All right. And again, once it's allocated, you'll still pay a lead fee. So just understand the system in that sense. Question up the back.
Can you set a radius for the unserviced leads?
No, you'll get all those in your area and region. So what you're covering off on. Yeah. Interesting question, that. Interesting question. Question online.
A question from Sonia. Does Gyms keep a log of customers that have gone unserviced, i.e. if a new franchise comes on board?
Yeah, certainly do. So you can always ask your franchisor. So the question being, Do we keep a log of all our unserviced? Yes, we do. And we will provide that. If you wish to get an unserviced report, we can provide that to you. We're not about to give people just unserviced reports around making sure they ring up the clients. That's not the case. But we're happy to give you an unserviced report to say, hey, these are the leads that were unserviced in your area. Had a chat to a couple of guys here at the tea break about leads taken and unserviced. It's a valid question to ask your franchisor. Before you buy, hey, can I have a look at the leads report and can I have a look at the unserviced? Now, having said that, it doesn't mean to say it's telling you wrong stories either. So for instance, in the old days, we used to advertise in papers. Those paper circulations used to go around everywhere. So you sort of couldn't stop certain areas. Okay, but nowadays with our digital marketing, we can switch off different areas that we have no franchisees in. So in some of those remote locations, like up in Nowra, you might have a situation. Sorry, my screen's gone off. You might have a situation where further up, there's an area that we don't have a franchisee and no one's servicing the area, so we can actually switch that marketing off. So we're not wasting our money generating leads in an area that no one's going to take. So sometimes now our unserviced and our leads report doesn't exactly show you the full picture, but it can give you a bit of a story. Thanks, Sonia. Question, did I have someone put their hand up? Yeah, sorry.
Maybe this is too particular, but in the case that the territory holder doesn't want the lead, it goes to other franchisees in the suburb. What is the algorithm to distribute those leads in the other franchisees? I mean, there are 3 franchisees available.
Yep, so here it is here.
Is one for you, then one for you? I mean, how it could be one that get more than the other, so.
Correct, so the system's always trying to allocate fairly. It'll look back at the amount of leads that someone's taken, and it'll then allocate fairly after that. So there's also a nearest point location as well. So there's a number of things in the background that the algorithm will look at to decide where that actually goes to, okay? But again, it looks back so many days, so the longer you're logged on, all that sort of stuff, so it actually supports different parts of franchisees logging onto the system. It just doesn't, you're not going to see this. You're not going to see, that. That's not what you're going to see. You're going to see something that's always trying to be balanced out, but again, it's a moving system, and if territory gets thrown in, well, territory then becomes a lead anyway. So at the end of the day, it's always trying to balance it out. That's one thing I can assure you of within that system.
Okay, and another question. This relates to the previous slide. Can you choose the type of job you want to take or not?
What service?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So on Gyms Online, and I'll show you this tomorrow, what we have is, we have, and there's mini services in every single division. So all of a sudden you have this. Let's say there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 different services in your division. You get the opportunity to go yes, 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 no, yes, no. And that's the services you're now providing. So you don't have to provide every single service, not at all. And some people, as they become an older franchisor, as in more experienced, bingo, only log on for a couple of services because they've got many regular clients, therefore they don't really want all the other work, so they just sit down on a couple of services. So it's quite common. I think that's the beauty of our system. You can choose what you want to take, choose where you want to take it, choose when you want to take it. It's brilliant how that actually works. Hence why I like to see people just work this system first, local, territory, local in all areas. And once you start to see how it's working, then I'm happy for you to switch it up, change it to zones, change it all around, no problems at all. But I think in the early days, just try and stick to a basic system. Learn it and then apply your knowledge, okay? Any questions? I've got one, here it is here. Okay, so 40% of your leads, well, there you go, and I reckon that stat might be a little bit old. There was a question asked earlier about online bookings. Okay, so 40% of our leads come from online bookings, so keep your work requirements up to date. I reckon you might find that's actually grown since then. Okay, so it might even be larger than 40%. Use your business cards. Why are we using our business cards? Sorry? Yeah, absolutely, and get people to call you direct and take leads and not have to pay lead fees. Absolutely. Referrals are what you should be aiming for, mainly because they're free, so the better work you do, the better service you provide, you want people to refer you. And the other great thing about a referral is, what's going to happen with a referral? Well, people are probably going to trust a friend or a family member and say, hey, get this person because they're good, and probably get the job. And you'll probably find with a referral, you tend to even charge a little bit more. So it's an interesting one. Okay, so referrals are brilliant because it's an automatic startup to an extent. Okay, and again, keep your clients up to date on Gyms Online, purely for the point that we can get them back to you. That's our main aim. You don't get charged for them. We don't own them. Bang, we just want to make sure we get them back to you as the right person because they're your client. Okay. When you are receiving a lead, this is the information that's on there. So you'll get a $sign at the front. So when you get a lead and it's got a $sign, you're now paying for it. Okay. Remember, don't see it as a job lead. See it as a client lead. This is now your client. You can market to them and do all of these things. If there's no $sign, it means you're not paying a lead fee. It may be because it's been a referral, it's been a do once. There's a couple of reasons why it might be that case. You'll see that we'll have a client name and address. We still have an old map reference. So we still have in brackets, like a Melways, 49E7. So it's really interesting. That still is in our system. I'm not sure why it's still in the system, but it's probably some older franchisees who still use some form of Melways or Sidways, some sort of map location and reference. But everything else is hyperlinked. So if you are using GPS, hit on the address and it'll take you straight there. We ask for 2 contact numbers where possible. Obviously, a lot of people only have one nowadays, like one mobile, but we do ask for 2. We also ask for email addresses, but we don't always get them. Why is that? Yeah, spam. People don't want it, especially at the start. Once they get to know you, they're probably happy to get those little updates, but certainly at the start they don't want it. There'll be the service required. There'll be the time and date of it being sent. Why is that important?
2 hours.
2 hours, absolutely. So just check that at all times. And again, sometimes it's about knowing you've got a lead. You don't have to ring them straight away. Now, yes, we're going to encourage you to do that, but you might think, you know what, I've got 15 minutes to go to finish this job off, but at least now you know you've got that lead. So now you're making time to make that call as soon as you possibly can. All right, so that's why I just get people to keep checking their phones, pull it out of your pocket. Hey, there's nothing. Oh, I've got a lead. Cool. It's going to be about 15 to 20 minutes. I can then give them a call. It's just about being aware of the leads coming through. And then any relevant information for the job that may be associated. So, here we go. Here's our very first lead. Whoa, let's get rid of that one. Done. Here's our first lead. $sign at the front, so we're now paying a lead fee. We've got John Smith, 52 Mountain Street, South Melbourne. 3205 is our postcode. 57E2. Okay. Have you got those slides on the screen, Benny? Those slides?
Yeah.
Yep, cool. Thanks, mate. So 57E2 is the map reference. Okay. We've got a mobile phone number. We've got an email address. The job was a gutter job. Came through on the 31st of January at 3:23 in the afternoon. Please call client. So here's my question to you. When are we going to call? Right now. Yeah, I'm happy with that answer. So 3:23, we've got the lead. Let's call right now. Sorry?
It's been 40 minutes.
It's okay, it's been 40 minutes. Yeah, good point. Cool, so we need to call right now anyway. When does the complaint come through? After 5:23, absolutely. If the client calls back at any time after 5:23 and we don't have a note on the file, bingo, you're going to get a complaint. Okay? Now, when I talk about a note on the file, what I'm saying there is, if you've called the client within the 2-hour time frame and sent them a text, maybe an email, what you now need to do is ring our call centre, put a note on the file. Simply say, hey, just letting you know that I called John Smith, I've had no return phone call, put a note. What happens is when John Smith rings up after 5:23 and says, hey, I haven't heard from the franchisee, they check the notes, they see a note there, they'll send it out as a chat, not a complaint, because you've done the right thing. Okay, so this system is built to support you, but you've got to work within the system. Okay?
Do you have to call the back to the...
Yeah. There's no email, no texting back or anything. You must call the call centre.
Yeah.
Yep. Question?
So if you do get it and they give you a home phone number, not a mobile phone number, and they don't give an email address, you can't send a text, what do you do?
Cool. So in that case there, so no email and no mobile. Cool. So just one home phone number. Okay. You would need to call that home phone number. You would need to put a note on that file. Okay. And you would just take a screenshot. I think in that occasion, Jim would have to say, there is no email, there is no mobile. You've done everything you possibly can. All right, but note on the file, and he's always looking for 2 pieces of evidence. That's really what he's looking for, 2 pieces, that you've done more than one thing. Now, admittedly, a home phone number and that's it, well, you can't do any more than that, but you have called the call centre and put a note on the file as well. So again, there's evidence there. But if I can say this, if you put a note on the file, it wouldn't have come out as a complaint in the first place. Okay, so just understanding how that system does roll through really well. Well, yes, mate.
Say if the address is around the corner, you try calling him and stuff like that.
Yep.
Can you just turn up at the property?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I know it seems like a silly question. But
Let's do an exercise here on the board because I want to talk about what I think you need to do to get a lead. Let's use this one here, 323. Tell me the first thing you're going to do. Let's keep it simple.
Ring them.
Yep, call. So call, done. What's the next thing you're probably going to do in that process? Because they're not answering, okay? Let's just leave a message first. Just nice and simple. Yep. What's the next thing we're going to do? Send a text. What would be the next thing you would do?
call him up.
Well, you could actually send an email because they've got an email there as well. Okay? So again, I'm just showing a bit of a process of what I think you need to do. Because remember, this is not about avoiding a complaint. It's about getting the job. Okay? We've just paid for it. We want to try and get this lead. What would we do next?
Call them again.
Well, we could. Let's just put a note on file. And then I'll drop down a bit of a gap and then call again. Now, you just said also, they're in my local area, they just live around the corner, can go and knock on the door. Let's put knock on door. Now, usually at this point, someone says, what's the stalking rule? Okay. Now again, don't get me wrong, yes, you can become a little bit over exuberant and become a little bit of a stalker, I get that. But what I'm trying to say is, I think this is the list of stuff that if you haven't done all this, I don't think you've done enough. Okay? Because we want this job. Sorry?
I feel like you should stop at text and then just wait a little bit.
Cool. I'm happy to put some pauses in there. Yes, I am. Pause. You know, a bit of pause. Would agree with that. Doesn't have to be done all in 3 minutes. Totally agree. But I'm just sort of saying, if you haven't done all that, have you really done enough? You've paid a lead fee. Have you done enough? And I think that's the sort of stuff that if you can't tick all that off, I don't think you've done enough. I think you should just try that a little bit harder and keep working at it.
If you have done all that,
Yep.
still there,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, always lead first. That's how life works. Yeah, because, hang on a sec, we're not saying you haven't got the job yet, we're just simply saying that they haven't called back, let's avoid a complaint. So there's 2 folds here. We're trying to avoid a complaint, but we're also trying to get a job. So again, we'll put some pauses in there because I agree, let's not stalk. But they're the sort of things.
oh, sorry, I had to go out, I wasn't at home.
Correct.
Sorry about that.
Correct. Could work night shift. There's so many reasons why some people won't answer a phone straight away. Yep, absolutely. Can I just point out, and I'm just going to put this on the board, because I think this is an interesting story. Had a call from one of my franchisees once who said, Michael, I know you don't delete leads. So I sort of make it pretty well known that I'm not deleting leads. That's not the system, okay? But I will delete a couple. Anyway, he says to me, but I guarantee you're going to delete this one. I said, all right, run it past me. And what it was, he said, you got a pen and paper? I said, yep. He said, write this number down, because he said, this is the phone number. I immediately sort of had a bit of a chuckle, and I immediately said, yeah, you're right, I'm going to delete the lead, okay? So anyway, we just had a bit of a further chat, and before I hung up, I just said to him, hey, do me one favour though. There's an email address there, send him an email, and I said, hey, how local is that address? And he said, sort of around the corner, a little bit further, but around the corner. I said, do me one favour. I said, I'll delete the lead, but you make sure you send an email, and I want you to go and knock on the door and leave a business card. He said, deal. He rings me 2 days later, laughing. You know what had happened? Picked up the clean-up. It was a clean-up job for $1,750. Yeah, I deleted the lead fee, which is all cool. So it's not a problem. Do you know what had happened though? And this goes back to that, you never know the story behind it. What actually happened was, the client was overseas on a holiday. And the client decided they didn't want to put their mobile phone number in and have someone ring them while they're overseas. So they simply put in an email address, and everything else was factual. and it was a rental property that someone had moved out. They needed it cleaned up because someone was coming in. And they contacted Jim's. So he picked up a $1,750 clean-up job, and I deleted the lead fee, which is, as I said, all pretty good, no problems at all. But it just goes to show, don't give up is more the answer to the whole deal. Just because something's, doesn't look right or whatever, still work through your process and still say, okay, what else can I do? Can I go and door knock? Can I leave a business card? What else can I do to get this job? And I think that's the attitude you've got to have. Because if you're going to switch off too quickly, you're just not going to follow up and get the work. Yeah. Okay, so true story. That was the mobile phone number, and found out why, because they were overseas. Okay, so they just put a dodgy number in. The system allows it to do that.
Sorry, just one more question. Just can the client specify that sort of thing now? Like if there's that, like in regards to, like if they're overseas or they're out at the moment, and they like specify a time when they can take callbacks or anything?
Well, let's have a look at our second lead. Might answer your question. Right. So here's our second lead. So the question there for the people online was, can a client specifically ask for a time frame to be called back or whatever? Okay, so here's a situation up here. We've got Gwen Briscoe, 25 Bingley Street, Howrah, in South Australia, 19N9. There's a mobile phone number. We've got an email address. It was a tree job. The job came in on the 13th of the 1st, 9:23 in the morning, 2 large gum trees. Please call client after 3 p.m. So there you go. So the client has requested it. So here's the question to the group. When does the 2-hour callback start? Yeah, it starts from 3 p.m. Okay, so 3 till 5 is the 2-hour callback. After 5 o'clock, a complaint would come in. Now this came in at 9:23 in the morning. What's your question?
Could you email them to say, we'll be ringing you at 3:15, hope this is okay?
Yeah, cool. I'd actually even encourage you to text them at 9:23 and say, hey, just letting you know, Gwen, that I have received your job. I'll give you a call after 3 p.m. Because you never know why she's asked for that after 3 p.m. Think about it. She may well be there at home, ready to go to work, starts at 10 o'clock, and says, no one's going to call me back by 10, because that's, we're tradies, we don't call back. So she says, I'll give you a call after 3. All of a sudden you text her, she says, wow, that's impressive. She now calls you and says, hey, there's 2 gum trees in the front yard, you can't miss them. Cut them down, give me a quote and cut them down. It can all be done today. And yet, if you ring after 3, it's going to be done tomorrow. Okay, so many things you can do, but you've just got to have the outlook to do. Okay, don't be closed-minded. Just open up your eyes and open up the world and think, what are the possibilities? Because that's what you're trying to do. Okay, there's so many opportunities within a lead, not just the written word. Okay, here's our last one. Martin Mason, 87 Victoria Street, Williamstown. We've got 2 phone numbers here, so we've got a mobile and we've also got a landline. We've got Martin Mason at an email address, clean once. Came through at 3:30 in the afternoon, mainly bathroom and kitchen clean. So again, what you're seeing there is a bit more information that you can now base what you want to do. So for instance, if I was a cleaner, I probably don't want to clean someone's bathroom and kitchen late in the afternoon. So what I take out of that message would be, bang, I'm now ready to frame my question as soon as I get on the phone. Hey Martin, how are you going? Understand you've got a bathroom and a kitchen that need cleaning. Are you available at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? I don't want to do it this afternoon, so I'm now forcing him into tomorrow morning. Okay, so all of a sudden, today's off the table. Now don't get me wrong, he might come back and say, no, it's urgent, need it done now. That's a whole nother story. But let's just talk about an average conversation of how it might look. So just read into things, get the information and decide how you want to go about life. Okay?
Also it says on there mainly bathroom and kitchen.
Yep.
So you want to make sure that in your quote it specifies exactly, because mainly bathroom and kitchen might be also a bedroom and other.
Yeah, it could be a number of things. Yeah, correct. So that'd be part of your conversation, part of your sales process. Okay, so personalising your business. Again, we have a pop-up box solution for you as well. Who else is in a country area, a remote location? Got what's your reception like?
Ordinary.
Ordinary. Cool. Someone else put their hand up? Yeah, just a bit of a poor location.
Small one, big one.
Okay, cool. For instance though, we have a pop-up box, okay? And it can be used for a number of things, but one of the things would be that if you're in a poor reception area, okay, or you're going to be in a poor reception area on the day, you can actually put a note in what we call is a pop-up box. And that pop-up box will pop onto the screen once we've allocated the job to somebody. So call centre sit in the call centre, they type it in and bingo, the job's going to go to Norman. Been a lucky man today, Norman, I can tell you now. I bet you don't sit there tomorrow morning. I can tell you now. Cool. So, the job's going to go to Norman. Norman's got a pop-up box. Bang, it pops onto the screen. And what that is, the call centre now, it's either a message to the call centre or it's a message that Norman wants to pass on to the client. Okay? So, if it had been a poor reception area, we would look at that and they would say, we'll make all these calls after 3 p.m. this afternoon. Okay, so we would tell the client, let's say it's 8 o'clock this morning, they will say to the client, just letting you know that Norman will give you a call after 3 p.m. today. Because that's what he's put in his pop-up box, because he's going to be in an area that has no phone reception.
Oh,
okay?
Sorry, that pops up automatically when
Correct.
So he does it. Right.
Correct, it's in the system. He's put a pop-up box. We've also got up there, please advise clients I'll call them in 10 minutes, so that's a message. Why would someone do that? Why would you put in your pop-up box, I'll call you within 10 minutes? So the call centre would tell Mrs. Smith, hey Mrs. Smith, just letting you know that Norman's going to call you in 10 minutes. Why would you do that?
Go somewhere with signal and then call.
No, forget about the signal, this is another message.
So you're not going to call someone else?
Yeah, so they'll sort of sit by the phone. I think it's important you call them in 10 minutes though. So again, just understanding how that is and what it's doing, but make sure you call them in 10 minutes. But it's probably stopping them calling somebody else. And another one there being, I have FPOS facilities. So again, it's just a customer service thing where you say, hey Mrs. Smith, just letting you know, Norman has FPOS facilities, so there's no need to rush off to the bank. Perfect, she's got a tap and go card, she's more than happy to do it. So your pop-up box is a chance for you to talk to the call centre, just in case it's something about a lead, or B, it's a message to your clients that you want to pass on to everyone. Okay, and the call centre will do that for you. In terms of the monthly franchise fees, so here they are here. Bang, you've got your base fee, and we've talked about a few of these things today. We've got our advertising fee, there's a compliance discount in there. You get a national branding fund. Any new leads received in the month, and as you can see there, there'll be the lead fee discount. So it's applicable if it's to your division. As I said, most divisions do have a discount. There are some that don't. Just check with your fees, check with your franchisor, just so you're quite clear. You're either being charged for 100% of your leads, or you're being charged for, I think it's 80, 85, or sort of 90%. Again, just check with your franchisor and find that out. Any other fees? There's a booking confirmation fee, there's a call client transfer. So we can also transfer the client to you live on the phone, if that's what you choose to take. Okay, so we can send it as a lead and an email, but we can also send it, patch it straight through to you. So if you see the call centre number ringing you, you now know it's a client on the other end. Now, there are some situations where you take it and you won't take it, i.e. I think if you're in a noisy environment all the time, don't log on for call client transfer, because you're really not going to be able to take the calls. Okay, but if you're working in an area, I'll just say bookkeeping as an example. I'm not saying that is just an area, but you may well be able to just quickly take the call every time, and you forget about the 2-hour callback, you're now talking to the client. So when we talk about calling back quickly, you can't get much quicker than that. All right, so you're hot to trot, they're most likely not going to go anywhere else if that conversation goes well. Okay, so that's part of it. Paging fee and a technology fee in that sense. Talked about this before, franchisor will email you on the 1st, you've got to the 10th to pay, and for all now, it's pretty much a direct bank deposit. Okay, so again, your franchisor may have some other setup, but it's within our franchise agreement, but it's a direct bank deposit. Okay. Any questions on some of that? No? Cool. I want to finish with one story. So, we'll do it this way. We'll get rid of all this. The thing about our system, when I talk about territory, local and all areas, what actually happens and takes place is that you can modify it and do whatever you like. Okay, so just because you set up local and all areas, you can actually take suburbs out and not actually service them. Okay, so if I just put that up here, territory, local and all areas, if you had a major freeway running through your area, you know those freeways that take like 20 minutes to get through? You know when you sit there and you go 3 cars forward and then you wait? Would never happen up in Canberra because it's 15 minutes from top to bottom anyway. And that's at peak hour, isn't it? Yeah. So in terms of a freeway, you can turn around and get rid of all this area and say, you know what, can't be bothered going through that intersection every time. I'm not going to work on that side of my area. So all of a sudden now, your local area looks like that, and your OR areas looks like that. So while we talk about circles, that's where we start. The finishing point's up to you, completely up to you. And I want to show you an example. So I inherited a franchisee once, okay? He landed into my system, long story, we'll just keep it nice and basic. So anyway, so having a chat to him, had a look at his stats, hadn't taken leads, he'd been in the system 4 years, hadn't taken leads for 2 years, okay? Thought, okay. Had a chat to him, found out he only had 40 regular clients. Now that to me in my business says something's going on here. It's not right. To only have 40 regular clients after 4 years in our mowing division was pretty poor. So anyway, I worked it out. Pretty much all he's doing is working to pay fees. And that's pretty ordinary, okay? So anyway, I had a chat to him, said, why don't you take leads? And he said, well, every time you send me a job, he said, I've got to go 25 Ks one way. He said, I'm hopeless at sales. I don't get the job and it costs me a lead fee. He said, so I just switched everything off. Yeah, fair point. At least he had a reason. That was okay. And he said, look at me, I don't present very well. I said, yeah, you're right. Well, I didn't say that. I thought that. But at the end of the day, absolutely. So I could see where all the problems were and I could see why it wasn't fully working. Okay. So I said to him, I said, where's your area? And he said, Seddon. Oops. I said, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, good little spot, good little area, little local cafes and whatever. I said, so where are you living at the moment? He said, Taylor's Lakes.
Where's that?
Yeah, okay. So my point would be it's probably about half an hour away, which is not too bad, don't get me wrong, but it's probably about the point.
Drive before you start.
Sorry?
It's still a long distance to drive before you start.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, I said, I'll tell you what, I'm going to do your deal. I'm going to sit down, we're going to give you some sales skills, let's have a chat, let's have a look at the system, let's set you up, and let's have a go at something a bit different. I said, let's give it a run for 3 months. If it doesn't work after that, I'll let you go. Okay, so I was trying to be really fair to the guy. Anyway, I said, tell me where you, how you travel down to your area. Because he had 40 clients around his area. It was actually a pretty good little business. It just wasn't enough. Okay, there was no way it was enough. So he said to me, I come down here, go here, and I land here. He drives down to work every day and drives home every day, same way, okay? So what I said to him was this. I said, how about we do this? Let's pick up every suburb that you drive through and let's make that your all areas. Yeah, very good idea, I thought too. So what it meant was, when he was driving to work or driving home, if he got a lead, he was basically just driving, 5 minutes off the main road to go and give a quote, see if he got the job. He said, yep, that's fair enough. So we made that all areas. Now remember, you're seeing and remembering all areas as being big circle. We can modify this to do whatever we like, okay? So, set him up, got him going. He originally had 40 clients. 12 months later, he had 132 clients and he had 1 employee. Purely because he was able to modify the system to now suit him. He now worked it out. We gave him some basic sales skills. He now just knocked on a door, presented as best he could, but asked the right questions and grew his business. Okay, so it's interesting. You can just modify this thing. It doesn't have to stay like this. It can be a number of different shapes and sizes. Yes, ma'am?
Is it hard for Victorians to present well?
Shall I pitch him?
I've been really fair in this course so far, but when I launch, I launch. Yeah. Where are you from?
New South Wales.
Yeah, I won't go there. Okay, cool. So, at the end of the day, again, understand the system, and that's part of what we showed you this afternoon. It's all about understanding that system and then watching how you can make it work for you. Okay? Hence why I want everyone to start here on all areas, local and territory to start with, and then remember, you can modify it to suit yourself later on. A little bit like your question earlier. You live sort of over here or talked about a slither.
Yeah.
Well, we can modify your all areas to include that.
Yep.
Okay, so whether you buy that territory or not doesn't matter. You can still work there pretty easily. Have I got any questions? Okay, so we have one run well over. That's caused me a bit of an issue, so I'll work on that. But what I do need to do is I want to tell you one more story, and then we're going to go straight into our assessments. Okay, so we'll get on to that. So, one thing I want you to remember is this. Let's put this on the board. We sell 2 types of businesses. What are they? Sorry, question online first.
Yeah, so it says, somebody said
Yeah, so the question was from online, does it work if you just try and do certain areas on certain days? If you've got a regular type business, I think you can do it that way because you want to drive to an area and sort of spend your day there and then come back. So if you can map out your work pretty well, doing areas on a day does work well. If it's all reasonably local, it sort of doesn't matter which way you actually do it. But yes, having that knowledge and having that planned, it's a good place to start. Cool. I like that word, efficient. Should have used it. We sell two types of businesses. What are they? Two types of businesses. I know it's the end of the day. We'll finish on this one.
Wow factor.
Sorry?
The wow factor.
No, well, everything's the wow factor. Don't worry about that. We sell two types of businesses. Not products and services. I'll give you a chop out. Regular and once off. Now, let me explain just before we jump too quickly, okay? When I talk about regular and once off, I talk about the principle of the division, okay? So for instance, if you look at mowing, cleaning and dog wash, the principle of those businesses are to build up regular clients, okay? If you look at an antenna business, it's predominantly just once off work. Sure, you might get a regular back, you might get a builder that uses you, so it's like a little bit regular, but generally speaking, something like antennas is all once off work. You know, it's that installing an antenna and going to the next house. Whereas if you look at some other divisions, it's about building up regular clients and then servicing them on a regular basis, okay? So let's have a look in the room. We've got mowing, where would that be?
Regular.
Yeah. Now, just before I go ahead, absolutely, there'll be a few that sit at the top. Carpet cleaning, there's a little bit of that at the top, you know. Yes, you're going to have regular clients. Are they going to be every 2, 3 and 4 weeks? Not too sure, okay? Are they every 6 and 12 months? Probably, do you know what I mean? So again, you're going to fluctuate a little bit. I'm not saying you're not, okay? But I'm just trying to say in principle how this actually looks and works. So where would cleaning go? Cleaning would go there. Where does building inspections go?
Once off.
Yep. And again, it doesn't mean to say you don't find someone that gives you regular work, but generally speaking, it's a once-off type service. Who else I got in the room? Handyman?
Once off.
Yeah, probably more once off. You know, having said that, so I'd just like to be clear, you might pick up a local little primary school that uses you regularly. So there's a bit of regular, but generally speaking, it's going to be more that once-off work sort of thing, okay? Who else have I got in the room that I've missed? Where's my shirt? Bookkeeping? There'll be a bit of regular. Yep. And who else have I got in the room? Mowing, handyman, cleaning, building inspection. Oh, I think I've got everybody. Cool. So, here's my point. Understand what your strategy looks like, okay? If you're in a once-off business, you're going to be looking for leads all the time. That's how it works. Now, we're going to encourage you to build networks so that you don't have to just rely on the leads. But at the end of the day, you're going to be constantly looking for leads all the time, because if you're in a once-off job, that's what you need to do. You just need to keep getting leads. Yes, build networks, but you're looking for leads all the time. If you're in a regular business though, guess what? You're a chance to start off low with a small amount of regulars, take a lot of leads to start with, and as you service these people, you convert them into regulars. So what happens is your regular builds up and you don't have to take as many leads, okay? Again, just understanding the strategy, okay? And understanding what it does. I quite often say this, it's two businesses I would love to operate in our system. There's a number of them, but two I'd love to do. One is antennas. I'm an electrician by trade, I love audio visual, I love hanging TVs and I love doing all that setup, so I'd love to do antennas, okay? And the other one I'd love to do is fencing. Put up a couple of sticks. Can't be too hard a job, I don't reckon, so pretty easy sort of stuff. So again, fencing and antennas would be two jobs I'd love to do, okay? But you know why I would struggle to do them? I'd struggle because of my personality. And I want you to understand this a little bit, okay? Understand what it means. If I was in a once-off business, my personality wouldn't deal with that too well. My personality likes a bit of regular. My personality also likes a bit of order. So I don't like being pushed and pulled all over the place. I like to build up my regular business and then just cycle it around and know where it sits, okay? If you ever get the chance to look behind my speaker, you'll see all my blue pens, all my black pens. That's how I operate in that part of my life. And so therefore, if I was in an antenna business or a fencing business, I would struggle because I'd be just stressed out to the max. So it wouldn't suit my personality. So just understand, what I'm trying to say here is a little bit, understand your strategy, understand what you're getting involved in, and just be really comfortable, okay? Because that's what your strategy is going to look like. You're not going to building inspections don't build up this regular business. It's a lot of once-off work, and sure, there'll be networks. I'm not taking that away from you, but there's a lot of networks, but there's a lot of once-off work, okay? Mowing, cleaning, dog wash, you're going to build up your regulars, okay? And that way you don't have to take as many leads. Just understand the strategy. Cool. Any questions on that? Okay, so what I now want everyone to do is pull out your assessment workbook. So all those people that are online back at home, this is your assessment workbook. This is all sent as a PDF to you. Okay, hopefully you can access this quite quickly. I want everyone to go to assessment task. We're going to have to skip a couple. Number 3. Okay, so assessment task number 3. I'll deal with 1 and 2 at a later date. Leave it with me, see what I can sort out. Okay, so everyone at home, you can quickly open up your assessment workbook and look for assessment task number 3. Okay? Yep, so it's the second tab in your book. It says assessment workbook. That's it. That's it. And go to number 3. Cool. Everyone got it? Yep. Now I'm hoping I'm going to pad out a little bit of time so the people at home can get it. Has everyone in the room got it? So the assessment tag, assessment workbook, go to that tab and then go to assessment task number 3. Okay, we all got that? Got all that through here? It's the second tab in your workbook. Okay, it's the second tab. Yep, you guys have got it up the back. Everyone got it over here? Yep, all good? Yep. Okay. Hopefully everyone at home has got it. The way it's going to operate is this. I tend to ask the question and therefore I look for general consensus. So for the people at home, I can't hear the general consensus, so I'll have to let you go. But once I hear it out of the room, people sing out the answer a little bit and I feel there's a general consensus, I'm going to then release the answer at the same time. Okay, so and I'll tell you what's right and wrong. So, assessment task number 3. Question number 1, what does FMS4 stand for? Correct. Franchisee Management System, version 4. So everyone now needs to write that down. So if you're sitting at home, quickly write down Franchisee Management System, version 4. Okay. Question number 2, true or false? A lead fee will be charged for a lead, even if the customer is just shopping around.
True.
False.
True. No, just because I don't answer too quickly, don't change your answer. It's okay. True. Okay, absolutely true. The lead fee is charged even if shops around. Can I ask a quick question to the group? So just take away their workbook for a second. Hands up if you believe people just ring up for quotes. Yeah, put your hand up nice and high. Cool. So you and I are at opposite ends of the scale because I don't believe that happens at all. Now don't get me wrong. I don't doubt that there's a small percentage out of 500,000 leads that may ring around and ask for a quote because they're in the same business. Okay, so they're trying to test out our market, have no doubt about that. But tell me the last time you ever just rang up for a quote. Didn't want the thing, just rang up for a quote.
I did about 2 weeks ago.
Tell me the story.
Prove it.
Yeah, it's going to be that because I reckon I'll prove you wrong. Go.
Okay.
Tell me the story.
I was looking for a window cleaner.
Yep.
Because we were moving and I just wanted a quote over the phone.
Yep.
Could tell them how many windows, approximate sizing.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
And so, if
I
that,
didn't get
but when you say you didn't get it, what people wouldn't give you a quote over the phone?
Yeah.
Okay, because they wanted to come and see it. So the question would be though, did you need your windows cleaned?
Not really, I didn't have to.
If the price was right, would you have got your windows cleaned?
Yes.
Cool. So you didn't just look for a quote, you had a need and you were looking to get a price. That's a completely different story.
Right.
Yep. Anyone else that's just shopped around for a quote? Didn't need anything, just shopped around for a quote. What's your story?
Sandstone retaining wall?
Yep.
Yeah. So,
Did you need a retaining wall?
yes.
Yeah, so therefore you had a need. You didn't ring up for just a quote. Here's what I call ringing up for a quote. Someone rings our call centre. Hey, how you going? How much to wash a black border collie? How much to wash a dog? What sort of dog do you have, sir? No, I don't have one. I just want to know what it costs to wash a dog. That sort of stuff doesn't happen, okay? That's when people ring up looking for a quote there is no need behind. I'm telling you now, apart from a small percentage of people that I will say, i.e. they're in the same industry as us and they're thinking, let me see if I can find out what their pricing looks like because I'll match them with their pricing. So I get that, but out of 500,000 leads, let's call it 1,000 people, okay? There's 499,000 other people that actually are ringing up to get the job. Now sometimes our lead, our quote, doesn't match their expectation. They think a job's going to be $50, the job's $500. Well, we're never going to get the lead. We're never going to get the job, okay? So I understand that, but it doesn't mean to say the person didn't want it. Put them on a payment plan, try and work out something else. Do what you can. But again, don't think people only ring up for quotes, because if you're doing that, you're going to miss out on a lot of work, because your mindset is going to be wrong. Have the outlook that everybody wants this job done, and you're going to chase it down to the nth degree to get it, okay? It's got to be the mindset. Cool. Question number 3. So, question number 3, I'm going to read out a statement, and you need to tell me which number it is on the allocation list, okay? A franchisee that may have been before. The territory holder. And I'm going to give you the answers at the end, okay? A franchisee from another region in the same division.
5.
A franchisee offering same-day service. All franchisees that cover the suburb and service.
1, 2.
And failing to find a franchisee, the lead will be deemed unserviced. Cool. So, for all those people at home, your numbers down the left-hand side from the top should read 3, 4, 1, 6, 2, 5. Okay? Cool. You'll see that there was a number pattern with that. So if you see another question like that, remember the number pattern. 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6. Can't help you out anymore. Question number 4. What is the approximate percentage of leads that come through the online booking pages from our various websites?
40%.
B for Bob. Turn the page. Assessment task number 4. Question number 1. What is marketing?
C.
D for dog. Question number 1, D for dog. Question number 2. What information, now this is a trick question, so be a little bit careful with your answer. What information can you as a franchisee use if you wanted to place your own advertisement? So remember I had Mike's Mowing on the board? What information can you as a franchisee use if you wanted to place your own advertisement?
A, B.
C, D.
A for Apple, B for Bob. A for Apple, B for Bob. Question number 3, true or false? The Gyms Group will only undertake group or national marketing campaigns if it is likely to generate substantial exposure for a limited cost.
False.
Think about it. We're going to get maximum exposure for a small cost. We're going to get a lot of value for a little cost. True. We are tight asses here at the Gyms Group. Question number 4, true or false? My franchisor can spend the advertising money in any way they see fit. False. The fund must be used exclusively for marketing purposes only, unless otherwise approved by the rest of the group. Question number 5, true or false? The knowledge gained over the years at the Gyms Group indicate that no matter how well we treat our customers, they are unlikely to recommend us to others. False. False. We get a lot of referral work. Here's what's interesting though. We get a lot of referrals because a lot of people will say to us, hey mate, do you wash a dog in Muralbark? Yes, I do. Can you give my sister a call? No problems at all. But what we don't do is, hey Norman, how are you going? Mate, you don't know anyone in the local area that needs their dog washed, do you? So we don't ask for referrals, okay? We get given a lot of referrals, but we don't ask for them. If I had a regular business and I had 50 regular clients, and I asked every single client for a regular or a referral, I've doubled my business overnight. I've gone from 50 now to 100 regular clients. Okay, so just look at them, the understanding of what a referral means and what you can do about them. Question number 6. What is a word of mouth referral and how do they benefit a business? Now this is something you need to write down yourself, so this is your own words, or you could write something like this. Existing customers talking positively about their gym's experience and recommending us to others. Referrals are a powerful driver of new business, because new customers are more likely to believe a friend or family member than an advertisement. And on top of all that, they are free. Something like that anyway. See how you go. Question number 7. Give 2 examples of how you might generate word of mouth referrals in your gym's business. So sing them out. Two ways that you could generate word of mouth referrals.
Wearing your uniform.
Wear your uniform. Yes, you could. Yep.
Quality of work.
Quality of work. Good one. Ask clients to refer you. Just need to write some of these down, guys. So make sure you wear your uniform. Quality of work. Ask clients to refer you. How else could you generate word of mouth referrals? Quality of work, yep. Perhaps leave some business cards. Maybe offer an incentive program to your clients.
Getting out in your community with your gear and helping community groups.
Yeah, cool. Help community groups. I like it. Cool. Turn the page. Assessment task number 5. We have 2 more to go for today. Question number 1. So assessment task number 5. Question number 1. What is the fundamental expectation of you as a gym's franchisee?
D.
D for dog. Question number 2. Which statement below best defines business networking? B for Bob. Question number 3. Record 2 strategies recommended for effective networking. Sing them out. 2 strategies recommended for effective networking.
Referrals?
Sorry?
Referrals?
Referrals?
Meetings.
Sorry? Meetings, yep. So attend meetings. Be able to answer the question, what do you do? Be known as a really positive person. Follow up those commitments and promises. And maybe also identify target groups and connections relevant to your aims and your capabilities. So there was a few there. We're not going to do question 4 right now. We'll come back to that at the end. Question number 5. There are many benefits of being associated with a trade or professional organisation. List 2 in the spaces provided. What would some of them be?
You already have a big network.
Sorry?
You already have a big network.
So what would be the benefits of being associated with a trade or professional organisation?
Yeah.
So you could get regular work out of it. Yes, you could.
Support and advice.
Support and advice. I like it. Enhance your personal knowledge of the sector. You might find like-minded people or business professionals. It's a way to promote your own business. You can also find out what other businesses operate in your area. So write a couple of those down. So business-related support. Find like-minded business professionals or mentors or people. Promote your own business and find out what other businesses operate in your area. And also gain an endorsement by an industry body. Cool. Question number 6. True or false? You can door knock outside your own territory. False. Question number 7. True or false? You can perform work in someone else's territory only when the client is already yours.
Yes.
True. Turn the page and the last assessment for today. So assessment task number 6. Question number 1. Customer service at gyms. How many calls are answered within 1 minute?
99.
C.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear your answer, sir. Yes, C. C, 99%. Question number 2. There may be more than one answer. Which of the following reflect Jim's belief of what we need to do for the customer?
Well,
Yeah. Could be a couple of other answers.
Satisfy their expectations.
Deliver beyond their expectations.
Cool. So A for apple, A for apple, C for cat, D for dog. Question number 3. True or false? You can door knock in someone else's territory.
True if you've already got a client.
Let me ask that question again and think about your answer. You can door knock in someone else's territory.
If you already have a lead there, you can. Can't you?
Yeah. Don't change your answer because I asked the question twice. False. You cannot door knock in someone else's territory. Question number 4. List 2 small things you can do in your business that will wow the customer.
Exceptional job.
Yep, great work. Maybe leave a note. Offer that something a little extra. Sort of depends on your business. Depends on your business.
Get back to them quickly.
Get back to them quickly. It's a better answer. Good communication. Yep, leave some business cards. Question number 5. Now, did Jim talk about the cleaner that didn't put back the cushions?
No.
Okay, so this is going to be a little bit awkward. So, just in a quick summary, what happened was we had a Jim's cleaner, and what he did was the very first time he went there, he pretty much did everything. Okay, so they put everything back, straightened everything up, typically like you would. You know when you do those little extras all the time to sort of make sure the client's happy? And again, we would support that. Problem was though, he also went way too far and the person did absolutely everything. Anyway, so what happened the second time was though, that got a little bit rushed for time. Didn't quite have all the time to do the job properly, but still did what the customer had asked for in the original quote. And therefore, didn't put the cushions back on the couch properly. Okay? The question is, in the case of the throw cushions not being put back on the couch by the Jim's cleaner, the customer was really upset and made a formal complaint. Why was the customer so upset? And what is the lesson to be learnt from the case study? Okay? Neatness really mattered to the client, so you might want to write some of this down. So neatness really mattered to the client, and customers are trusting you with their homes and gardens. So any carelessness may well reflect on the care you'll take with their belongings. Okay? The lesson to be learnt. Even if you are pushed for time, don't do a job anything less than perfectly, as the small things do matter and can make a huge difference to your reputation. Okay? So neatness really mattered to the client, and the lesson to be learnt, even if you're pushed for time, don't do a job anything less than perfect. Question number 6, and the second last one for today. Which of the following are recommended guidelines for effectively managing customer complaints?
B.
Yep. There's more than one. Cool, here we go. Here's the answer. B for Bob, C for cat, D for dog, E for egg, and G for Gary. B, C, D, E, and G. Okay, let's just turn our workbooks back one page and go to assessment task number 5, question number 4. We just need to finish that off. So what you need to do is go to your workbook that we have. So for people at home, we've had your workbook emailed as a PDF. You need to go to the section. It's on the back, the tab says your franchisor as your business partner. Okay, so it's section 2. So it's got a number 2 on the tab. Your franchisor is your business partner. And then at the bottom, go to page 2.8. Okay? And what you'll see on the left-hand side is a number of organisations. Okay? So list 2 industry and professional organisations that may be relevant to your Jim's franchise. So take a look through that list, have a think about your franchise, and just write down 2 of those that are relevant to your business. If you can't find something there, think of something that would go down there properly. Okay, so again, pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Section 2.8, your franchisor is your business coach. You'll see a whole list of industry and organisations. Just pick out 2 of those and write them in for question number 4. Once you've done that, pack up your books, let's have a chat. Let's have a chat about tomorrow. Ben? Leave them in there. Oh, sorry, the bookkeeping one and finance one. Yes, take that out. That was the one we filled out this morning. Yep. So I need you to take that and just put it down the front here for me. Yeah, cool, thank you. Okay, how are we going? We all got that last answer all sorted? Yep. Close up your folders for me. Let's have a quick chat about tomorrow. So, tomorrow starts at 8 a.m. Okay? It's not an 8:30 start. People get a little bit confused with this morning because gym starts at 8:30, but tomorrow is an 8 a.m. start. Okay, so if you're coming online at home tomorrow, please make sure you're ready to go about 5 to 8 o'clock, and we'll be kicking off straight on, dead on 8 o'clock. For everyone else in the room, please make sure you're in the room. If you're travelling in, I think there's a couple of people, just make that little bit of extra time to make sure you get here by 8 o'clock.
Just a couple of guys online are saying, can you please repeat where to go for the details of the
Last question? Cool. So just for the people online, you needed to go to your folder. Can I just have your folder for 1 sec? Cool. So this is the folder. Now it was emailed to you guys last week as a PDF. You'll see down here we have a tab that says your franchisor is your business partner. Okay, so it's got a number 2 and a number 2 here on the side of the tab. Once you go to there, go to page 2.8. So if you look down the bottom, there's our 2.8, and we've got a whole list of organisations and industries right here. Okay, hopefully that helps. Hopefully you're good to go for later on. Okay. So tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. start. Now, tonight, 6 o'clock dinner. 6 o'clock dinner. Okay, for those people staying on site, it's a 6 o'clock dinner. Now remember, it will be takeaway. Okay, so they're going out to buy takeaway. Yes? Well, it'll be on a list anyway, so it should be okay, but I just wanted to double check it. Once again, they'll be delivered in takeaway containers. There'll be separate knives and forks. Please, when you go into the conference centre, make sure you sanitise yourself, as in your hands. And then obviously you need to sit away from people. Now, interesting enough, I need to double check this, but I think the conference centre might also be closed. Now, I'm not sure if they're closing the doors itself or they're just closing down the restaurant and a few other things. Okay, so not 100% sure there, but again, we're in exceptional circumstances at the moment. You guys have been fantastic all day, so we can just keep pushing through tonight. Hopefully everything will be okay. Okay. Now, the other thing I want to point out is also, does anybody need to go to the shops to maybe pick up some stocks or supplies? You know, they feel like food's not around or bits and pieces. Yep. Is anybody has anybody got a car on site? Yep. Keep your hands up nice and high. So these people are the most important people in our room right now. Okay. So if someone's looking to go to the shop or do a shop run, you know, go to an IGA back here at what's that place called? Montrose. Thank you. Montrose is probably the quickest and easiest place to go to. There's an IGA, there's a bit of a bottle shop, there's a few things there, a chemist and all that sort of stuff. If you're looking to go back there, I would say perhaps come and congregate here with someone that's got a car. We'll certainly get that and help you get that done for you. Okay? But most importantly tonight, it's the final week of maths. Married at First Sight. Now, for those people at home,
shame on you.
Absolutely, it's the final week of maths. You really need to watch it. Tomorrow morning there will always be a quiz on maths, and I am a I'm a big watcher of maths. I'm seeing people with disgusted minds, but this is what we're going to do. So I'm going to talk about maths in the morning. So if you don't watch it, make sure you watch it tonight.
Can we come at 8:30 if you don't watch it?
No, you come at 8 o'clock. 7:30 if you want to have a detailed discussion about maths in the morning. See you there. Guys, everyone online, thank you very much. To everyone else, thanks very much, and we'll close it up. Thanks, Pete.